Watch how I snap in they neck, they so I don't need to respect. Move, I act the fool. It's ludicrous, watch how I'm coming to your hate league team in the monkeys. See, you got shooters, big time rolling over bodies, can they hit a new rack? John got it, they got to my shoes. All state, get some insurance, running with a OG, get endurance, but they control your breathing. Trash style, running over wax, got a pack in the back full of matches, I'm hot as a fever. Hard body veteran, I don't gotta ask, they gon' let us in, get on my leg. Spinning like a tank on E, hopping out, running down on feet, baptizing the streets. Yeah, about the tight of them streets, I get it solo, dolo, YOLO, mic in the speaker. I've been killing on my own, I'm serious, going off the dome, I don't need a feature. Bump that, it's a check if I pull it, so cut that. If they come at me, cause I up that. Spirit got on my feet, can't trust that. I got gold on my soul and a mind full of diamonds, so 7-11 can't touch that. Can they come with a hammer, might bust back. But when I go in, they trust that, so they up that. Hold up,
I can't take no breaks. Every game I'm never going MIA. Putting numbers on the board when I play. With the trophy in the air, I can't wait. This time I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, this time I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. Yeah, this time I'm all in.
Tell them in the dozy, passed out from the pain in the morning. Put the work in, that's on my calling. Why they be stalling? I go for college like, there it is. Now we back again. I'm a product of my excellence that came with going in, yeah. From the lows to the highs, I done seen it all. Never stand for the run, but I can't in talk. Now I'm finna pop off like a cannonball. Now what's the chance that I'm really like cannon talk? I'm really committed to hustle religious. I run into the point and no end if I would defend all of mine. Who'd you pretending I'm one in a million so we could never lose to a squad that be lazy, dog? That'd be crazy, dog. Blackmail really don't faze me, dog. Black man for the black out. If I run 100 yards, feel like shady, dog. Look, I'ma hold it down 10 toes. I was made for it. I was made for it. Yeah, people try to tell me I'm a joke, but I was made chosen. I can't lose, baby, I've been ballin'. Shout out to the ones that got it started. I can't lose, baby, I'm an artist. Shout out to the ones that's going all in.
I can't take no breaks. Every game I'm never going MIA. Putting numbers on the board when I play. With the trophy in the air, I can't wait. This time I'm all in. Yeah, I'm all in. I'm all in, yeah, I'm all in, yeah, this time I'm all in.
Let's fly.
This is VCT Pacific Stage 1. Let's make some noise and light up the arena. Rise Pacific.
I've been dreaming, but now it's coming true. At the top of the world, enjoy the view. Skip and jump and dance, and you feel it too. Favorite jamming machine, brand sticking new. That's it. Too much fun. There's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run. Yeah, so much fun.
VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Higher flying fantasy, make it real. Tripping on that cartoon banana peel. Swooping up just to grab it, turn the wheel. Flipping out, gotta have it, it's a deal. Take it. Too much fun, there's no such thing. No such thing as too much fun. We've just begun. So much fun. Beat you to the punch, catch you on the run.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
As I'd love to see how XTL got that kill. Ooh,
Cushy.
Cushy! Looking for another pacey hit. Cushy sprinting across through the spawn to try to get into position. Maybe a Hunter's Fury. Trying to go ahead and stop the plant from coming through. He's going to be set. Paranoia flying through as well. Cushy does come away with one depth. Reading it well, catching a second elimination behind the spike now planted for him, but crazy guy.
For a post plant if he doesn't get it off the spike.
Will Paper X be able to hold Patman in the off angle? Tries to hold towards stairs as well. Did a burst through, and that's going to be that. Patman!
Come on. Let's go around Baron, guys.
Mid-round calls into the C site all of a sudden. Margaret only here to receive. He does have Francis nearby though, and that's where they find a single frag. Takes down Cruz. If you're Talon now, feeling the pressure, how do you regroup? How do you recollect? They're still trying to break their way into a couple of frags, but they are down to so low HP. Within lethal range, Talon could find a chance to strike, but...
Got his decoy stuck. I think he might be a victim of the new decoy change.
Well,
oh my god.
There's the 1-2, the undercut in play. Flash now going to be sent out. The classic drawn out. As Buzz finds himself a third. Pop Flash through the smoke. Draws out the weapon. Has the double take to go ahead and clean him up, and he's got the ace.
What is that for head? Oh shit, silau. Gue ya? Minyakan anjing soalnya. Let's go. อย่าไปคงอย่าไปเครียดเริ่มอย่าซีหลงอย่าซีเรียส 오늘 게임 완전 울어야겠다. 던지면 운다. 나도 운다. 어제처럼 그냥 운다. 가보자. 화이팅! 쟤네 트롤킹도 조심해야겠다 야. やることやって勝ちに来た。マジで頑張ろう。レッツゴー. 우리 모인 지 이제 1년 된 거 알아? 벌써 1년? 가자. Let's go! 화이팅! 화이팅! 제이 코로시마스. 가자. 됐어, 이게요. Nice kawan. Isa pa. Isang mid boys. Dalawa. 2B boys. Flank. Dalawa flank. Oh, tama. Mata hidari. Masiti tsumen ako. Bash, laban ka flank bash. 3, 2, 1. Isa pa right side. Oh my god! 何が起きた?いいよ余裕だってこのバロラント. 점치할게. 안 보이고. 야 카메라 있다. C 사이퍼. 펑커 오퍼. 아스목 실long now. I stand inside. I push fight. Flashing him. 까비. 이거 한 번만 해줘 3번면 그냥. 할 때 됐어. 호프 먹고 설하고 2킬하고 궁 올리고 클러치 해줘. I'm watching left this means. I think they're gonna come again next round. I'm gonna go second.
Spike planted.
Get it, guys. Go in front. Careful, Shichido. Ila go first with pistol. Don't hold up. Kasi anything could be long, yeah? Run. Don't make it so obvious. I mean, like, don't make it so. Heaven, Zubi Heaven, no? Or long, come. 2, 1, 1. 뭐야? 야! 멘탈 나갔다.
아 진짜 해주네 와.
근데 말했잖아. 근데 젠지는 이런 걸 해줘.
말이 안 된다.
진짜요? 아 젠지는 이런 걸 해준다니까? 얘들아 A 먼저야. 형이 나 삐모닉 쓸게.
더블 잡았어.
3명. 아이스 빼고 다 보였어.
티 바이스 오멘다.
1HP バイスサイトサイトでトレスロレ 2A 페이드 바이스 A
쪼다 더 이끌이.
A 둘이야 지금 A 둘에 B 하나였어 이거 바이스가 탑은 3로 HP 아까면トレイできる?
야. 우리 바이스 필이야 도와줘.
나무 쪽 갈아줄게
이리 와. 애니크 밑에俺. 바깥에. 우리 애니크 밑에. 우리 해븐 밑에.
백사설이야 이거 블락 가볼게 백사 Let's go! 이래 Let's go! 야 키티를 나
Okay, we start 5 minutes first.
Yeah.
Goose, can you instantly recon the site?
Can.
Cha, if no one, right, just more instantly TP to the backside, okay?
หน้าบีเยอะมากเลยว่ะเก็บควันกลางแล้วเดี๋ยวกูโดนเคลียร์นะมันอยู่มาร์เก็ตไปเพื่อนเชื่อกูมาร์เก็ตดูมาร์เก็ตไปเลยดูไม่ได้นะดูไม่ได้มันเข้าไปแล้วอาจจะเข้าไปแล้วนะ
Let's go.
City Icebox City เฮ้ย2 3 ต้องกลับเบช็อตเล่น City เล่นบริษัทมาขึ้นbackside Pelanja Have time? Far don't worry Dude, don't worry, Kong. I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm good. Labadi.
They're holding. Berish and someone here. 2B, okay? 2B.
Gue udah hancurin camp dulu, terus gue hold on. Okay.
Each jump spot A.
Don't take it. B don't B.
We walk, guys. We walk.
Wala nang.
Two heaven.
One silong, I'm picking silong. Dead silong.
Dead.
I'm blind. Just hold.
Keep on chilling.
120 Viper.
He don't have time, guys.
No time, guys. I think no time.
What is he doing, guys?
Ente. All good boys.手前じゃないと思う。TP で帰ってった。これあって、リテイクかも。そう、ファストリテイクとかかも。裏、ビームプッシュ。俺、月光のフラッシュは前だったら壊せる。裏が当たってる、フラッシュ当たってる、裏。理由できない。オッケー。裏任せる。あ、シート3人ね。キルだ。ヒット3になっていいかも、これもう。多いと思う。CT2 ね、これ近いかも。前いるかも、左。これ、CT、そのままと CT ね、まず。パイパー、アウトロー、40型。いていいよ。下がってる。強いやん。I'm gonna flash pick this. It's fake, guys. Someone fake. Breach flash mid. C-boy, C. Go, fight. I'm flash. Get out help.
Trick shots. One enemy remaining.
Can be in B, guys. Let me watch. Let me outside glass, Kelly. If you kill first, I kill him.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Good. 야, B맨 고치 얘들아. 니들 약할 거야. 자, 뱅 까줘. 얘들아, 시장원에 쳤어. 얘들 가르쳐줄게, 이거.
야, 이거 앉아 조심. 파박 갈게.
와볼래? 붙어볼래? 오면만 와. 나 삐까 나감. 천천히 해봐. 나 뺄게. 나 앉아. 뺄게.
피해븐. 야, 메일 있는 거 같은데? 메일 있다. 야, 벤트 세운 거 조심해. A 둘인 거 같아. A 둘에 B 발파 하나.
확인했어. A 컨택 갈 거야. 살려.
A 벽 있다 얘들아.
벌릴게 계속. 벌려. 뭐라 올렸다.
형, 얘 언더스더라 아까 전에.
안설할게. 나 이거 TP 사이트에 보내놓고 CT 또 지를 생각할게.
태형이 미사일 조심해.
해본 하나. 설 돼. 질렀다. 뺄게. CT 하나.
해븐 안 보이고. CT 조심해.
메인 보호 중.
해븐. 라스 해븐. 우주 잘했다. 뭐야 우주.
Hi, my name is Pimi from Thailand Esports. I'm playing Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Global Esports and I'm Flex.
Hi, I'm Waldo, playing for Team Secret and I play Flex.
Hello guys, I'm Forsaken. I'm from Team PepperX. I play Flex. What do you do? I don't know.
We're gonna do squats.
Squat.
For the number of how many agents that you have played in VALORANT games, alright?
Oh.
So,
Good luck first again.
I think I'm gonna fart if I do squat.
Raze. Kyle. Jet. Omen.
Omen.
Breach. Glow.
Go.
Yoru. Sage. KO. Gecko. Astra. And Reyna.
I forgot. At least I think one for every role, like initiator one, sentinel one, or duelist one, smoker one. Then you can become a flex.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Very smart play. Playing different role in each map is like changing up your playstyle also, you know. In this agent, you can play aggressive. In this agent, you need to play smartly.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to change the playstyle from util agent to the more duelist agent that you need to enter.
I try to adjust with my team's role.
I always pick the last agent who's left there just to make sure that my other teammate is comfortable with the role.
Same reason with this guy. The comfortability.
I want to try something that new. Yeah, so maybe it depends on code on me. Yeah.
Flex player, you're using different kind of role, right? So for example, this agent, you need some pixel perfect of this lineup, and the other agent, you need to make sure the timing is correct, you know, so you need to practice more.
For example, the initiator, many lineup you need to learn for your team. Then some traps also, the unbreakable ones maybe.
I think when I'm playing race, but I thought I was playing jet, so I press E for dash, right? But it wasn't dash, it was grenade, so I died.
I'm using jet. I thought I can satch a lot, so I used the Q. I have drop instead.
Maybe in rank, when I thought I'm using jet, then I press E and I'm playing Cypher.
Oops.
So I just teleport to the other side.
Yeah, same with him. I play Cypher and press E and then watching camera. Yeah.
Just happens.
For me, no. Boring.
Same to me.
Yeah, boring.
Boring.
Once you start flex, you never go back.
Yeah. I just like when I make idea, when I brainstorm the strat and stuff, you know.
I'm not just playing one role, I'm playing a lot of roles, and so it makes my brain more open.
For me, playing flex is like knowing your teammate, like their role, so you know to support them easier.
For me, I have a lot of fun to play flex. Yeah, so I can try everything new. Yeah.
When I'm having a bad day in playing, it's really hard to play it because a lot of things on your mind, like what to do. It's like combining on every role.
Me, I think it's not consistency, and if you have a bad day, it's bad. Yeah. Being creative.
Good answer, pare. Yeah, creative also.
Creative is important, guys, in this game.
Very hard to.
Kapom.
And creative. Yeah.
Kapom.
For me, I think in the old meta, I prefer Duelist, but in this new meta, I kinda prefer Sentinel because it's fun to play.
I think for me, still Duelist.
For me, the Initiator.
For me, Sentinel. I just like to hold inside. For me, Yoru Cup. I think Yoru, the skill is still annoying.
For me, I saw. Cup, I have Shield and can 1v1.
Oh.
For me, Deadlock. I can sit down people.
And humble them.
For me, Cypher. I like playing inside building.
You like to AFK?
Yeah, AFK with my camera.
Camera and eating.
Yeah, eating.
Gecko. When I play Gecko, when I move the fish, the ulti, right? It's so awkward. I'm just bad at Gecko, I think.
The Jet one. When I started IGL and I was still Duelist, and I'm having a hard time playing Jet because I'm going in and I'm still calling, you know, so I don't want to play that again.
Maybe Yoru? I don't know. Maybe in rank I play Yoru just for fun, but in team, my teammates better Yoru than me. You have Jeremy.
For me, Brimstone. I don't want to remember Molly like.
I'll go with Premi because of his Deadlock. His Deadlock is so good because of his aim. His util is so good, especially his ult usage.
I think for second because everyone knows him as like the best flex in Pacific. Maybe in the world.
Ooh, what a glaze.
For second too, because I like him to play Harbor. Wait. I like you to play Harbor. For me, maybe...
Yourself.
No. Maybe Clove. Creepy Clove. So good. Yeah.
Oh, Clove?
Yeah.
Heavy agent.
Maybe... 5? Oh, Wele. Wele, Deadlock. Wele, Deadlock, Race.
Oh, Bridge?
Oh, Astra.
5 or 6.
Oh.
Maybe 5 also.
For me, 6. Ooh. Cypher, Race, Jet,
No.
Clove, Wele.
No.
The middle one, Tre. Meteor.
Meteor.
MVP bro.
Meteor.
You just put him in Sentinel.
He's good.
Yeah. MVP.
Yeah.
Handsome.
Handsome. For me, I like aggressive. You like aggressive? You like? Yeah. I think aggressive than safe. Thank you for everyone to share talent esports. So if you liking me, I will pay a lot of agent. For me, thank you so much for keep watching my gameplay, and I hope you guys like my gameplay all the time. And yeah, thank you for the support.
Thank you for watching, guys, especially on VCT Pacific. Hopefully we can showcase more on our playstyle as a flex, so hopefully you enjoy it more.
Thank you for watching us. Please continue supporting us. We will show our best every game.
Gago eh.
Hello.
오늘 해볼 게임은 퍼시픽 운동회인데요. 오늘 대표 선수가 선서문 낭독하기만
Players Oath. We pledge to uphold the glory of sports and the honor of our team, to abide the fundamental principles of sportsmanship, and to compete with the effort and skill in the spirit of fair play.
상대편 이길 수 있나요?
Yes. Chill bro, chill. Galingan mo.
Tayo mo.
Trick shot.
Good luck.
One enemy remaining.
Go Kelly.
Go Bray.
Go Bray.
Go Bray.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Hey, focus.
He got lucky.
Oh, okay.
Boy! Bro! Bro! Nice!
choke, I choke. Yep.
Galingan mo! Ba't kinikilig ka, bro? Kinikilig. Kinikilig ka kila. He's getting kinda nervous.
Oh, okay.
Easy.
Easy.
Uy, di ka na kinikilig ah. Locked in.
Easy.
Locked in, di na kinikilig. Locked in, sige.
Back in, bro.
Bro, si bro. Pa-bounce po. Ayun long. Bray!
Easy. Saba, main. Nice cheer.
Bray, ayos ba, Bray? Sorry. Ayos ba?
Just confidence. He needs to eat more to win.
Nice one.
I never used Waylay, so
Papi, you confident, Papi?
I never used Waylay, so good luck to me.
Hey, confident ka ba, boy? Hindi rin. Boy, nirarank mo yan, boy. Hindi ko pa ito nagagamit din eh.
Good luck, boss.
Good luck. Hey!
Hi there. Our spike's down.
Mga parsons, ah.
Boy! Boy! 10 seconds! Boy! 10 seconds! Uy, ang hirap nito, boy.
Strat daw, boy. Waylay. Do this. Spam dash lang.
Go, Jigs! Go!
Spike drop.
I got the spike already! Jigs, takbo, Jigs! 20 seconds, Jigs.
Spike drop.
Uy!
I have the spike.
Nabigay niya.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
Nakakilig yun ah.
Okay, Papi, just be calm, okay?
Papi, kain tayo mamaya pag napanalo mo. Let's go!
Spike drop. I have the spike. Spike spotted. I have the spike.
No! Papi. 10 seconds. Gabi, ay bubit si Papi. Ayan na, Papi.
Spike drop. I have the spike.
I lost in all aspects, I think.
I mean, I think it's because you never used Waylay before. So maybe play Waylay in rank.
Panalo mo 1-1. Hey.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh,
Grabe si baby boy.
baby boy.
Good luck. Good luck, boss.
Good luck, idol.
Boss, good luck, boss.
Same spot ah.
제레미 지금 어디쯤 갔을 것 같나요?
I think it's on the edge already.
Grabe yung kalbo. Oh, grabe yung kalbo.
No, I think just lucky. Boy, cheer boy.
Yay! Yay! Let's go!
Bro, cheer bro.
Yes! You want me to
Go,
cheer?
Jeremy.
We will eat later if you win.
Nice.
We trust our bald guy.
Bald buff.
Bald buff.
I go first. Ikaw na, panalo kayo. May bayfall. Saka titigil, boy. Boy, baka mahulog ako, boy. Huwag mong isipin. Okay, okay.
Panalo ka na dyan.
Sa edge. Edge ito, sa edge. Huwag ka lang mahulog. The first player to fall.
Experienced man.
I already experienced it.
제레미 어디까지 갈 거죠?
To the middle, from the vent.
Safety first.
Safety. Safety.
Go boy.
I think it's on the edge.
Isip ko dun, Mark.
Ready, ready.
Focus boy, focus boy, focus boy.
Yes! Yes! Uy, saan yung mga cheer ko?
Ito!
Yes! Ready?
Spider-Man instinct. Ano, skin ng gampin?
인비, 오늘의 베스트 플레이어를 뽑아보자면
Him. Me.
올해오 제레미 동의하나요?
Yeah, he's the MVP.
MVP.
하피, 우리 팀의 패배 1등 공신은
I think me.
You didn't score one.
상패와 상장 전달이 있겠습니다.
Yay!
MVP, MVP. MVP.
MVP.
한번 읽어주시죠. Repeat.
The team is awarded this trophy in recognition of their victory at the first Pacific Field Day, where they demonstrated exceptional skill and outstanding teamwork.
Foto.
Foto.
Foto, Be, foto.
It's another week here on VCT Pacific. It's week number 4 and the playoffs are drawing ever closer. What's up, guys? You are here on the dance with myself, Mika Fabs, with Big Time and Pilski. I feel weird, but I'm like, welcome back, self, to
welcome back, you.
Pacific. It's weird for you guys to welcome me back. Like, I'm the host, but you have to. Like, I'm so relieved to be back here.
Yeah, it's nice that we brought you back right when Secret's about to get their first win. So perfect
Exactly.
timing. You're right
Guys,
on time.
we can start winning now. But before all that, I mean, like, you guys have to catch me up on a lot of things. Boom is apparently undefeated as it is in week 4, which is kind of crazy to think about, but hey, that's the perfect time for you guys to check out the new capsule in store. The Boom and the Nongshim capsules are available. Are you getting one? I think you're getting one. You made somebody a promise.
You know, so I said if they win today, I will buy the Boom bundle. That was my promise.
It's conditional.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to buy a loser team bundle. They gotta come out on top. They topped the group.
Well,
sure. They get my hard-earned money.
that is fair though.
I think so. They can earn it. They can earn it.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard directly from William Cho himself that the Nongshim bundle does indeed shoot noodles. So make sure you buy that.
Wait, that changes the game.
He guaranteed that for me.
That changes the game, and I believe it. I believe it because Will Cho said it, for sure. And by the way, if any of you guys like this little thing that's on my head right now, it's really cute. If you do attend playoffs in person, you will get one yourself. This is the most important part of my outfit at the moment. I'm very much proud of it. But going back to what we have so far, I mean, there were many, many amazing plays. Last week was pretty crazy, if I'm saying the least. I mean, fill me in on some of these things because we have a lot to catch up on.
I mean, where do we even begin? I mean, as you touched on, Boom currently undefeated in the groups. I mean, that's an insane run, something nobody really would have predicted heading into this stage 1. But then we do see the likes of DRX, T1 topping respectively. And I mean, I think there's just been so many amazing plays. It's hard to even name them all, right?
I mean, we have our Pulsar Flick of the Week, and we have some of these amazing plays. And Pilski, you know, it wasn't just Boom. For example, you know, you had so many plays and so many surprising, I guess, a little bit fails as well.
Oh, for sure. I think it's been an interesting season in the sense that, you know, some teams do have undefeated records and are looking very solid. Some teams maybe are struggling to get wins on the board, but have actually been taking maps and playing things very close. I would say that Secret would be a good example of that. They definitely do take some wins here and there, so hoping they could potentially pick one up today. You know, you've even got some teams bringing some fresh rosters in and some new changes, one of which we'll get to see today. But I suppose one to touch on that we won't see today, Talon doing very well for themselves, having brought some rookies in. I got to watch their academy team play last night, and that was fantastic. So it's good to see some of the upcoming talent get moved up into the Pacific League.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many pop-off moments, and I think that it's getting into this weird part of Pacific wherein you're not exactly sure how the script is going to go. We have, you know, heavy hitters who we thought would be like, oh, it's smooth sailing for this team, but then suddenly it's like, wait a minute, why don't you guys have a win? And then you're like, wait a minute, why are you guys undefeated?
I
Hold
mean-
on, we didn't have that on the board.
It's an incredibly close league. I feel like that's what makes Pacific so amazing is I feel like almost anybody can beat anybody else on the right day. So it's about finding that consistency, really being able to string your wins together. We're seeing some teams be able to pull that off. Others are still working on it, but I think that's why Pacific's so exciting, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Even a team like DRX, who has been winning a lot of games, is undefeated this year in Pacific. They're still continuing to push the envelope and make changes, whether it be player changes or compositional, stylistic changes. And I'm keen to see what they're going to be cooking up today as well.
Not to mention, it's also the amazing players that we have on that stage, right? And we are going to bring back an old favorite of ours from Kickoff. We are going to be building our own teams. It's a bit different now. You would say it's a build different now, which is what we're... Hey, you like that wordplay?
Wow.
Like that? Yeah? Thank
You're
you.
good at this.
Shout out to Phil. It's almost like I'm a professional. Almost. I'll get there. I'll get there one day when I'm a big girl. But right now, we are going to be picking our own teams. Same rules as last time. We do have any one of the players from each team that will be playing on that stage today. We need to fill in all of the roles, but here's what's different this time around. Victoria and I now get our moment, and hey, the stakes are real.
I'm scared
this time around.
Yeah, we were posting some of our picks publicly when we were preparing for this segment. Mika sent her picks secretly directly to the person that's in charge of it. I've never seen her more serious about something before.
Absolutely not. And then I put spy cams on like Pilski's like room so that I know like what he's gonna pick and everything. It's real now, especially since we actually have a prize.
Is that legal?
For shh, quiet. We have a prize. We have a prize for whoever is the best coach for this stage, and they will be getting a Predator Helios Neo V16, which.
If you win that and you win Best Coach, are you going to coach like Team Secret or something next season? Is
Maybe,
that what happens?
Maybe assistant coach. Who knows? I don't want to take it away. But who knows? I mean, it could be crazy.
I mean, I'm so locked in. I need this last one. I'm about to put more effort into this than anything else.
I only want it to take it away from you.
I can tell.
Well, please do. Take it away right now. Gentlemen, please do begin. Share your teams before Victoria and I share ours.
So we had to, of course, pick at least one player from each of these teams, and the flex slot can be any non-duelist. So I'll run you through my team very, very fast. Duelist, one of the highest rated.
That's my team.
You're over here.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
That's
But you know what? That might not be a problem. That might not be a problem as we get deeper into this segment, actually.
I went with Famous, one of the highest rated duelists. Fantastic on the op. And then we get into the smokes roll. Oh,
you dropped your
It's not gone
boy.
well. It's not gone well.
Oh, what does that
no.
mean?
It's not
What
gone
does
well.
that mean? He
I've
dropped.
got DOS 9.
DOS 9 dropped from Boom, confirmed.
Oh, drop from big time Steam.
Wait, which one's smokes? This one's smoke?
Oh, sorry.
I think so. Sentinel, Estrella, coming into DRX. Been very impressed with him, putting up numbers. And then for Team Secret, I had to go with Envy. He's getting all the stats. I mean, he's been an absolute beast even on this Team Secret team that's struggling to find wins. In fact, wait, this has to go down here. DOS9 was my flex, and Persia was my duelist, because we had to have, of course, one from each different team. So this is a team I'm very happy with. I'm sure everybody watching at home is like, yep, that's the perfect 5. That's the 5 I would have gone with. So do you want to talk through yours and why it's wrong?
Well, basically, I went with some very egregious picks. I copied Morgan's homework. He is my GOAT. I've chosen Famous as my duelist. He is insane op stats, and this is based on kills, by the way.
Yeah.
And I have a lot of faith that Famous is going to get a lot of kills. Envy's going to be my initiator, my Team Secret player. We've got Persia as my
literally
controller.
copied each.
Insane.
And I've got Estrella as my Sentinel.
Insane.
And then this is where I'm going to expose Morgan as a fraud. Because he has been sipping for this guy. But where is Freeing on your team, Morgan?
Okay, I thought long and hard about Freeing. I mean, this is the key difference between our teams, right? DOS9 versus Freeing, which, to be honest, is an insane head-to-head that we will have later on today. You know, a lot of respect for your team. It's very, very close, but I got to have faith in my boy DOS9
I have one basic question for you.
Yep.
How is DOS9 going to get you points if he's getting shot in the face every round by Free?
No. He's going to shoot. Look, I love Freeing as much as the next person, but he's not going to put the numbers that DOS9's putting up. So I'm sure everybody can agree that these teams, while being quite similar, I mean, it's all there for a reason, right? We're based on kills. These are all kill demons, I would say.
Okay, much respect to this pick, but the reason why, and I'm going to show it a little bit later, but the reason why I actually didn't go for Famous, despite him being so terrifying last week, is because they're up against DRX. Had to take that into consideration.
True.
You don't think you can do it? You don't think you can do it against DRX?
Against DRX.
Ooh,
against DRX. If
that's
it was another
controversial.
team,
I actually think that's a pretty base take, especially with what they're going to be bringing. We'll talk about it more in the actual matchup discussion, but I kind of low-key agree with you.
Yeah.
A little bit.
That's a little bit later. We do have everybody's picks here, including, I actually haven't seen Victoria, so I'm interested to see what we've gone with. Oh, I went with Dambi.
Yeonmin, Envy, Berserk. Okay, that's a good team from Vic, and that's a good
Yeonmin.
team. You guys are very Nongshim pilled. You guys are Nongshim pilled.
There are stakes. The laptop is there. We want it.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting so much Nongshim.
These aren't predictions. I'm not like doing the
Here's
whole.
my question though. It's really confusing to me. I think you guys have both predicted Boom to win. Oh, sorry, you've both predicted Secret to win, but you've picked Nongshim players.
Well, one has a laptop and one does not. Oh no! I'm getting revealed. I'm getting doxed here.
Clip that.
Nika Fabs on Fraud Watch.
Well,
live on broadcast.
We also had to like flex excuses, reasons.
already kind of
He's on his way out.
No.
Please.
He has some kind of trauma with you.
Don't drop him.
It's breaking. It's breaking.
I know. It's okay. Hang in there. Hang in there, DOS9. It'll all be okay. But I know it is crazy because like you look at these teams and everybody, especially in the first series, I am really not sure how it's going to go because everyone on both rosters could actually pop off in this series.
I mean, that's kind of what makes this difficult. I mean, we've all gone along the same kind of, especially me and you, we've gone along the same lines of thinking as looking at past stats, but that's not necessarily the best indication, you know, when you look at, as Mika, as you were saying, as you look at these matchups, I mean, I think, well, I actually spent quite a lot of time organizing mine this morning because, again, I want to win this. Yeah. I almost went a couple of different ways, had a couple of different lineups prepared, but this was the one I said.
I think we and you are really on the Australia honeymoon period kind of thought process, but that could go very wrong today, honestly.
Yeah. I have many questions actually for this DRX. Don't get me wrong, it's very exciting and we're going to talk about that a little later, but you just look at the standings and you see how much success DRX have been having alongside T1 and alongside Boom. If you had told me like at the top of stage 1 that this is what we're going to be looking at you know, week 4, I would have said no, that's not possible. No, poppycock.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly balanced, right?
British fluently.
I know. I'm learning.
That's how we
I'm
talk.
learning. Wait, I didn't put the accent. Poppycock.
That's terrible. Awful. Let's move on away from that as fast as we possibly can. We look at Group Alpha. We see DRX and Boom at the top. Both flawless, 3-0. Both up 5 in the map differential. So it could not really be any tighter between these two teams to top Group Alpha.
Except the round diff.
But the round diff is like, you know, that's down the line when we go to the tiebreakers. So
when we get there.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the fight for the top of the group. What were you super surprised about, Mika, when you look at this standings graphic, you know, coming in hot into week 4?
I definitely was so surprised that Boom is continuing on the success that they are enjoying. Because not only because it was a tier 2 team, it's because they're able to actually keep that, you know, momentum going on despite being hit over and over again by some of the best teams in the region. Other teams would falter or maybe take a few steps back or maybe second guess themselves. But Boom is like, no, we know who we are. We're going to run with it and we're going to keep on going. That's what I'm so impressed with.
Yeah, for sure. I think following a lot of these storylines of these players and some of the teams that haven't necessarily played as much in Tier 1, when you see them finally find that consistent success, you know, if you're a person that's been following a lot of these players' journeys for a long time, then it's going to fill you with a lot of pride. But speaking of, you know, our first matchup, I mean, Nongshim's been a fantastic team to watch.
Yeah, but lately, that's the issue, right? They're not looking like the same Nongshim like they were maybe in kickoff. It's been 2 losses in a row for them against T1 and then against Talon. It feels like the standard of tier 1. Oh, that's a little tricky because we have a tier 1 and we have them in tier 1. It feels like that's catching up to them. They're being forced to adapt and evolve, but they're not quite sure where to go yet. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, for me, they haven't managed to find that consistent footing that they had all the way through Ascension. And for me, it's a combination of obviously a step up to tier 1, a step up in level in terms of who you are playing against. And I think the way the meta has changed and developed has not helped this team. We saw them being all in on Waylay, and I was all for giving them more time, but it did not seem like it suited them. As they couldn't make that work at all. So now we're seeing them swap back to Neon, but Neon isn't once what it once was. So they definitely have to try and find ways to redefine themselves to get back to where they were.
Yeah, I think honestly you could look at a lot of the results that they've had and be happy with the up until I think that Talon loss. That Talon loss definitely made me a little bit question what Nongshim was bringing here into Pacific, because before that, I mean, even in kickoff, they were beating Boom, they beat RRQ, who are a very strong team, multiple times. When they play T1 and DRX, they play them reasonably close. They don't get blown out of the water. So for the most part, Nongshim is still a very strong team here in Pacific, but that loss last week against Talon was a big question mark for we, especially in the fashion that they lost against them.
It was quite revealing, I think, for Nongshim. And on the other side, you have Team Secret that haven't won a series yet. As Quack mentioned earlier, I believe it's been 279 days. Is that correct?
He marks it on his calendar, Quack. I've been to his house and he has a specific calendar. He brought it in his suitcase all the way from Singapore and he marks every day the Team Secret doesn't win a game.
Today's the day it changes, though. I'm a Team Secret believer for today. I mean, we'll get into it when
give me that high five. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Quack guy. What a PRX sim.
But you look at this, okay, vibes are pretty good, but here's what I'm wondering. Okay, this is me speaking without any bias. They say that they've made changes, right? We saw that content timeout with Meow saying we have some role changes or anything or something. It's not working, and I feel worried because you see more players, starting to flex around. You see other teams really adapting and really running with strategies that become their own. Team Secret, unfortunately, they still feel like they're playing the exact same game that they were 2023, 2022, or even 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where they're coming from in a way, but I do think flexibility is very important. I would like to see them innovate a little bit more, but I think when we watch their games, they've been so close, They're managing to take maps, they're taking maps off Team 1.
Almost team again!
So I can see why they're not desperate to make big sweeping changes, because they only need a few small tweaks and then they can start to close out these games. But, that's the story of this roster for me. It's so close, but so far.
Yeah, I think it can be a little bit hit or miss at times. What is this? What have they got?
This is how... That is
Morgan,
so sad.
As someone from the UK, doesn't enjoy flavor.
Yeah, no, not at all. I actually don't use the spice bucket. It's just the plain noodle.
Oh my god!
In the water.
Wait, what do you do with the spice packet?
I bin it instantly and just have the plain noodles in about that much water. That's how it should be.
I'm hurting.
You haven't
I'm
been
hurting here. Send it my way.
Take that one, Nongshim.
You could still be deported at this point. Dambi.
Send it my way. Send it Dambi's way, because he could use a lot more spice.
Oh my lord. I was curious, but that says it all. The Waylay stats for Dambi, that is not looking good. I definitely do not want to see him playing any more Waylay.
Yeah.
Even though I have seen a couple of games on Waylay that have looked promising from other teams lately and actually remind me a little bit of how Nongshim have played in the past. I just don't think it's been working for them, so I definitely want to see them stick to some more comfortable agents for Dambi, because he hasn't been the same level that he was in the Ascension run, but he's at least been a serviceable duelist when he's not playing Waylay.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing, this really, I feel like this is lacking all the spice. You need to send all of your spice packets, Morgan, over to Team Secret, because they're clearly lacking some of that heat.
Man, look at all this red. I mean, this really tells a story that they've just not found a way to win these series. Despite close maps, despite often dominant map ones, they've not been able to close out these games, but they're looking to flip that script today. I mean, I think if there's ever a game where they can do it, it is now. I don't think this is a team that should go, winless in the group. I think they're better than that, but they need to turn that around.
Yeah, for once I don't feel alone. For once. I mean, I know I've been a little bit Delulu lately, but this Delulu is going all the way to the dulo. That's end in Filipino.
Okay.
Anyway, that was a really bad joke. We're looking at the map draft right now.
Yep.
How are we feeling about this? Because I feel like this doesn't exactly favor any one team, but Team Secret, hey, they got like a lot of momentum on Pearl last time.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, Team Secret's Pearl has not been that bad at all. So I'm kind of like.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's been that bad. You think it's been bad?
Interesting. I think it's been very hit or miss, especially in kickoff. They had a couple of pretty lackluster games. Nongshim has been fantastic on Pearl. They've been 4-0 on it, even beating some of the best teams in the league. They smashed DRX in kickoff, RRQ, Boom. Those are the teams that they're beating on Pearl pretty consistently going back to kickoff. So I think leaving this in the pool when other teams are consistently bamming against Nongshim is an interesting choice from Secret. They were playing the G2 comp with the Chamber on it, Chamber Yoru, so we'll see how that works up against Nongshim. But I think Nongshim are going to be very confident with this entire veto, to be honest, because they've got Pearl left in by Team Secret. Team Secret then picks Split, which is a map that Nongshim was picking previously, and they've definitely put a lot of work into. They played a lot of different comps on it. Yeah. And then Lotus is a map that Nongshim is very comfortable on, has played for a long time as well. So I think Nongshim is very happy with all three of the maps in this veto.
I like Nongshim banning out Icebox as well. That was the map where Team Secret were able to upset T1 last week. So I do think the veto makes a lot of sense for Nongshim, but I really don't think this is an impossible veto for Team Secret. I do think they have potential, but they have to find a way to make that work.
I love it. I'm not alone. I'm not alone this time around. Thank you guys for jumping on this train with me. At least for once. At least for once. The viewers, never mind them. No, I'm just joking. This is a really, really difficult match to actually predict. But we're going to find out what indeed happens as we send it to the stage. For our first series of the day, it's going to be Nongshim versus Team Secret.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific. Nongshim Red Force.
Korea's Ascended team seems to have run out of a bit of steam lately, but perhaps it's just a pit stop for them as they ramp up for the next half of the stage. One thing's for certain, Nongshim's game isn't what it once was, but the big question on everyone's minds is how do they evolve while still staying true to what they know.
Yeah, they had a rough game against Talon last week, but they have still pushed some of the best teams in this league. So this is a must-win against the Team Secret that is winless so far in 25.
Oh, definitely. All battles seem to be uphill for Team Secret lately, this match being no exception at all. And this squad struggling to regain their former glory. The big question for Team Secret, this Filipino squad, is there anything left for them here in Stage 1 of VCT Pacific? Does this team have any tricks left up their sleeve, especially for this match that means so much to them? It could be 1 in a million for them by winning this.
Yeah, they have to win today, or I think that they are eliminated from playoff contention. Yep. The stakes cannot be higher for this Team Secret roster, who, as you say, have not managed to get a win on the board. It's It's not been without their good maps, not been without their big plays from their big players, but they've not managed to string it together. Today is the day they have to find some consistency, upset this Nongshim team, and start some momentum towards playoffs to keep their hopes alive.
Even in kickoff, like they would pick a map and look phenomenal on it. It's not like these guys can't play when they have a good read and they're feeling in good form. So we really need to see Team Secret show their best selves, and not just on one map. We need consistency across the series, especially with how the veto this would unfolded here. These are 3 maps that I'm pretty confident in Nongshim for. Split, I didn't like it when they were picking it, but if it's getting picked against them, then you're feeling a lot better on it because you know that they've tried to adapt that into that map pool since the start of 2025, and they put a lot of work into this map specifically. So I think Pearl is going to be a good start for Nongshim. They have not dropped it yet. They're 4-0 on it, and I think that they're going to be very confident that this has made it into the map veto.
Yeah, I think Pearl is a pivotal map absolutely in this veto, but I don't think Team Secret will be too upset that it's been picked into them. I think they will have known that this is coming, and this was a map where they managed to beat Talon last week. They looked dominant. They didn't drop around on their defender side. So Team Secret can definitely play this map. Being able to upset their opponent's map pick would give them huge momentum. I think this is for sure the pivotal moment of this series, this map one.
I think that both teams are on the same side, actually, of the same coin, but it's just that Nongshim, they haven't reached their ceiling yet. And for Team Secret, it's that big question. Is this their ceiling? That's very worrisome, and they have to prove it on this map.
Yeah. They can't slow down. They can't slow down now. You know, we've seen these players for a long time. They've been able to make it to international events in the past, and they need to find that path forward.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the Asian select here. Nongshim going to run with the same comp that they have been using on this map. If it's not broke, don't need to fix it. It's going to be very lurk heavy on this attack side. That's something that Team Secret are going to have to actively shut down. They also are going to maybe have some issues against this op if they can't get these quick side execs off.
Yeah, Team Secret sticking with what they know here. Keep rolling on with that Chamber and Vice double Senti combo, which of course does play similarly to what Nongshim want to do. I think we're going to be seeing quite a slow game here, lots of slow defaults, and I think that's the key difference, is that how are you going to use the Yoru versus how are you going to use the Neon? I think that's the pivotal key to this matchup.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think definitely looking at the lurk timings and things like that and the way these teams use the middle of the map on their attacking side.
Well, will this finally be that first victory for Team Secret for a very, very long time? Or will Nongshim Red Force finally pick up their stride once again? We are going to find out as we step into Pearl, the first map of the day, and we send it over to your casters, Quackmodo, to take us through it.
Why, yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mika. And I'm just, I got to look through my calendar, you know, kind of like what Pilsky was talking about. Yes, it's April 12th, and it has definitely been 279 days since Team Secret picked up a win officially in the whole VCT
but
league.
it's crazy because there's only been 10 series that they've actually played in that time. So
True.
if you consider that as well,
Still is a pretty huge record.
It still is a pretty deep run of days there. Coming in towards this series, though, of course, was Pearl an expected one to be coming out from Nongshim? They're not a team that generally opts directly into it, but happy to be floating it lately. I like.
Which is pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I like the scorelines that they've been gathering on that one as well. I think there was some questions from me and a lot of people out there with some little changes in agents last time. So I'm glad that Downby is going to be back on towards the Neon, of course.
Yes.
Waylay, we'll wait to see if we've got the curious ISO
But
come from
I do
IB
think
later.
I do think Pilsky had a pretty interesting point as well, you know, talking about Team Secret's track record, win rate so far on a map like Pearl. It kind of is like hair on paper thin's head. It's somewhat sparse. So, you know, only finding that win from week 1, but we'll see how it all plays out today. Unfortunately, though, Wild are not going to be able to find his shots around mid, so that kind of mid presence has already been eliminated.
Don't worry, we're not going to see any Headhunter whiffs immediately in this one and sacrifice an ace over towards their opponent. But we are going to see some damage back from Team Secret surrounding this B side. It gets a little bit awkward here, Quack.
Very much so, but thankfully Team Secret will continue to swarm. They found the spike.
And the shots are just being collected from them at the moment, aren't they? Great headshots from Team Secret. It's all on a Margaret, a lurk. Spotted out, gravity weld in. Good shot though.
Still able to find it. Blinded for a while. And that is very much so information for Team Secret. They're pretty low as well, so a single shot from the Sheriff towards the engine block could very well be their doom. Margaret has an opportunity here, but yeah, might have been a little bit distracted, just sensing, you know, tiny pixels here and there, and that's when the swing comes out.
Well, these teams were equal in the pistol accumulation going in towards this series, I believe, 9-7 apiece. So that's going to be a little bit separated now with, of course, one of the teams having to win a pistol. You can't have a handshake and walk away in this round and just call it equal. Great little trap plays to come on out, and you got to consider that that's technically a 4v5 deficit conversion coming in since Wild Oreo was bested at the very beginning of the round.
Not too bad. I mean, good recovery overall. Just making that decision to push their way up B-Long. As the next round comes in, though, it's going to be Team Secret in with that little buy as well, of course. Wild Oreo on towards the Outlaw, now taking a main control.
As long as you're not kind of giving up too much here as Team Secret, it should be all good. You've got Wild Oreo posted on the Outlaw line, and he'll have the rendezvous as well in case there's many members that come towards him and potentially look to flash him off, stun him up.
Let's see if he finds his picks. There are a lot of targets marching towards him. The stealth drone, yep, will kind of inform him somewhat. So rendezvous away, that's information.
Can still get back on a pretty powerful line in this sort of situation though. Has Jesse Vash to assist, has a recon in a second, but all these utils starting to come on through. Let's see if Nongshim can get a plant.
Yeah, initial mortar strike, you've got the smokes up, so it allows Nongshim to try to sneak their way in, but still, Team Secret, they have pretty much surrounded the site. I also do want to note Margaret's positioning up around stairs, so he's going to be able to support his teammates, but for now, it's going to be Jeremy who finds the kill through the little angles with the Bulldog, while Team Secret just continues to stay tucked in.
Yeah, it becomes pretty difficult now to even try and get a plant, because everybody at Team Secret's here.
Okay, what's the move going to be, Danby? He's the one with the spike, so trying to get it stuck down now. Jeremy looking for the wall banks, but not going to quite be able to find it. Stuns being sounded off as well, but still, it just is Team Secret slowly but surely moving their way into the site. Jeremy, close range though, not going to be able to find the shot. In Ivy, finding one up around A main as well. Persia will fall, and that leaves Ivy alone. And look at the high-low setup coming through. Lovely protocols coming out from Team Secret just to secure the round. Not too much damage sustained.
Yep. And of course we see the Nongshim Classic in the game now as well. Unlike Big Time, who is only going to be getting a bundle contingent on a team getting a win, I have got both of the bundles before they've even played their games with them in the server. So we like to support our Pacific teams. Of course, bundles for all of the Ascended teams out now, for those that didn't know.
Yeah, yeah, good. Wow. Salesman, what a salesman, Komodo. It is a pretty interesting theme for today's matches though, right? Both Ascended teams, but at the same time, they are kind of on somewhat opposite ends of the groups. Yeah. So I do imagine there's going to be quite a bit of pressure onto Nongshim's shoulders, but at the same time, as the round continues to play out now, full buy coming up. Jeremy, again with the Bulldog, marching upwards on towards B-Long. Now they spot him out, and he can't quite get himself out of there. No gate crash available. Damby will find the frag, continues to slither through, but it's going to be 2GE trading right back up.
No teammates to go with Damby to assist him there either is just a little bit awkward. You got to keep your strength in numbers here and play the long game, especially when you're going up with your rifles against the bonus round of Team Secret.
That's been something that has been plaguing Nongshim for like the past several weeks, or maybe even a little bit in kickoffs. Yeah,
the kind of the whole stage, right? Damby's just been ahead. You know, he was playing the Waylay similarly to the principles that this team employs with the Neon. This time though, together as a pack, the Thorns can sting them up a little bit, unless they all go through the wall together, which they do, but now they're just going to sink that damage. 2GE, oh, it does miss out on the timing just narrowly.
Well timed. Persia still left behind, so has a timing against 2GE. That's going to be the frag, that's going to be the sight. Maybe the spike plant as well. The recon does buy a little bit of time for Jesse Vash to sneak that shock dart a little bit way in.
Yeah, we'll just see what damage Jesse Vash and Wild Oreo can do here. You do have that Vandal, so if Wild Oreo can find something here, wouldn't be too bad to chip away at the economy of Nongshim, who are just going to fall on back towards Art and really play the post.
Would be a good position to hold. Jesse Vash doesn't have any more utility either, so at this point it's kind of push or try to tap them, tap the spike, bait them into peeking against you, but unfortunately, the timing not quite supporting Jesse Vash's intentions back there, so it's going to be just down to Wild Oreo. Not too much damage dealt against Nongshim, who are able to recover themselves.
Pretty level-headed after the initial duel that Damby gets dispatched in, right? You pivot over towards the A side of things, you look to establish a plant, you expect that there's going to be a little bit of a challenge there as well, so they're making sure that they've got some protection around the spike plant. You see it from Francis there, who will get a little bit closer to that Armageddon with getting the plant eventually as well. It's just good to see that, you know, we're already getting some of these great protocols from both of these teams, but these are the sort of rounds that really interest me, right? When you've got the buy-up from both of the teams, when you've already got Jeremy with this dimensional drift, he can really find something good for the team on a retake or to layer information and get something pretty sneaky happening. For now, though, he just needs to get out of there as pressure builds up around B.
I mean, that's what you do want to do as a Euro, but you can't quite do that freely when Francis is, you know, repeatedly sending that stealth drone all the way through.
Right there.
So now a little bit more attention towards middle.
You're going to have to take some body jewels here as Nongshim as well, because you've already used that drone from Francis. That's one of the kind of lackluster things about this agent lineup that you're doing. You don't have the great refreshable for information like Jesse Vash does have on the Sova, for example. So you're relying on Team Secret to give you some information here. You got to go together as numbers. You do spot out where Wild Oreo is, missing a couple of shots. But with sub 50 seconds to go, you've got to make an idea for Nongshim here where you want to end. And if they do continue to go to this A side, Vice utility, Astrostar's already available too. It can get quite awkward.
Yeah, positionally as well for Team Secret. Persia, unfortunately, will get caught out, so no additional support found for Nongshim. They're going to have to just barrel their way into the site. Unfortunately for them, Jeremy has already got his sights zeroed in, even pulls out the dimensional drift. Try to stick the plant, but that's going to be Envy finding the wall bangs down to Jesse Vash with the double kill at the end.
There is not a lick of damage done to any of the Team Secret members in that round. They went out with what they went in, essentially, just a little investment of utility. That was a really well-played round from them from beginning to end, isolating Persia in the 2 versus 1, playing a crossfire on the site as well, and Jeremy using the dimensional drift to get out of dodge, get some information for the team, and it's another situation where you've got a wallbang coming from dugout to deny the plant. This is something that Nongshim is going to have to kind of recognize really quickly as already being a thorn in their side.
Yeah, Pearl, a map like this, you know, it's something that both teams were rather successful on in week 1, but just as we saw the way that entire round played out, right, Komodo? Like you mentioned, it's the way that they were trying to work their way across the map, but at the same time, we're seeing semblances of that same issue again. You know, Dambi trying to movement his way into sight, but very well received by Jeremy this time.
And it's a little bit different in terms of how Team Secret did play against Talon, right? When you got Talon's lineup where they were running Killer on a Fade, for example, they've got the essence that they have some drone ability, right? You're prowling in the angles, you're haunting in the angles and everything. So without Nongshim having that, I'm having to kind of see them make sure that the salvos are going to be put in good position, make sure that we're going to see, you know, some importance on how Dambi's going to be playing around this Neon. If the relay bolt goes out and he can slide in with a teammate, coordination of a good arc race, and I think with the teammate is going to be the biggest thing for Nongshim here.
Something that a lot of us have been keeping our eyes on.
Yeah. Bit of a duel around the A main side of things, though.
Little flash coming out from Jeremy as well, allows for the peek, but ooh, Francis, double sheriff kill.
Jesse Vash, though.
He's continuing to peek out, now trying to get the Phantom Sprays, and he's gonna nail it.
He's done it again. He is so sensational to bring these sort of things back.
Exact spot where he earned the ace, like from way back when.
And now you've got an advantage as Team Secret, able to lurk up from Margaret. Can't get it done onto by Envy, who has, again, always been having a cracker series here in Pacific, but now just on a Persia. 1 versus 3, and spotted.
Aerial drone, information found aplenty. And even the shock dart chipping away at him. I know it's kind of just a little bit of an anti-eco, but still, you have to admire how well Jesse Vash played the round.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in that round where things looked scary, right? A lot of teams, when they have the first 2 duels not go their way, they disconnect and try to reset, right? A 3 versus 5 scenario, you're kind of a little bit worried. But the fact that Jesse Vash just stands and delivers here, they give him a little bit of a 1v1 in the beginning there, but the stun lingering on a little bit later on as well for him to just kind of, yeah, bunker down and spray the Phantom out. Great job from him there to bring things back after Nongshim's timeout, by the way. So
can't remember his exact age, but Unk has still got it. And that's Hunter's Fury for the round now, possibly coming in contention against Nongshim, who are, once again, back at it towards B long. This time it's going to be Wild Oreo here, though, with the op.
Yep.
If I'm not wrong, he's one of the...
well, the angle, though.
Ooh.
If he's holding one angle, right?
He's one of the top contenders for, you know, highest op kills in all of Pacific right now. Oh, but he's marching upwards. Both of them have missed each other, and Danby unscopes at the right time.
Do you expect, though, anyone else to be on the side itself with how far forward Wild Oreo would be pushing up? Generally, Vice Wall would be placed behind it with Thorns as well in case that player does lose their life and there's an attempt at speed. But this time, it's just a really slow down passive affair from Nongshim. Get out some little more information that Jesse Vash is going to be lent towards this B site now on the drone. Hunter's Fury starts to come out too.
Trying to get a good read for the macro, but that's going to be Jesse Vash denying any possible entry. Envy to hold as well. Taken down by Danby though, so there's a slight opportunity here. Margaret marching his way up forward towards B-Link, and it's just Jeremy trying to break things open with a fake out. Does manage to equalize his odds somewhat. It still is a 1-on-2.
Yeah, you'd have to see some brilliance from Jeremy here. One blind side to be able to utilize. You've got Thorns for Ivy and an Arcrose, but that's all about it.
Yeah, and look at the way they're holding these angles as well.
Yeah, the crossfire not really going to be there.
Trying to still isolate a lot of these corners and angles, though. Does spot out Danby, but Danby is way too quick for him. Able to snipe him down with a headshot from the Phantom.
Got to say the timing as well from Envy to be able to sleuth through a lot of that utility to catch Francis off guard was great, but Danby being able to just get the trades around the side as well, opening up, and the rest of the team just having a great idea. Right, Jesse Vash spotted out from the drone earlier, getting out the Hunter's Fury, and it's this reposition from Ivy that he's really, I mean, been having a big dig for Team Secret, right, throughout all of their games. Somebody that hasn't been really, though, that I want to highlight is 2GE, right? We need to see a bit of a step up to come out from him. This is the sort of series where if he's able to, and Team Secret are able to get a win, for example, bring some confidence.
You need it. You need it so much so just to get that win on the board for the team.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if sometimes, you know, it's one of those things where it's that title of IGL hanging a little bit heavy on his head. Trying to still call his way around the rounds. You're on defense right now, though, so...
Watching here.
Yeah.
Just trying to set things up.
The sheer wall as well already going to be popped towards A main, so you're going to have to see a little bit of a hold there from Ivy to give Nongshim the chance to rotate back there if they do want to. What sort of utility you may spot out towards B. A lot of the Astra Stars, you've got the Arcrose there, so you have an idea as Nongshim that it might be a little bit more stacked up. So rotate over. You can still look to off-put Wild Oreo here, who's yet to get a kill on the board. And you've also got a lot of these ultimates that you can really set up for a strong A take.
Ooh. Armor getting straight into the site. Wild Oreo receives Danby kindly.
Oh, he
does get hit. So there is a little bit of an entrance for Nongshim to get into the site. Still, though, Team Secret are racing into the site as well. Francis looking to get that stick in, but still trapped by the gravity well. There is a chance for him to get wall banked. And while that happens, Jeremy and Jesse Vash swarming around both sides around the site itself. Just down to Ivy now, who unfortunately is a little bit lone and cold. Tries to move up front to get the spike back in, but running out of time. He might be able to stick it now, but at that point, they're going to start to push into him. So he holds onto his angles instead, finds a double kill, looks for the third, but shut down by Jesse Vash.
Yeah, on that rotate back towards the site, as soon as Wild Oreo finds that first pick, it does get traded out by the Armageddon. The time is just really starting to tick, and there's enough afforded for Team Secret to rotate. I'm looking at the ultimates that both teams have available, and I'm thinking you can use the lockdown here to try and off-put Team Secret's advances into stopping a spike plant to go down, but as soon as that Steel Garden is dropped, you know that the challenge is just going to be there from Team Secret to keep Nongshim a little bit hot under the collar and under the weather.
Yeah. So they've been able to get their way into sight so far, but not quite needing or having the utility to really fend off the incoming forces of Team Secret. Right now, though, back into A main. Jeremy, slight whiff, but it's okay. Does get away freely. And Wild Oreo to relay forward.
As long as he's able to destroy the drone here, or dodge it, it'll be not too bad from him, but they're going to let it go. It is just pistols at the end of the day, and Danby on the Vandal. He's snuck in pretty far, though, already up through art. Look at this.
Yeah, and with that, not too much because Wildora still has the angles locked down. Margaret, though, now incoming with Persia as well. A bit of an alert coming out from the controller of Nongshim. Still back into the site, and then it's going to be the common spots around Dugout. They're trying to get the wallbangs through, but Nongshim knows exactly how to find their targets. Envy looking to spin around on a dime, but it's not going to happen because Persia jumps and dives in with a judge.
Oh, what a scrappy round around that A site there, isn't it? You've got Jeremy trying to play in and out of the Cosmic Divide as well. The shots are going lopsided. Everybody's missing shots. Everybody's trying to hit something, pulling out utility at the wrong spot. That's just a moment of recognition for a lot of these players that, well, maybe we should just have our guns up and go for the fights. A good lurk out from Persia, by the way, really disconnected from the team, but it kind of works out in the 2 versus 1 trades that come right at the end there. You're never going to be always seeing, you know, really well thought out, methodical action gameplay, especially in a game like this one. It's going to be in the scrap.
Still, though, in the current round, Tour de Force being pulled out by Wild Oreo. He's creeping all the way forward up mid.
And again, as long as you're, you know, not seeing a drone or anything come out from Francis and you're not seeing the Arcros, you can kind of just hold this position as Wild Oreo and try to get the one and then get out of there.
Spots him, instantly done and out, and...
Or does he know Envy?
A little bit of an exchange coming through as well. Envy still tucked away.
I don't think so. Look at where the crosshair is. He has no idea that Envy's pushed up here. This could be huge.
Oh, he hears him going back into that astral form. Oh, gets the shots! Both headshots found and collected! That's the spike down as well!
Are we going to have any rounds of success in a row for these teams? Dimensional Drift in for Envy to try and bring this one back in towards Team Secret's favor. The spike is in control of the defenders, but where do you think Margaret is going to be lurking from at the moment? Because it's just Darby here.
No chance. I mean, even if Margaret is lurking around, as soon as Team Secret keeps themselves on that spike, it's okay.
And Jesse Vash recognizes the situation, slips in towards A main. He doesn't need to really activate way too early, but if Team Secret all decide to go through this A main position, well, they'd just essentially be attacking the site. So they'll split up a little bit, contend with the Killjoy utility that is going to be throughout Art.
Yeah,
and this is a 2 versus 4 retake.
Very much so, and just Team Secret playing the macro game. They knew exactly where that spike was going to be delivered to, so a quick pick being found by Jesse Vash, and now the drone to spot out Dambi as well. This guy is pinned down. Unless he shoots himself out, it's not going to happen. Jeremy, the whole team will converge onto a sole position. That will be Team Secret picking up the round.
Yeah, the fact that Wild Oreo is just able to slip in towards mid, and there's no utility to gain any for the space. You know, I'm a little bit surprised that Envy isn't throwing out... Oh, sorry, Ivy isn't throwing out the...
Similar, yeah, close.
There's one letter difference, man, and they're playing the same agent. That Ivy isn't throwing out the Arcros to at least get some information, or that they're not looking to, you know, have a couple of bodies to spot something out. You've got to be collecting upon this information earlier. Some great ideas on this defensive side, I will say, in this round for Team Secret, and some great repositioning as well, right? It's just playing towards the numbers, playing towards the strengths in that situation, not giving an advantage back over towards.
And I just do want to call back a little bit to kind of the whole, you know, map veto process. I mean, we were kind of thinking, was this Nongshim trying to surprise Team Secret with a pick that they haven't gone with, you know, for the longest time in the regular season in Stage 1? Instead, it kind of feels as though Team Secret are very much so prepared for this.
Yeah, especially on this defensive side at the moment. I think there's just a little bit more lackluster scenarios that Nongshim have been able to present themselves because they're not getting a lot of these opening duels, right? They're not getting a lot of these challenges that they can go in together as a team and play towards the strengths that their agent lineups are doing. We're reliant upon a lot of these lurks from Nongshim right now to try and catch off a couple of Team Secret members. And as long as Team Secret know that, well, they don't really need to be giving a lot of these lurks the light of day, they can just play back in towards these sites, hold a choke point. Either you're going up towards A main, you're going up in towards B main, and you can sit pretty for a while, especially because Jeremy is, you know, getting these one and dones, Wild Oreo is getting these one and dones.
Precisely. Just being able to teleport away gives them so much more sort of maneuverability around the map. Able to get themselves in and out of positions, and right now trying to get a read for how Nongshim might pilot the next round. Team Secret are going for B main pressure.
You're just going to have Persia lurking up a little bit outside club. But again, Team Secret not in a situation whatsoever that they need to take a duel towards Nongshim. Let them waste the utility, right? They have to use a lot of this util, a lot of their bodies to get some forward positions. You got a bit of a trap play over towards B at the moment where you do have Wild Oreo and Jeremy playing together. They can both get out of dodge if things get sticky.
Both of them.
And Jesse Vash as well, if he's able to somehow pick up a kill, well, he'll get the Hunter's Fury for this round.
You gotta admire how Jesse Vash is back onto his very familiar Sova, and that shock dart might have given him a bit of a tell as well, but ooh, teleport not quite deployed quick enough, so it's gonna be a simple frag for Francis right now while Nongshim continues to advance forward into the site. Along with the overdrive though, Jesse Vash able to hold down the line, swaps over the Classic to get away because of that Steel Garden, but unfortunately it's just more space for Nongshim right now. Fake out deployed, trying to create a little bit more space, a little bit more information, and 2GE will spray them down like a garden hose. 3-on-3, the spike attempts to get planted, but Jeremy and alongside the rest of Team Secret will spot out every single one of their individual locations.
Yeah, as soon as the idea that Nongshim are going to have to end towards this B site, let's just drop down the Cosmic Divide and actually make them stay in, or if they want to try and re-peek in towards the site, well, gun barrels are going to be spotted through the wall. It makes it a little bit untenable when you add to the fact that they're trying to get the spike down time and time again, and every time they're tapping it, essentially, the player that's going to try and do that is dying through spams to come out on towards it. Some great positions and just great attention to detail from Team Secret that let's just get there and have the gunfights. Don't use utility. Nongshim have to play for the time. They have to get the plant here. So really well played on this defensive side from Team Secret.
Very much so. It just feels as though Dambi has not been allowed to come online because of how well Team Secret are contacting him. Down to Jeremy now. Flashes, gets himself out of dodge. Wild Oreo, unfortunately though, will receive a hit himself.
Yep. Getting in towards this site yet again as quick as Nongshim possibly can. Armageddon, gonna buy a little bit of time, but now you don't actually have that for the post plant. They have been struggling to even get the plant down, so I don't mind the idea.
Yeah, if Francis can stay alive long enough, maybe salvos, and the rest of the team can work their way around B long, but still, you gotta watch out for how Envy might be able to work his way around this round. One kill, it's gonna be Steel Garden. All right, they know exactly where their opponents are. It's gonna be a full firefight just around B main. Both hopping over, trying to bait out the utility from Nongshim. Oh, what a snap from Jeremy! Back into it, and that's Envy finding the frag towards the top. Not getting into position for the Steel Garden though, and time is continuing to tick away. 1v1, Francis, he spams! He finds the quad, and that's Nongshim coming back up!
Another scrappy round in the end proceedings there. A 4v3 advantage for Nongshim when they get all of that utility on the spike and they're popping it early, right? They have to buy so much time away with the nanos, with the gravity well that are being popped, buying time, waiting for the salvos to still come back online for Francis after using the Armageddon to at least establish some space for the team to get the plant down. It's at the end there that, you know, Spike is half defused. That Guardian, if it misses a couple of the shots, the round would have gone the other way, and we're thinking maybe this is going to be a 9-3 half. So at least Nongshim are able to afford themselves that one on a lesser equipped buy last round of the half. They are one away from the lockdown. To be able to drop down at this A site would be okay, but then you've got to also consider, mate, Jesse Vash has Hunter's Fury, Jeremy's got a Dimensional Drift, there's Steel Garden. That to me screams retake.
For the last round as well, a retake will be so huge given the utility, but it's not even needed. Jesse Vash just receives full contact. Unfortunately, will fall as well. That's when Jeremy pulls out the Dimensional Drift, does buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team. He's trying to mark them in case the team can find some spams, but it's Waller with the shorty instead. Ivy to dive up for it for the trade. Steel Garden immediately deployed to flush Nongshim away.
Because they count 2 players on the side itself as well, right? So you've got a lot of time that you can still play with, try and beat them on the rotations, which they're not going to, but that wall is crucial to off-put 2GE.
We'll see. Can 2GE find his opportunity? He does go for the stun, but unfortunately the pulse not quite enough for him. A frag dropped again. Jeremy only now. Inside of Halls, he does find the double! That equalizes the odds!
And now the shear wall gets popped as well, so Envy should have a really good idea on where this is by the placement of that lockdown. He knows Margaret's at long.
Does buy a little bit more time away from the retake though, from the duel.
And Margaret has no idea where Envy's gonna come from.
So Envy, well, he's making footsteps at least.
Oh yeah.
Trying to bait Margaret out. Oh, but in with the quick peek. Margaret just finds the tap right square on.
Oh, 2 rounds at the end there to bring that one back for Nongshim. A 5-7 half. Is it enough?
is the question we're all asking ourselves right now. It's pretty close, though. I do admire how Nongshim are starting to recover. They began to anticipate how Team Secret would be looking to receive them. They start to anticipate where, you know, Jeremy might play, where Wild Oreo might play. They began to punish them, or even just to work their way around that dimensional drift.
I think punishment is the word that we apply to Darby at the moment, because he's not been able to take a lot of space for the team. Team Secret catching him off guard. Even when Nongshim had a couple of members behind him, right? When we're looking at these slides and the duels around B-Long, he's still 2 steps forward in front of the team, which you kind of, you know, Neon's fast pace, you get that, but there's no immediate trades coming out, because as soon as that's there, look at the players that are playing contact, right? It's Wild Oreo with the rendezvous, it's Jeremy with the gate
sign
crash.
for the point you're trying to make.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Pretty much.
Well, you need someone like...
To be fair though, Dami does have the monster in him, so we need to see that here.
True. I'm trying to recall what the new Monsters Inc. tagline is. It's laughter we're after.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I just know the original one from like 20 years ago, because now we're old. Like, we are old. We can't keep up with the Zoomers.
We're young at heart, and that's kind of how we're keeping up with things as well. But right now, back into the game, you know, it's just gonna be how Dambi is trying to get himself back into the game as well. You know, just laugh it off, shrug it off, and really recollect yourself with the team, because that's what we've been needing to see, at least now on the defensive side. Possibly more glimpses of that. Currently, though, it is very much so Team Secret leading in terms of the game.
Yep. Opening duels are going to be quite important here. Ooh, especially if you keep going towards the start location and you're able to find Darby. Trap play. Oh, he's by himself.
And with Wild Oreo at the helm.
Doesn't stick around.
Good, so a bit of information. Nongshim tried to get a poke, but Team Secret manages to get away quickly.
Yep. You've got Margaret playing spot over towards the A side as well to commune when that Nebula needs to be popped. You've got the wall over in the street, which will get tripped. So it's just, you know, standard protocols from both of the teams, trying to find some information, trying to draw out this utility. You get an idea that our kill carry on the side of Nongshim at the moment, Francis, is towards the A side as well. Does that give you enough information as Team Secret to either still play towards this site or leave? It looks to be the earlier still.
Francis is holding on to that salvos though.
Yep.
So that's something that could come in handy for that spike plant happening somewhat soon.
Clearing all the angles with the drone. You've still got a dart to layer in when your team starts to get complete control of the site. Team Secret can have a couple of moments here to try and settle things down, baited out the salvos too, so you don't have them immediately in for a bit of a post plan if this goes down.
But it does buy time for the rest of Nongshim to get closer to the site, and that's when Dambi picks them off. Now down to Wilder to try to find and relay onto the next player, but oh, Jesse Vash suffering a bit of a defeat as well. 2GE hiding inside of the smoke, trying to find some pot shots through. He will get away with one, but Jeremy falls as well. So even though the spike gets planted, Nongshim with that one salvos gets close in enough.
Pistols 1-1, so technically they will equalize back again on the pistol mark for the whole of this time period of Pacific. But for Nongshim, you know, they want to start off their endeavors on the defensive side. That's going to be good for them to get some confidence as well. Dambi, when he's not taken out immediately, is able to get some things happening. And I think one of the worries for me lately, when we're watching a lot of Valorant, is when you've got a lot of these 5v5 duels from the teams, nothing is looking too clean. That looked pretty well orchestrated from Nongshim there.
Still though, yes, from the for the long game at least, Team Secret beginning to kind of shape an idea of where Nongshim love to position themselves, especially given how they have bought out so much with their utility from before. So this time a little bit more towards B main.
Yeah, A main though for Nongshim, scaring away Envy.
Some jump peaks as well from Persia. But look at this one between Margaret and 2GE.
Yeah, Margaret's got a lot to do here when you think about it's a 1v2, but it does present a different situation when there's a judge to play with.
Big weapon for a big boy.
And again, Nongshim right now, nobody needs to try and press the issue. Though, with Jeremy coming back towards mid as well, this is where things get weird.
Okay.
Look at the damage onto Margaret, 21.
Looking for the spam through, but Margaret tucks himself away safely.
And now Persia, noted at the back of the holes as well, needs to call for a little bit of assistance. Ivy here, next to the turret.
Great off angle to hold alongside Persia as well from
Barrel, gun barrel.
Oh, it's been spotted. And down to the Bulldog to pick them off one by one. Jeremy, though, slight lurk, will find Margaret and finds himself a judge upgrade as well. I still don't think that's going to be enough for him to close out the round, though.
Danby with the regen shields as well, so he's not too bleeding.
Especially if he can carry that forward to the next round. Jeremy swaps back over onto the Sheriff looking for the spike, but yeah, angle's a little bit too wide. Danby sidesteps away. So we tie the score up 7-7 now.
Yeah, the difference in that round that, you know, if Margaret goes down in middle and that judge is able to be picked up earlier on, a player advantage, you know, that there's sort of what-if questions as well. But good stability brought by Nongshim at the end of that as we will look to get in towards the bonus round and of course anti-bonus round for Nongshim. Still is 3 alive at the end of that one, the pass mark, when you've got the weapons that they take over into this one. Maybe, maybe not. It's 3 Bulldogs that they're going to have here and a couple of pistols. You know, of course, not having anyone that's found way too much of the first 2 rounds to have any ultimates available. But you're starting to get close towards Francis's Armageddon, a great priority on the defensive side. When you've got a Team Secret, a team that can really play stretch towards this B long side of things, that Armageddon can really lock them out, lock them in.
You can be certain Danby's looking for his overdrive soon enough as well.
Yep. And this lean from Team Secret now, they want to reclaim some control towards A that they know they lost in the very beginning. Nongshim are a team that apparently are liking to grab the A main control at the very beginning because they're not seeing too much pressure established from Team Secret either, right? They don't have salvos, they're not running a Taeho to be able to off-put it there. And there's the information that you want.
Really slow and steady pace, but unfortunately it's a pace which is favoring Nongshim right now given the information that they're collecting.
Yeah, but all the pressure that was put down towards B ramp at the moment has made sure that there's some utility reinvested towards this B side. An Astrostar was just popped, Thorns have been placed on the floor from Ivy. So those won't be usable a little bit later on in the remainder of this round, where you get to the 30-second mark, you now know that Team Secret have made a call towards this A site.
30 seconds left.
Danby, calm down, my boy.
Or maybe heat up, need something big.
Possibly, especially if you're looking to deter any incoming insurgents from stairs. The shear wall has been tripped, so...
The plant, it's going to get denied by the salvos here. You got 10 seconds to try to establish this one, and the rotate's already here from Nongshim.
It's ticking away. It's going to be really close. Team Secret, they're into sight, but can they get the spike down even? The shots there spraying all over the place. Bullets whizzing past, and unfortunately,
that's
not enough time for Team Secret to get themselves in. Nongshim playing a defensive stay-away game, managing to pick the round up against Team Secret.
All the attention drawn towards Dugout and Secret there from the Nongshim lads. It's just trying to buy some time for Margaret to sneak on in. He's the one that's the least equipped going into that round for Nongshim. He's only got a Ghost, but he's the one that's able to, in the end, when the time is low, deny the spike from getting planted. The Bulldogs, they do their job in the midst of all of that chaos as well. Danby throwing a spanner in the works. Francis trying to do what he can with all of that utility as well, but it's the time that is the problem for Team Secret. That's awkward.
And that was the bonus round picked up as well. A magnificent Red Bull clutch being picked up just through the macro game alone. Team Secret looking to bully their way through in with another buy though. So back straight in towards A main. And Ivy will continue to hold given his utility. The arc rose popped. Francis finding the shots, peeking out of nowhere. And down to just Jesse Vash and 2GE. 2G, of course, a little bit separated from the pack up towards middle. Jesse Vash still trying to go for those picks against them. Unfortunately falls.
And now the information on where 2GE is, he's already low as well, communicated by Margaret. So this is a extremely untenable situation for 2GE. You would expect it would have to be a monolithic drop from Nongshim.
Yeah, he's trying to sneak around, at least get some more out points at the very least, you know, whatever he can find. But yeah, especially with the information already passed on over, Nongshim happy to collect.
And a bit of a buy-up from Team Secret in that round as well. Clack immediately shut on down at the very beginning, but a couple of members still holding what they need to invest into this new round. I'm curious as to what Wild Oreo is going to do. Of course, he's 2 away from the tour de force, so if they want to play some orb control in this round, they're going to have to try and establish control at A main currently, which Nongshim once again have gathered quite convincingly with all of the kills that come through from Francis there.
That's now one of these other defensive setups that Team Secret has to try to figure out and move their way around.
Remember, it was Team Secret that showed us at a 7-5 half what a flawless defensive side could look like.
Oh, but it's been 6 rounds now for Nongshim. 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, but still looking to run flawless on this defensive side, right? Like Team Secret did against Talent. So a timeout here, invested for Team Secret. Need to have a great discussion on what they want to do around the map, right? You've kind of already been seeing Margaret just putting this utility in through towards Street. You've been seeing the sort of Vice utility over towards the B site, more importantly. And then Teo control over at A, supporting cast. It feels like a little bit there for Francis, who's doing the big heavy lifting.
Oh. Yeah, definitely quite a bit. Just controlling a lot with the utility and the setups.
Those team logos there looked a lot
Way
better drawn than a lot of our players have been able to do here.
Well, you do have to wonder if he's doing that from memory.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Or if he's gotten like a really good reference, but still, good hand. We'll see if our players have good hands right now with Francis back in with the information game down A main.
Heart control is trying to be established. Different look towards some of this Killjoy utility, though. Margaret's still going to be looking over towards Connector. Ooh. Persia to start off, and that's your smoke scorn.
Aye. Not how you want to start the round.
Not really, no.
You reckon?
I reckon. I reckon an Astra player is quite required on a map
totally
like
lose
this.
The controller. That's no big, especially when Jeremy's picking up frags like this.
Losing a Killjoy is probably a little bit worrisome for Nongshim, though, given that that was the mid control and it allows Team Secret to spread towards either side of the map currently. This is where your mid-round IGLing needs to show quite the important strength.
Especially for Envy and Jesse Vash, who are picking up that mantle now.
Yep, and Team Secret too, by the way. Able to upgrade some weapons into this here.
Pressure alleviated, so yes, weapons upgraded.
30 seconds left.
Now looking to launch an assault into the site, but not anticipating Francis to be perched up on top that ledge!
And now they know where Envy is too, because the wall gets popped. He'll take the orb for a consolation prize, but any more bodies he wants to take down with him, you would think.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Envy will be happy to save up for the next upcoming round.
No, they're going to have a buy in the next round. Unless you want to take a Guardian into it, you'd probably look to get rid of it.
Those out points away. Oh. Okay, well, the smoke's going to dissipate, and that's going to be that death anyway.
Yep, now that's the buy round for Team Secret. Cosmic Divide available, one off the Hunter's Fury.
Fair enough.
Wouldn't mind seeing that because we need to see something big come out from Team Secret to really start off this, hopefully now start off this attacking side.
Hopefully. It's been rough days. They've called the timeout, but we haven't found any success for the side of Team Secret so far. They're starting to build up on these ultimates, but so are Nongshim.
And if Francis is having a good day at the office, you know that's going to be quite scary. A lot of these members on Nongshim, any of them.
It's going to be one heck of a horror movie.
I don't like horror movies.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a title, but I've got none because I don't really watch them either. It's Final Destination.
Horror movie is Lotus Nongshim Hierarchy. That's a horror movie.
Well, I do wonder what Team Secret's Final Destination is going to be so far on this map. They've been struggling to find it. You know,
you're at the minute mark. You've got mid control.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
Great angle from Dambi
March
there.
your way down in towards Feeling possibly, but with Dambi sniping them out from the back around Art, that's just tough.
And what do you look to do now? You've still got to contend with the idea that Francis can buy a lot of time with salvos that are going to be here, with an Armageddon too. He's actually at the correct side of things as well. If Team Secret want to try and go down the street too, roll on down.
Oh, and at this point trying to work around that B main lurk pressure. Unfortunately, it's a macro that's being read by Nongshim.
You have to see Wild Oreo. You have to see Wild Oreo.
He's got to march up. Oh, with the Armageddon as well.
Oh,
that is just...
That's the spike! That's the spike!
Collapse!
This round's done. It's over.
Absolute and utter consecration. The player's gone down in the dirt. Spike on the ground, clanking away. And the rest of Team Secret looking to save up their weapons now, truly, fully. Francis is hunting them down.
I like it too, because if he's able to take away any guns here, that becomes a real problem for Team Secret. But Now no one is going to be able to remove them. The problem is, though, Quack, that's another round going to Nongshim on this defensive side. That's 6 in a row. 3 of them, by the way, to Time. Yes, there were some that were a little bit lesser equipped, but Time is the 6th man in this server at the moment in Nongshim's friend.
You gotta love how Time is just playing so well right now. I mean, he's got a lot of assists for the whole Nongshim squad.
Last time out.
Well, yeah, Team Secret trying to recruit their own Time as well. I don't know. You kind of also have to give credit to how Nongshim are able to swap around their defenses so much and react very well in kind to how Team Secret have been trying to break things open.
Yeah, and it's great because when you're running the double Sentinel lineup as well, it does afford you different options, right? You can have the alarm bot in mid doors, you can have the sheer wall. We see a lot of teams look to do that as well. Thorns everywhere, alarm bot, nanos. You've got so much to contend with on this defensive side as Team Secret to try and get informational wise to see if there's going to be anything on the floor. You know, it really makes it hard if they're not able to kind of find a gap around the map free of charge almost right now.
Especially with that op coming in as well now on Dambi, who does have the overdrive, so that's another option.
Yep, and Ivy one away from the Steel Garden too. Can drop that on a dime if Team Secret are starting to get any forward momentum.
At this point, you're staring up against map point. It's not a great feeling, but Team Secret's got to dig deep.
Yeah.
Bai's not the best either right now. So good little flash will push Dambi off of his angle.
Yeah, but immediately Team Secret just going to leave Wild Oreo back towards this B side, the rest of the team towards A, starting to clear it on out as well. Francis did go in here earlier and grab that orb. But if you do want to go to this A site, I mean, look who's here. It's Francis, it's Ivy.
Oh, and they're playing a high-low as well. Ooh! Down to half, but Envy gets the spray against them. The high-low working out in counter against Nongshim. That could very well be the spike plan that Team Secret are looking for.
They themselves have a Hunter's Fury to protect it with Jesse Vash going for the plant now. Envy can buy some time with the Steel Guard, and you'd need to see Nongshim dig deep here to get this back.
Well, they're sitting up on top of a lot of rounds, so not too much pressure for them currently. Happy to find just some simple exchanges. Slowly making their way into the site. Thorns triggered. 2GE with the lurk out from behind. Does spot out Persia. And that's just Dambi left making so much noise. A simple burst from 2GE will put him down.
Finally, Team Secret getting an attacking round on the board. It's been a long time, you know, since they got around in the server right now.
I kind of hope that that's going to be, you know, the story for the entire series, but this is just map 1.
Well, you hope there's a long time between they get rounds?
Finally picking up the win for the whole series.
Right. Okay, yes. Well, let's talk about the fact that if Team Secret do lose this match, well, their playoffs are just done. They're not in at all. Are they going to get even a win in this stage?
So definitely feeling quite a bit of that. Team Secret still needing to work their way across the map. That round was pretty good, but that was all won because Envy found those two crucial frags down in the A.
That's really it, isn't it? If that even gets traded and there's still either Francis or either Ivy still alive there, that can just stave off any more aggression, and you got rotations from Nongshim. Regardless, though, that was last round. This new round, everybody's equipped with the guns that they want. You're starting to piece together some info yet again at the A main with this drone that does actually not spot Dambi.
Need new info. Oh, Envy quick with the reactions. Will take on Dambi. Now, in with the Hunter Sphere as well, but nothing found.
Oh, Francis, though. 1 bolt, down to 70.
Is that enough information for Team Secret to decide to make an A hit? 2GE, what's the call?
Well, you're not seeing anybody over towards B give you a duel as Wild Oreo, who's just going to play big ol' lurk for the remainder of this round.
Yeah, back to that sort of Team Secret default, right? Create that B main pressure, buy some utility out, then launch your assault into A. But Francis, early salvos now. Might be a little bit telling for Team Secret.
Oh, Steel Garden in. Wait for that to go completely there. The TP. I can't best Jeremy.
Yeah, it does get a dink though, so still a little bit of damage done, but then that's where Team Secret rushes to get the spike planted. Jeremy pushing up forward to deny any potential rotations coming through.
And that's
this, yes, is going to be the round 1 in full with Team Secret on the macro game.
Wise decision from Nongshim to save, but even wiser from Team Secret to recollect together after Darby's not able to find the opening duel. Wait for some of that utility to come back online and go together as a team.
So sure, slowly but surely, Team Secret being able to find a lot of these advances. I do kind of want to point out as well that while Nongshim are holding on to their weapons for the next round, they're also a little bit shaky, you know, having that tough loss against Talon last week.
Yeah,
I know it's kind of early in the season. Well, it's not entirely early in the season, but they are a team that are facing the threat of relegation.
Yeah, definitely going to have to be seeing more from them come stage 2. But if they're, you know, able to find this victory and the next one, that'll get them into playoffs. So we'll wait and see. You know, early today in this series, of course, starting to maybe.
You kind of want the champion spot. You need those.
Mate, you want every win. You want every game 13-0. You want 26-0s. You want to lift the trophy and have everybody down in the dirt. That's what you ideally want.
Hopefully.
Well, again, deja vu back towards the A side of things, though Jeremy is going to be leading with the Dimensional Drift. A lot of numbers here already for Nongshim as well. Gets the kill, gets trade.
Good little wallbang shot. Well, this is a place that we've been in before, right? Team Secret still trying to back themselves into A.
Raid Boss Francis down for the count as well.
Here. We do have Downbeat in with the op, holding the angle currently. No information found for Nongshim around, you know, the outskirts of Art. Team Secret still trying to piece together the round.
Information that there is somebody through Art. You'll hear the rendezvous. You get some info that Team Secret, well, are they playing the same as the last round? It's cheeky from 2GE to catch anybody here if they're going to go for a rotate through mid, but it would only be Margaret.
Yeah, you could hold the angle, trip the alarm bot at the right time. The rest of the team trying to get the pinch on.
The interesting thing for me is that Team Secret have not recognized what utility is going to be at this B site here, right? They've not been able to really find any deep momentum in towards this B site just yet. Wild Oreo's been taking a couple of duels here and then ultimately falling off.
And if Margaret, you know, possibly playing the retake game, just finds a single pick, that would be locked down.
But you've still got Steel Garden too, and a wall for Persia, so they've got a lot of these key components to mount a retake.
So many chances and opportunities, but ultimately playing it safe. Nongshim just looking for that 1 point towards map point. Steel Garden instantly ripped and let go. Overdrive now coming in, and that's Dumby finding the trace onwards. Double kill found. 2GE trying to salvage the round. Out from B-Link, he's alone. He pushes in, but that's the spray from Persia around the back. Map point for Nongshim and Team Secret down in the dirt.
Yeah, having to get towards this B site without baiting out anything enormous earlier on, unfortunately. Gets close, I will admit, you know, that 1 versus 2, gets in the smoke, gets Downby off the defuse. Maybe Persia's not able to find it and Team Secret are holding on. But now there's 3 chances to try and bring this one back. And that's why in this round I'm a little bit confused, right? Why there's a rotation back over this B site where you haven't really gone deep enough to see if there's any deeper traps, right? You saw some of the Vice utility in Art, don't get me wrong, but Margaret, I mean, if you're doing your due diligence as Jesse Vash to just shock dart the entryway where a Nanoswarm generally is, at least that was there.
But ultimately still not quite enough down. Margaret playing it safe. Oh.
This is a different look for Nongshim in this round.
Tour de force. Gate crash out. Salvos deep into B main.
Yep.
They attempting to flush Team Secret somewhere.
Well, just that is making sure that it's keeping Team Secret's early engagements a little bit honest, right? They have to put some utility down early to reclaim the control, which is going to be this drone, which is going to be, you know, something that Jesse Vash has really been using to just clear these choke points nice and early, right? We see it so much in this map for him, over towards A early, over towards B now, that he's forced to use. And meanwhile, Envy is snuck up towards A main. But look at on the radar, all of the utility that surrounds this A side here for the double senties.
This does tick time away from the clock as well. Team Secret, they've got to make a decision sooner or later.
If they get spot out over at that A site, a lockdown can just buy so much time. There's nothing to destroy that here for Team Secret. Wild Oreo, the shoulder.
Ooh, he does get the tag, but not the frag. And instantly lockdown placed on towards A. They saw that there's only 1 player around B main, that's a whole tell. Jesse Vash, though, still pushes up front, does find the wall bang. Jeremy now to cut them off around Link. Connector as well.
The smoke. Oh, they're not going to be able to play off it.
Still inside of sight, and that's enough of a presence to deter Team Secret from fully launching their assault in. Now goes for the swing, but that's going to be Envy working alongside his teammates to gun down any incoming players. Just down to Persia, and that will be a round beautifully picked up by Team Secret. It came really close.
Yeah, I'd love to see how they actually managed to find Margaret, the spam through the dugout wall, but also the fact that Jeremy shifts in towards a little bit of a solo lurk mode, in through connector, down through water as well. Getting a little bit sneaky beaky from him there. As Team Secret will achieve double digits here now on Pearl, removing this gun from Persia, who this time, at the same angle as the last attempted save, Quack will get taken.
So, my math is right. Are Nongshim going to be... Yeah.
Math on broadcast? Dangerous. How dare you? He got scanned, that's why.
Oh, that's why he pushed up. So, kind of nullifying that lockdown now, and at the same time, you're striving for that overtime. Nongshim gotta watch their economy as well, and that's what I was worried about. So my math was somewhat right, although I wasn't fully piecing it together.
Yeah. Still pretty proficient in gathering some forward A control space. Just need to not see mistakes in this round from Team Secret. Nongshim, of course, the half buy. I'm hoping to see Francis hold on to that Armageddon for the next round, because that can be some pretty big old exchanges there. Jeremy as well, one off the dimensional drift. But for this round, much slower look for Team Secret. See if they can catch anyone of Nongshim off guard a little bit. The drone now in towards A yet again.
Similar default though.
Yep.
And Nongshim this time with the A-main presence, you know, they're trying to deny Team Secret that entry that they're looking for.
The timing as well from Francis on that salvo, as soon as Darby gets spotted, just immediately staving off any assault.
And that just completely pushes Team Secret onto the other parts of the map, namely B-Link and B-Main.
Ivy needs to get close to these duels if he wants to try and assist his teammates here.
Wow, Persia gets the fan out, Armageddon deployed, trying to cut them off around, and this is a slight opportunity. Ivy will find the frag, but Jesse Vashmaler sneaking in, and now it's just Envy left.
10 seconds to get the plant, and look where it is.
He is way too far away, kind of separated, disconnected from where the rest of his team were. So rushing run over, he's sprinting, he's trying to get the rush in, but Salvo's deployed at the right time, no time to pick up the spike or to even get it planted. Nongshim will deny Team Secret a round. 13-10 as the final score. Nongshim pick up the map.
Another one where the time is just an issue for Team Secret. I mean, hide the name. Are we seeing RRQ again on split? You know, indecision, not seeing the time really utilized as an assisting factor. But again, also, you know, one of the things that I talk about, it's the coordination from Nongshim, just on that defensive side with the information they're getting, with the timing on all those salvos from Francis, with the spot outs from Darby, Margaret and Ivy, not having to do too much, but play angles, play off their own utility. Like, they're pretty damn well coordinated, I will say.
I have to agree with you all throughout this second half. On their defensive side, Nongshim very well constructed on the macro side of things. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, that's not the way you want to go out, man.
No, not at all. I mean,
they
it's
have
only
every
map one.
advantage.
Yeah. Only map one, though, at the end of the day here. Quack, of course, we're going to go into their map pick next of a split.
Yeah, so that's something that we're going to have to begin thinking about. You know, Team Secret still looking for that win all throughout the entire Stage 1 season. They've been struggling, Nongshim struggling somewhat as well, but this is a very lovely recovery. I wonder how, you know, our desk is thinking about all of this as well, so I got to toss it back over to them with Big Time, Pilski, and Mika. How you guys doing? How you doing?
Oh yeah, how you going? Huh? Oh yeah, not bad, thanks.
I hate this accent. It's not. What a terrible work environment. Where's HR?
Gonna go get some titties after work, mate. Yeah. All right.
I feel like I want to try but I shouldn't at this point.
Don't encourage them.
I'm going through a lot. No, this is exactly what I wanted. Encourage more, especially after, you know, you have another loss once again. I'm prepared for this to be all chaos. This is what I want.
Man.
Team Secret had such a lead, and I feel like Nongshim didn't even do anything too special. That's the problem.
This game made me feel sad. That's that's what I would say. Watching the first half, I was so optimistic. And then it began to fall apart. Jeremy on top of Team Secret did play a great game with Francis on the other side, but it just wasn't enough for Team Secret in this map.
I guess not. I mean, I felt like they had some good rounds and some good ideas. I agree, they had a very hot start. You know, Jesse Vash was dominating people almost half his age, and I was just wondering what the hell was going on. Jeremy was fantastic on the Yoru. And we kind of talked about it. Like, this is a map that Team Secret has played kind of on and off. They've moved through a couple of different styles. Earlier on, they were playing that kind of more Ascent meta comp in kickoff. And then we've moved into now like this Chamber Yoru style where you play this slower game. Definitely was a very slow game of Pearl here. And there was some promising rounds for Team Secret, but especially that second half, things really started to get away from them, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to highlight the stuff that was good from Secret and why I was kind of optimistic. So we start by looking at round 4. This was the biggest thing. Round 4 is the most important round in the half. It's that first big 5v5.
This was almost a perfect round, like dart, double swing, and then this happens as well.
Yeah, they have the Yoru ready. They decide not to play retake with it, which is fine. You know, they clearly have a plan. He gets 1 kill, gets all the information. They're so composed. He gets the ping. Like, I was watching this round, like, okay, Secret are back. Like, this was a really nice, really executed round in the most important round of the half. So I was thinking, okay, we're back. Like, my prediction could be right here. We have a chance. And then we watched all the way through the rest of that first half. You know, we see Jesse Vash going crazy. I think we got some clips of him going nuts as well. And I was blown away. I was like, this is a fantastic first half by Team Secret.
What is it about this A area for Jesse Vash as well? This dude only frags like right in this position.
That's where he lives.
It's like this is called Jesse Vash from now on. This guy owns from A stairs, honestly.
But I felt like this first half should have been 9-3 towards Secret. That's kind of the level where I felt like it was at. I felt like they were dominating Nongshim. Nongshim got lucky to get some of the rounds. They got some lucky spams, etc. But then, you know, we move across onto that second half, Pilski, and things really start to fall apart for them, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's the same story once again. Team Secret, they start off with amazing momentum. They look amazing. You are so hyped for them, and I'm like, yeah, let's go. Something happens in the middle of the map. You can see the miscoms are evident. There's something up, and they can't seem to just get back.
Yeah, look at how much they ran the clock down on that attacking side, as well as a few unforced errors that we'll look at some of the replays here for. And it comes down to bonus and first gun round, and this is them really running the clock down, taking a lot of time against the Teo comp. Once you get down to 15 seconds, that's where you got some more salvos ready to go, and this round gets very messy. You see Nongshim on the bonus, flooding straight back into the site, and Margaret, the hero, the unexpected man with just a ghost and not much else in his hand, able to deny the spike. But then this round was pretty egregious. Jeremy goes in with the Yoru ult. He had a fantastic game, but TPing right in front of Ivy, pretty much dying for free, and then we go 1 by 1 through the Nebula trying to contest this A main smoke. This is the kind of round that you will watch later as Coach Meow, and you'll be face palming at the end of the day. MVP goes to Francis. He was the best player for Nongshim in kickoff. He was phenomenal in kickoff, and this is another excellent game from Francis. I think if there's ever one of the top Korean teams that needs an IGL, like, you just, whatever it costs to get this man, honestly. This guy's insane.
No matter what, get him. Get him on your team. I feel the same way. He is incredibly smart. He knows exactly the pulse of their opponents. It can adapt. That's what makes Nongshim so frightening, because they can actually adapt to that, and he's a big part of why that's possible for this team. Going back to Team Secret though, I mentioned IGLing. I know they've been experimenting a bit, tossing around that ball within the players.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like it's paying off.
The thing is, like, part of that is just the side effect of how Pearl is played and the comps that they were playing. They were playing very slow comps. Secret was running down the timer time and time again. And they did have actually a couple of decent rounds in there, but just the way that they started that half, especially in a 13-10 game, just dug way too big of a hole, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you have that little side quest with Wild Oreo, and maybe it was like Ivy, or maybe it was Francis over on B. You know, what's happening over there? It's the Operator Showdown somewhere there. That always happens on Pearl. Going over into Split, though, how are we feeling? Because Nongshim, I don't think they have to fix anything here.
Here's the thing. They played Waylay last time. I hope that that doesn't happen again. Split is a map that they've picked. Even they picked it against T1 and played this Waylay comp, and they got 11-13 despite Danby not having the best stats. This is a map that Nongshim has felt very confident on and has been well and truly in their wheelhouse. I mean, if you're picking it against T1, then, and it's a map that T1's known for playing banger games on it, you are feeling pretty confident on this map. For Team Secret, they've not played it in a while, since kickoff, I believe. So I feel like this is kind of one of those maps that they're going to show us something completely new on, and they're going to be picking into this series. But I just don't get the sense that they're going to be playing against the same Nongshim comp. I think Nongshim's done with Waylay. I don't expect them to run Waylay again.
Yeah, I would very much agree. I want to see what Team Secret have cooked up here, because you need something if you're going to pick this. Like we say, we've not seen them play it in the stage 1, so what do you have prepared? And was it prepared to counter this Waylay that now we know that they've moved away from? I would like to hope that they're a little bit further forward than that, and we're not going to see them kind of fall into that trap, but they need to come up with something. I'm definitely worried for Team Secret now. I felt like they needed Pearl in this veto, so they really need to surprise me, turn this series around. Play like you did in the first half. Like, you had it.
Like the first map of kickoff, the first half of every series.
Welcome to my world.
The replay that Morgan highlighted is like the perfect round of defense Pearl. Like, they actually couldn't have done a better round, and it's always in games that they're losing, in series that they're losing. Like, it's frustrating. The reason why Team Secret is frustrating is because sometimes they play perfect Valorant, but they just can't find success.
No, you're absolutely right. The Team Secret that plays in like the first 10 minutes of the map is totally different from the Team Secret that you see on the later half. What is going on here? There is something that is not converting, and there's something that cannot be sustained within this team. So whatever needs to happen here, this is their last chance to actually push it, to even stand that little 0.1% chance of making it into playoffs, or I don't know, I can't math, but they need to win this.
They need to find some energy. I'll throw some Red Bulls down to the stage if that's what you need. Come on, guys.
We're going to have a WHS dispute very soon.
They need to find something to reinvigorate themselves. If you lose this next map, you are not going to playoffs. Please get that into your head. You need to be consistent. Now there's no more second chances for stage 1, guys. You can play great Valorant.
They're more.
Oh, I can't take this. Like, they can play great Valorant. I just need to see them deliver it. Please.
Yeah, Nongshim, on the other hand, I mean, they've already played all of their tough games in this group. In theory, they just need to finish off Secret here and then play Zeta, who are playing better, but that should be another team they should be pretty comfortable coming into that matchup. They're 1-2. If they win these 2 series back-to-back, then they're going to be going into playoffs. So let's have a little bit of a look at what these teams have been preparing here. Team Secret picking this map. I'm assuming they're going to have to start on the attacking side, and indeed they are. It is going to be double duelist, Raze and Yoru with the singular initiator of the Fade. Jesse Vaucher will be playing that, and you get 2GE on the Viper, and Envy is actually going to be flexing onto Omen.
Yeah, I like it from Team Secret. With Nongshim across on the other side, we see pretty much staying with what they had before, but not the Waylay. We are seeing the pattern to Neon from Danby, so they're clearly moving well away from that. I do think it can be quite hard for this double duelist against the Deadlock and the Viper. It's really about how are they able to destroy those Deadlock utility.
Well, it comes to a head over here. Can Team Secret finally secure this? Or is this Nongshim all the way? We're going to find out as we head into Split. We're going to toss it back to Quack and Komodo.
Very much so appreciated, Mika. That toss was lovely. And yes, we are very much going into this. It's going to be a slight double duelist, but you do have a kind of an idea about this composition coming from Team Secret as well, right?
Yeah, we got Nongshim versus T1 here in the server to repeat here. But no, it's Team Secret who are going to be opting to run that T1 comp. And I am interested to see how proficient they are going to be running this one, as well as we know that when we think of T1, we really think of Meteor, we really think of Izu on a map such as split. So we'll see if there's going to be any idea from 2GE, for example, with the lurks on this attacking side.
And it's at the very least going to be really interesting to see Wildora onto this raise now, but they're just coming straight into the GravNet from Ivy, instantly collected upon, and now Wildora trying to hold the angle, does find the exchange.
Looking for some more. Of course, Wild Oreo back on this raise. He's not shied away from raise in the history of Valorant, of course. Pretty proficient on this agent. But in this caliber of play, will that be the case? Margaret to dispatch a 2GE, looking for a second, and he does it gorgeously as well, Black.
Oh, and then Wild Oreo now trying to march up forward, but his footsteps made known very loud and clear. The spike all the way, all across Garage. It's going to be tough to pick that one up.
You would think so. Though Margaret gets all the information, 10 HP, trying to escape, he does.
Okay, we've got the scopes up and Swell, and now it's just Wild Oreo and Envy to find frags individually. All of a sudden, Persia alone out of nowhere.
They are both pretty low, though.
And they have no idea that Persia's right up behind them, right underneath their noses. Wild Oreo does have an inkling, turns around.
Yeah, that crossfire up at the tower there, unfortunately for Nongshim, doesn't work out. 2-on-2 situation, and they both just lose their lives, and that's technically an advantage that they could have utilized to just reset a little bit. Beginning stages, of course, Ivy overheating with that deeper right click as well, doesn't work on out. Pistol rounds, of course, we saw, you know, exchange over in the first map. We saw Team Secret get the first one, so they are able to echo that here as well.
So not too bad for Team Secret to kick things off this way. Definitely feeling a bit of boost in morale. And also Nongshim Classic, by the way.
Yep. Looks alright.
Alright.
It looks alright. Kind of looks the same to me as a lot of the other bundles, but not everyone has the same vision as I have, unfortunately. So.
Oh, right, you're colorblind. Yeah. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting that.
I just get the bundles to support the teams. I love Valorant. And
yes.
Yeah.
And well, you get the logo on there as well.
That's true.
Which is always nice, especially when you inspect it. But right now, it's Nongshim to try to stack up.
Yeah,
quad stack.
It could be good. It could be not good.
Could be, or could not to be. And that's going to be salvos. Oh, no!
Oh, they got 2 of them.
With the salvos as well!
But it's a 3 versus 5. None of those guns are retrievable. Time to be bought by Ivy dropping the deadlock util over at the B site. And you do have this lurk from 2GE. As I said, doing his best media impression.
Oh.
But can he really have the same impact in this map?
I don't know, man. Meteor was finding so many heads-up duels. We have yet to see that from 2GE so far in the entire season.
I love this repositioning.
He saw it. He saw the elbow.
But do they know there's 3 players now back at the A site?
Yeah, they're up against Classic, so hopefully they do, and they will be able to find the frags needed. Jeremy, at least, will be able to rack up a double. But down to it, Persia now tracked by the Fade utility and still alive, trying to keep himself long enough for Ivy to come back in with the additional support. GravNet will land on towards a possible target, but Jesse Vash in with the Spectre, quick on the draw to take the round. Thankfully, you know, recovered for Team Secret.
As I said, none of those guns retrieved from Nongshim, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for them, even in the 5 versus 3 advantage, to really try and do something. One of the big things, I mean, when there's a Teo, when there's a deadlock, when there's any sort of stun, you know, you think of even Fracture when you've got Breach, for example. You're just going to see proficiency in a lot of these combinations.
It's just best possible scenario in that round for Nongshim. The fact that they found that around Garage.
And had the right rotations towards A, but Jeremy's just able to get in there and
with
find the kills where required. Bonus round, though, here. A lot of damage in that previous means that it's a bit weaker for Team Secret.
Yeah, and a very good chance for Nongshim to strike back. Barrier mesh down mid already.
Yeah, quite deep. Gives a bit of time. You know, if you want to try and break that one with the pistols, you're not going to be able to do it. So it just puts a little bit more of a heads up for Nongshim on the extremities of the map. A little bit more towards this A site at the moment, where the head of 2GE may have just been spotted by Darby. Not 100% sure. Wall to be broken in mid, however. The deadlock wall, not the Viper wall. That's up instead.
You can't break those.
No.
In its gaseous state, at least. But yeah, you do have Persia right around side Danby as well for additional support. So 2G still trying to sneak his way into sight.
Yeah.
Gather more information.
Gotta remember, the time on the clock is not Team Secret's friend. And in a round such as this, the spike will have to be recovered. And if you're going into the B site, there's some deadlock sensor at the start. There's Margaret, who's still got a snake's bite.
30
But
seconds left.
look at the lurk at the A site. 2GE. This could be big.
And the timing on that snake bite, yep, just blocks off so much. 20 seconds left. Where's the spike going to? Yes, he's got the sight. He's got gotten a lot of space, but he has no idea, no earthly idea that Francis has gone up by ropes.
Jeremy's got the timing here to be able to find Francis.
Trying to go in quick for it. Francis still trying to sneak around. Jeremy hasn't found him yet. The spike will get planted, thankfully, for Team Secret, but Francis, undetected, has a great opportunity to spring and strike right now. Finds the first. Meanwhile, the rest of Nongshim coming through to get more space around elbow. Jeremy does take and eliminate Francis for the weapon, possibly, but still, the entire Nongshim forest has arrived. Dambi to stick it down halfway. Ivy to get the sprays through. Dambi to swing on the trade. Nongshim picks up the round quickly.
It gets close though, doesn't it? Only Dambi at the end there alive, so the trades from Team Secret, that's a 5 versus 5 retake that goes on down there, and there's even, you know, not too much damage that Francis is able to find bar the one on towards Wild Oreo, right? So some great little timing positions around the map from Team Secret. 2GE getting up a good lurk. You then have Jeremy switching essentially into a little bit of a distractor lurk as well. So there's a real chance that that round actually could have gone Team Secret's way.
You love how this double duelist is being piloted right now. And something that I just realized as well is just the fact that this, not a full rematch, but Coach Meow on Team Secret are, you know, quite familiar with how Nongshim play, given the fact that he was the coach for Boom back then in Ascension.
Yeah, but we've got a very different Nongshim look compared to Ascension.
True that as well. This one's somewhat familiar though, especially with the deadlock in play.
If they know that Francis is in this corner, Wild Oreo can just absolutely molly him out.
You gotta watch out for those.
C's missed though.
So all good, Nongshim able to get away, and that is information as well that Team Secret were around mid.
Yep. Bit of a reset on towards the round, by the way. Nongshim, for those that might not have seen it, a little bit lackluster of the weaponry invested into this round from the damage delivered in the last.
Ivy, though, still able to do quite a bit of damage. Margaret now coming in, does buy quite a bit of space, and in comes the Annihilation, puts Envy into a coffin. Jesse Vash trying to frag himself out of the situation, but unfortunately not quite going to find that. 2GE outside our garage, struck down as well.
Just getting down and dirty is Dambi there, stunning around, sliding with the shotgun. Have seen a couple of missed shotguns over the last couple of games as well that you know, makes it look and feel a bit awkward, but good to see that at least the kill is calculated at the end. I want to highlight for Margaret, by the way, you killed Jeremy on the Yoru, and then you killed his clone. I mean, you already got the Yoru.
Little things.
just a body that's in the deadlock grab net, and you're just shooting the body.
Instinct.
Yeah,
just happens.
Just a body to shoot. Quick one up from Team Secret this time towards the A side of things. Immediate rotations to be seen from Nongshim, and as they start to get some information.
What is that? It's just a drive-by.
That's not just a drive-by. That's a
hit and run.
Huge Ferrari peak.
Oh. He's playing Grand Theft Auto. Well, it's going to be now Nongshim fully aware of what's happening on the A side. Francis taking more space around ramp. Team Secret need to kind of get a little bit more space in themselves, but they're currently just pinned down around the map. Persia finds the sprays, and that is a beautifully well-reacted round coming out from Nongshim.
5 alive against the pistols for Nongshim, so I want to give credit to Team Secret. They got the plant. You know, you get the credits, you get the extra ulti orb. You're kind of okay with the result of a round such as that one, but it's this one now here that you need to start to see what you can really do, because, jeez, man.
Well, Team Secret are close to having all 5 ults online now.
Yeah, absolutely. On a map like Split, you want all you can get on the attacking side. Of course, this map, you know, one that Nongshim have been picking in a little bit. You know, the likes of our Q series, the T1 series. So going in towards this one, Team Secret coming to pick it. You know, there's some counterplays that can come out. You can sort of get on the back of the tendencies of how Nongshim go for a lot of these rotates, where they want to fashion Ivy's utility specifically.
Yeah, so far it's been mid for majority of their rounds, and that's something that Team Secret needs to be cognizant of. So 3 players staring down to this mid position. What they don't know is that Francis, yes, has kind of snuck through. They fire some pot shots in, but oh, look at that. Just as that happens, Francis goes for the peek, takes down Wild Aru. That's one duelist gone.
Yeah, and of course, Ivy's still here with the Gravnet. You got the salvos available, and with them online, those can be some pretty big scare tactics to keep the Team Secret guys at bay, or maybe even catch one of them. But the lurk now up from 2GE. Will Persia actually expect this one?
No, not quite. So good little heads-up duel found by 2GE. Maybe a little bit more space into the A side as well.
Want to give thanks towards the observers there, by the way. Catching the wall in mid that's actually going to stop Jeremy's TP, the gate crash, from getting completely through.
Well then. Still though, Dampy looking to take matters into his own hands, supporting the salvos as well. But Jesse Vash will find the trade. Dimensional drift now coming through from Jeremy just to fend off his incoming opponents. The flash out of the dimensional drift, the clone, but Francis quickly dispatches of him.
These trades back in. These trades are so quick though from Team Secret for this 2 versus 2.
And they're able to work their way off of it as well. Because of these frags, now Nongshim are straying away from screens, which would be a pretty good spot to take down where the spike is planted. But
Ivy still with Gravnet.
Yeah, with this
at the right spot.
Current position, Ivy might be able to set something up from Margaret. Oh, hit spotted though. So Jesse Vash looking to hold down the angle. Ivy instead to find the frag. No Gravnet needed. Just goes in for the swing.
Stanza delivers. Good crosshair placement you would expect with a quick headshot that comes on out there. Another round though for Nongshim where they're only surviving with 1 player. This time the credits aren't going to be too much of a problem. Flip it over to Team Secret, Quack, and that's why I say we need to see something from them in this round, right? The attacking side on split can be a bit of a fickle thing, specifically when you're running double duelist as well, right? You really want to play on the back of the timing, the space that they're going to be able to find. How are these lurks going to come out from 2GE? Yes, he finds one on it, but the immediate trades, the real big name of the game in this one so far for a lot of these rounds is Team Secret are getting these trades, but they're not on top when the trades all expire.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to string everything together, especially when you're in the heat of the moment. So now, especially with the ultimates coming online, some of it already spent, Jeremy with the dimensional drift from before. Meow trying to round the team up to cook something up for the next round.
I'm sure they could ask for some noodles if they want to cook something.
Yeah, good little sponsor from the other side, but no, they've got their own instant noodles from the Philippines as well. I think Miko would be able to talk a little bit more about that. I'm not as well informed, of course.
It doesn't look like we've got much information, by the way, for Team Secret on this attacking side, which is why the timeout is here to see if they're going to be able to bounce back on this one and maybe play a little bit more lent towards the A site that's had some pretty good stoppages from Francis at the moment.
Yes.
That's what they're going to look to do. Majority force over towards A in this haphazard buy from Team Secret.
Okay, well, Francis and Ivy, both pivotal players for Nongshim currently, and with a lot of the lurk presence from 2G before, now Team Secret calls for a big hit at the A site. Instantly spotting out the jump peak, yes. So a lot of information found. Gate crash in towards a deep position in the site as well, but Francis finds him quickly, instantly hops off of Raptors, and Dampy shuts down an incoming flying Wild Oreo.
Oh, but the flank right now from Jesse Vash, gonna get an upgrade on the back of that kill. Can maybe call for a bit of a stoppage here, but
you might want to reset, but they're still trudging forward, and with the onslaught, they take down Dampy and Ivy.
Yeah.
Francis still alive, though.
Now, this is extremely doable, isn't it? Do you want to pivot towards the B side? Do you want to settle for a little bit? Let Nongshim really second-guess where rotations might go?
They know where Francis is. They're wondering about Persia.
Yeah, but the line that he's holding here, if he gets one, does that stop Team Secret?
Could be huge. If not, it's going to be the trade, but no trade found! Persia just sprays all of them down!
And the flash is good. On towards Jesse Vash, who has to now come up with the goods. A 1 versus 2. Haunt not available. He needs to play on the side of silence here.
Silence truly aid him, though. The repositioning from the Nongshim members.
And now they know that he's going to be on this site. Persia slipped in towards Garage. Francis to come up from the tower.
They know he doesn't. The salvos might have revealed a little bit, but Persia still in a really perfect spot to strike, and there it is! The 3rd kill round found in the round.
Good discipline at the end there from Nongshim. A little bit of discipline from Team Secret as well, don't get me wrong, stopping things down at the A tower side when they start to gain advantages, but it's Persia just being in an unexpected position, peeking out at the right time, and then kind of sealing the deal on that round as well. Really good methodical usage of a lot of that utility to just put Jesse Vash in a bit of a sticky spot. And now you'll be spread back around the map as Nongshim. Expecting the full-on buy from Team Secret in this one. Viper's Pit deep in towards the A side of things, where I'm actually seeing 2GE go for a little bit of the contest there.
Thought about it.
Yeah.
But that is, you know, a big ult as well for Nongshim. No more lurks available. That's one less problem for Nongshim to worry about. Now Team Secret, meanwhile,
yeah,
99 problems.
The time is also one. Lots of ammunition expired in mid here. You spot out Francis towards the vents, and Ivy still holding this barrier wall. They have to break that, which actually finds a lot of time here for him. GravNet is good, gets another one. He's been sensational at this. Look at him, so proficient.
And in with the ult as well, does hold down the line, goes for a second frag. Now Francis, a great opportunity to find a stun and possibly more kills as well. It does slow down the push though, and that's enough for Persia to hold on for these lines.
Yeah, I don't know if he's actually been spotted at the back of the side at the moment. He just has to have his crosshair ready.
All good. Francis buys a little bit more time as well with the salvos. Meanwhile, you've got Dambi and Margaret coming in closer nearby. 2G plants his own Viper's Pit up to get the spike safely planted. Envy denying any possible re-entry coming in from Nongshim.
Persia was distracted there. So on this 3 versus 3, how do you get back in towards this? Francis, no salvos just yet. You spot out Envy, who does some good damage.
It's down to 2GE. He hears the footsteps. He hears them dropping all around him. Would be big information, but chooses to play for time instead. Dambi now, the rest of them knowing that they have to work their way into the pit. Decaying away at their health. Oh, but they spot 2GE out first! The relay bolt collapses onto Envy! What has happened? It's down to just Jesse Vash, and he cannot rise to the occasion! Nongshim have turned an unwinnable situation around!
Team Secret have sunk in that round there. A 3 versus 3 where they've got the pit, but it's the shots that come out from Nongshim. How patient do you just have to be in that one to go through the pit with the decay? No utility to really help you out in that scenario. There is a stun, by the way, from Dambi in that equation when the pit drops that immediately catches Team Secret. And you just feel for them in that scenario, because I really feel like Team Secret played that round well. How they got into the site, how they dropped the pit. It distracts Persia. You get the kill onto him as well, but it's just the ending stages of that one that doesn't go their way. And
it's in those moments, though, that you truly need to shine. And it's just so unfortunate. Still, next round comes up, and Team Secret still need to find so much more, especially on this attacking half.
Well, this round doesn't provide too much in terms of weaponry, unless somehow you're able to catch the Nongshim members off guard, or you pick them in the seas, or you're somehow wanting to just nightfall them and you're catching the members to then chip away at them when they're already low from that. It makes it extremely difficult to gather this round.
At least they should be quick enough to piece together that it's oftentimes Ivy and Francis somewhere up towards the middle. So they are able to keep their utility invested in that spot, maybe to find an opportunity into the B site.
2G has done enough towards the A site to keep it distracted there, so it's all on to Margaret here at the back of the side.
Oh my God!
Ivy, but it's Margaret.
And he's able to hold down the line once again, even hit with the Nightfall, or maybe not quite connecting into it. Yeah. He's just holding all of it down. A wonderful anchor for Nongshim.
I'm a little bit surprised when the Nightfall goes in that Jeremy's not looking to gate crash to the back site and you're trying to set him up to be able to sneaky get in there, right? When you're removing all of the audibility.
30 seconds.
But now, 2GE, Jesse Vash, a 2 versus 5, 20 seconds.
It's just really tough situation to win against, especially when Nongshim has your number, instantly spotting him out. Just Jesse Vash to try to preserve his weapon and to collect as much as possible.
Yeah. And you've
lost
lost
Stinger, though. Yeah,
you've lost the Nightfall in this round. I think that's the biggest problem, like one of the biggest problems.
Oof.
On a map like Split.
Tried to ninja plant. Oh no, you don't want to. Well,
He needs to die.
He needs to die. He keeps the stinger. He keeps the stinger.
He'll just get rid of it. It's fine.
All right.
It's fine. Hey, I guess in the grand scheme of things, he doesn't give away another ulti orb there. Let's just swing it that way. It's okay. But what's not okay is the round count for Team Secret. You've got to do something now on the back of this timeout.
Yeah, the second timeout in the first half.
Yeah.
Dire straits for the Filipino squad.
Yeah, I mean, you lose this one, and there goes your chances of playoffs, right? You're what, 0-4. You're going up against RRQ next time.
I'm going to keep counting the days.
Count the days?
Until they win a series. We jest. But
I mean, we've had one of our big day breaks already in Pacific, right? Suggest getting his win after years.
That's another team. Whole other scenario.
But it's days that we're counting, or that we did count.
Fair
enough. And it happened. So there's a chance for Team Secret.
Still keeping the things that are relevant to this current series at the very least. Yes, Team Secret struggling to stay afloat right now. They were really close to some of these rounds. They've had, winnable scenarios, but somehow just fumbling the bag at certain moments. And you have to imagine how it feels for them in their seats. Certainly a lot of pressure mounting up on their shoulders. Just hopefully a round to maybe alleviate some of that pressure. They know how Nongshim love to set themselves up, but just as they start to piece that around off of this timeout, this time it's Margaret towards middle.
Yeah, a bit of a different look. And he's shouldered it out, confirms 2. I like this different look as well. On the back of a timeout, if Team Secret had a really good counterplay, well, they probably wouldn't have expected this scenario right now. To me, how hungry is Margaret to overstay his welcome, because that has been at times something that he does fall trap to, and he is the first casualty.
Which pulls out the reaction off the Grafnet from Ivy. Doesn't find too much, which makes him a little bit more curious. This could be his downfall unless he plays his cards right. Does hear the footsteps from the fake out as well.
Well, this
is a little bit too telling as well.
This is the situation where Team Secret have a very clean opening kill, and it's a 5 versus 4 that they need to hope to not to lose, right? Armageddon for Francis.
This is how we end.
Okay. Clears all of mid just to make sure that no one has snuck on up. You've got the barrier mesh in Mail as well, so it should be all eyes on the main choke point.
As well as salvos to delay. So 30 seconds left, a situation that Team Secret has been in multiple times. Now in with the C's, they have a slight chance to push their way through. 2 kills found, and they continue to march in. Ivy denied any shots coming out from heaven because of the spams. Down to the last 2, and Nongshim trying to regroup.
Bit of an off angle for 2GE that Ivy has low HP on.
Secret, 2GE. Oh no, okay, slight whiff, but thankfully recovers, and now just Persia. I almost lost it on that one.
Don't worry, Team Secret didn't. This should be their round. Persia's not going to be able to get in and ninja defuse.
All right.
I hope.
We all hope, Komodo. We all do.
How much damage, though, on the escape is he able to find? There's one. Make it a second. Looking for more. Not going to happen. Traded out by Wild Oreo. Damage done. But more importantly, folks, Team Secret with a round.
We've got a round ever since the pistol. Yay!
Well, the second one, yeah. Which, I mean, is a gimme, right? That pistol. Should be.
Still, it's a good step forward. They had a 5v4, and they managed to convert it into a full round win.
Yeah. Good C's, chopping 2 players. You got a TP to the backward side of the choke as well. So just a bit of good coordination there from Team Secret.
I will wipe a bead of sweat off my eyebrow. Next round coming up, and we're back to, again, Ivy controlling middle. This time with Dambi watching down the angles with Op.
Yeah, we've only really been seeing a lot of jump spots come out from Team Secret. A Prowler here or there. When you don't spot that immediately, or actually this time that you do, Ambi's off the line. An operator noted. So that's going to have to be a little bit of a different look on how Team Secret do want to challenge that, but you've already off-put him with that first shot of utility with the Prowler there.
That's big info as well. Now they know their next obstacle, Ivy, is somewhere nearby, especially with the Grafnet. Sonic Sensor trip thanks to the clone. Now Team Secret looking to pinch. Dambi, though, finds a shot against Envy. 2G still trying to lurk around Garage against his counterpart, but the Grabnet collects them in full. They will hunker down and spray, and Wild Oreo takes down Ivy.
Oh.
Still in for the shot, Francis recollecting in with another sniper, and now back into it. The paranoia sent through and flushes them out of position. Just Jeremy left alive.
Don't give him 3 1v1s.
He is all good because Dambi snipes out of the position that Jeremy least expects.
Good recovery from Nongshim in that round as well. You off-put Dambi in middle, but he just immediately, switches guns, repositions towards the other side of the map to try and catch out your lurk, right? It's just good meandering around the map as well from them in how they're playing their rotations and how they're playing their crossfires. Again, it feels like Ivy's grav nets have always been good for a kill in mid, always up from that tower to Mail.
3 players hit by it.
Yeah.
So good.
Last round of the half now.
Wow.
Team Secret need to get this to 4. I'll be real.
Big smoke outside of garage as well to keep Team Secret honest.
Dimensional Drift available for Jeremy. If they want to try and pass some information towards this B site, for example, you can then send in Wild Oreo behind it with the Showstopper. You would have to contend with the Sonic Sense. There's 2GE down on that lurk, though. Now with the Dimensional Drift, I mean, Ivy will be spotted. Yeah, sure. Sensors to be tripped. Provides a little bit of a pathway in towards the site for Team Secret.
Especially with the Showstopper. Paranoia sent through as well. And look at this from Nongshim, though. Just completely avoiding all of it.
Plant to go down. 5v4.
All right, you got a little bit of space, Team Secret. At least looking to make their way work around it. So holding all of Nongshim up around defender spawn, they slide through, and it's just Dambi to decimate every single one of them. All assaulted around their ankles, and now Margaret to take space around Heaven. Just Jesse Vash, and Unk tries to start things up, but unfortunately to no avail. Francis puts Team Secret down in this first half.
Yeah, that's a pretty sensational defensive half for Nongshim when you consider that they lost the pistol the second round, and then that one round that comes out that was just a little bit of good coordination from Team Secret, catching some players over towards that A site.
So all throughout this entire half, just so much pressure coming out from the likes of Francis and Ivy, namely, with the way that he's operating this deadlock. How many times did we see his GravNet come into play? How many times did the Baramesh really push Team Secret off, or at least to bait them into pushing up mid even further?
Yeah, and then again, for me, it's a lot of the timing on Francis's utility as well, right? How impactful a lot of those salvos timings have been. A combination of utility, clearing angles, and rotations. Just everybody on the side of Nongshim kind of delivering where they need to in some way, shape, or form. I want to see more from Team Secret, right? Going over onto this defensive side as well is not going to be too stellar for them, you might think. They're probably going to have to take a lot more risks now to be able to hold on to some lines, get in for some good traps, right? If you're trying to get some good C's plays out, some good flash plays as well, you want to try and be setting up Wild Oreo here. You want to be setting up Jeremy. The look for me in this one as well is 2GE's Viper, right? Not a lot of great timings and everything, like 1 or 2 good timings that he had in that first half.
Hey, congrats to the fans for here for their first VCT live game ever. But yes, you're absolutely right, Komodo. It's been a bit of a talking point, I think, for both of us. Not to put 2G too much on the hot seat, but he hasn't quite been living up to a lot of these expectations. New IGL, playing certain roles, and especially with a composition like this, not quite finding the space that he needs to. Now on the defensive side, hopefully, maybe a little bit better.
Yeah.
But at the same time, for the likes of Wild Oreo, I mean, he was just getting shut down as well, not being allowed to create that space.
Well, pistol round is going to be one of the more important ones here for Team Secret. If they want to even try and get away for a win.
Jeremy crouched under, but unfortunately, the Nongshim players up by the ledge, the crosses placement just gets somewhat thrown off.
And together as a team as well, right? 2 players from Nongshim crept up to get that kill. And then they just renegotiate here.
Yeah.
Where else they want to pivot around the map. I like the ambition, don't get me wrong, from Envy, but it's by himself.
Okay. Might have found a little bit of information needed, but still down back in towards middle. Unfortunately, 2G just gives it over.
Dammy not going by himself here, by the way. Not overheating, waiting for the team, and then the space taken. Paranoia blinds both of them.
Okay. So trying to take more space, especially to recollect themselves around Garage. If they can take down Persia, this fight might be a little bit easier. Ivy and the rest of the team continue to push forward, which causes them to take a bit of damage as well. Francis holding down the line, will spot out Jesse Vash, thankfully with Margaret at hand.
And now they know where both of them are.
And instantly for that, the crosshair placement in place. Envy. He's been consistent so far all throughout the entire league, even though the losses come through. Can he frag himself out of the situation? Not quite. Dambi, as the duelist will take him down.
Pistol round for Nongshim. So, you know, first pistol goes to Team Secret in both maps, second towards Nongshim. But this one here has, well, much more of a anvil kind of thrown on towards Team Secret, right? Just placed and chunked down right on them, because now they drop the pistol. You know, if they go for the save, you're looking at an 11-3. You kind of incentivize them to maybe force up, considering that there were 3 kills found in the rounds. I don't know. We'll see what the idea is here. Yeah, they go for the force.
And I do wonder if the mental game comes into play as well, given the pistol losses in the second half for the team. But we'll see how it goes. Nongshim trying to launch the assault. Bait some reactions out towards A.
All the space as well already that Nongshim can start to play with at the ramp. You can re-pivot back towards B if you need to, because Wild Oreo is just jiggling that there. That'll now be conceded over towards the Nongshim lads.
Portal closed.
Team Secret getting a little bit curious towards the middle as well.
You need to see some corners cut from Team Secret in a round such as this one. Try to do something unexpected that Nongshim would not think of.
You've got the buys, 2GE with a Bucky.
Just refreshing these smokes at the top of the A tower.
Yeah. Bit of an inkling that Nongshim are kind of more largely grouped towards this A site.
Yeah, the problem is it's only Jeremy in the A tower as well.
Oh, well, 2G's coming in now.
Yeah, but is that going to be enough for them? Salvo's in.
Okay, good little spray from Wilder towards the back. Does take out one member, and here comes the push. Jeremy to launch the assault. The wall up does segregate things, and that allows for a bit of a frag coming through again. Envy, another one found, and now to block them out towards ramps. But what is this? A couple more kills found by the rifle-wielding members from Nongshim. Down to just Wild Oreo, who is rather low. The paint shell's almost blowing away at his feet, but Persia recollects himself, recenters his aim, and takes down Wild Oreo to put Nongshim up to an 11th.
I don't know if Wild Oreo knew that he would be right back on towards that angle, if he'd already collected the spike when that paint shells went in, but just not able to get it. A lot of timings in this round, actually, with people you know, executing their opponents from the back. But the trade game, always Nongshim kind of falling behind a little bit until the last little stages where they just find all the kills in the kill feed and bring that one back. One player surviving. That's the force buy, by the way, from Team Secret shut down. Now they have to play a little bit more cautiously, and most likely you would expect concede the series point.
One of the Nongshim players looking a little bit under the weather, but still being able to perform. Now looking to collect on towards map and series point. Ooh, Sonic sensor tripped.
Yeah, I'll put another one there. If you want to try and challenge and retake this one, well, I'm going to be more on a forward line. Paranoia is actually going to work a treat.
Okay.
But you don't get a kill on the back of that, unfortunately. You do get to some garage space, you know, sure. But Nongshim, a team that's not going to really care for that one. They're going to immediately call for a shift back towards the A site where the team was already starting to clear anyway.
And also shifts the weight onto the shoulders of Jesse Vash as well as Jeremy, where the weaponry not supporting them too much. However, with the angles from Jeremy, he might be able to do some damage. Takes down Dambi.
Puts himself in another spot that he might be good for one, but...
Oh, look back at B.
Yeah, you start to re-clear that. Leave Margaret to his own devices.
Every Team Secret player here already. The Prowler sent out might give them a clue, so rotations moving forward. How does the timing work out? Margaret does find one. Back in towards ropes and finds a second. Unfortunate for Envy. Margaret's still alive. That's going to do numbers against Team Secret.
Now you've got a big open plant as well.
They know that he's somewhere nearby. If they could take him down, that could be a rifle picked up. But where is he?
Oh, look at this timing on
Where are you? Oh, no.
Unfortunately for Team Secret, Quack, they've got a lot of work to do now.
Insurmountable. They hop on over, and that's when Margaret shows up again! Third kill in the round. 2 more for the ace. The spike still beeping away.
Margaret, don't tell me you're going to find a fourth one.
Oh, there it is!
Ace.
Swap on over to Heaven, he finds the ace! Every single head racked up in kills and knocks him up to series point!
Great little moment of brilliance to come out just individually from him there. Doesn't matter that it is the lesser weaponry, right? He's still navigating all the angles, playing it very wisely. A bit of luck, I'll admit, onto the one onto Envy, but the rest of them just on the right angle, at the right time, the right timing to re-push, and this last one, I mean, it's 2 HP for that one, right? Really unfortunate. Now, map and series point, 12-3. Math is 9 of those. That's not a good number for Team Secret.
Quick maths. Yes, Team Secret very well could be their final buy. Desperately trying to hold on for control, while Loria will be able to walk away with 1 frag.
Don't let Margaret do what he just did yet again.
Oh, but Dabby will do what he just does as well. Slides on forward and finds the second one as well. Down on towards Envy, who unfortunately gets taken down by Francis with the trade protocols coming up from Nongshim.
Oh, well, Lorio, you got to try and get ahead of the curve here. You're nowhere near Jesse Vash to get any trades.
He attempts for it, but unfortunately, yes, the heads-up duel handed over on towards Persia. Just Jesse Vash left alive, and he tries to take more space around Garage, but the door gets shut in his face. The final score on the map, 13-3. It's a quick 2-0 sweep coming out from Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, they're going to be absolutely chuffed that they're able to pick up this one quite convincingly as well, right? We're sort of questioning the loss against Talon, the T1 loss that they did have. That was a pretty close series, I will admit. That one got me extremely excited. So now they'll seat themselves on this 2-2 mark to see how they're going to perform against Zeta Division, because you got to remember, Team Nongshim are in this sort of spot where if they do get these match wins, they do qualify towards the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely looking for that win. The performance this week looking far better as compared to last week's against Talon. I mean, the improvements, especially when you just stick Danby on Neon. You know Big Time's going to love that. But also for Francis and Ivy to step up so much more as well.
Yeah, I mean, Francis on map number 1 had an absolutely impactful performance, and on this map still carrying it over, but for Ivy, really, really pivotal on a lot of that utility to come out on the deadlock.
Yeah, it's just incredible performance, especially with how they were able to pilot that around the maps, especially on towards Split. So, of course, allowing them to take their bow, we do have to say goodnight to Team Secret, however, so hopefully seeing a little bit more of them from Stage 2, but for now, it's just the Nongshim story all the way through, where we head it over onto the victory interview.
And that is Nongshim Red Force for you guys with the clean 2-0 win. Up on the stage, I'm gonna have Francis. Come on over here, Francis. Massive congrats. Now, with this win, you guys boost your playoffs hopes. So can you talk to us about how it feels to finally get that second win on the board? 프란시스 선수 너무 축하드리고요. 사실 오늘 불안 요소가 있었던 경기였고 또 그만큼 부담감도 있었을 텐데 2승 신고한 소감부터 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 이번 경기를 졌으면은 플레이오프 가서도 위험한 포지션에서 시작하기 때문에 굉장히 중요한 경기라 생각해서 일단 이겨서 다행입니다.
This game was crucial for us, partly because even if we do make it to playoffs, it's going to put us in a dangerous position, not a great place to be in the playoffs. So it really does mean a lot, and I think it just means more than just one win up on the board for us. Now, it kind of looked like things were getting a little bit stagnant for you guys, you know, but you guys snapped out of that losing skid. So what did you guys think that you guys needed to fix? What were the solutions that you guys came up with? 상당히 킥오프에 비해서 약간의 침체기를 맞이했나 하는 의견도 있었거든요. 팀끼리는 어떤 진단을 내렸는지도 들어보고 싶네요.
일단 예전 어센션에서는 네온 메타였기 때문에 저희가 확실히 메타에서부터 우위를 가지고 했었는데 요즘은 메타가 확실히 변하기도 했고 저희가 근데 그 메타에 적응을 못한 것 같아서 저번 탈론전 끝나고 나서 메타에 확실히 적응을 하고자 해서 이번 경기에 적용해서 한 것 같습니다.
Well, back when we were competing in Ascension, I mean, we had the upper hand when it came to the mainstream meta just because Neon was the agent that you should go for. But you know, with the upcoming current meta, we thought maybe we need to adapt a little bit more. So after our talent series, we really talked about how we can thrive in the current meta and make sure that we adapt to what other people were doing. And I think it really showed in today's match. Now, it's times like this, of course, you need to come up with solutions in-game, but it's also important to keep the morals high. So, you know, what were the talks? What were the vibes like as well? 일단 뭐 진단을 내리는 것도 중요한데 사실 팀으로서 팀 분위기를 유지하는 것도 굉장히 중요했을 것 같아요. 그동안 팀끼리는 어떤 얘기를 하면서 오늘의 승리를 준비했을까요?
일단 기국 퍼시픽에 오고 나서부터 저희 팀 분위기가 약간 좀 어센션보다는 간절함이 떨어진 것 같아서 감독 코치진 쪽에서 엄청 동기부여 해주시고 그렇게 다독여 주셔서 잘 이끌어온 것 같습니다.
I feel like compared to Ascension, we weren't getting the same level of motivation. So, you know, our coaching staff kind of stepped in and told us, hey, we can do this and make sure to keep being motivated and never lose that type of fuel in ourselves. And I think that was the final touch that we needed. Well, good luck because you have that Zeta game before making it to playoffs. And for the fans on site, there will be Nongshim fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby. So make sure you join them and give them good energy for the upcoming game. And we'll be back with the next game too. 오늘 인터뷰 감사하고요. 네, 프란시스 선수 다음 경기도 화이팅 하시고 또 1층에서 팬들을 위한 팬미팅이 준비되어 있잖아요. 팬미팅도 화이팅 해주시길 바라겠습니다. 관객 여러분들께서는 또 농심 팬미팅 참여하셔서 많은 응원과 또 다음 경기를 위한 힘을 부여해 주시길 바랄게요. 저희는 이제 인터뷰 마치고 팬미팅 하러 가시고 저는 다음 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Nongshim finding a little bit of their former selves once again with this match versus Team Secret. Unfortunately, we have to address the big news about this is that Team Secret cannot qualify for playoffs any longer, and this was just a very, very questionable map pick on their side.
Yeah, to some extent. I don't know. I'm surprised they went with the comp that they went with. I understand in some cases like why they would play double duelist. It seemed like Jeremy had a good opening game on the Yoru and they wanted to start to pick up the Yoru a little bit more going into these weeks. Wild Oreo has played a fair bit of Raze in his career, so I understand putting him on that agent, but he didn't have a fantastic series on the Raze or the Chamber in this case, but I really just question how they played a lot of their attacking side. They knew they would have to play an attack side split. Yeah. Look at other teams that play this comp, you know, or other double duelist comps, for example, Raze Yoru. The thing that you do have is a lot of burst potential, but every round was painfully slow. I felt like we were watching Pearl again, where Pearl is a slow map on the attacking side, but even with this comp that has so much burst potential, every round was coming down to the last 15 and 20 seconds, and it just didn't really feel like there was strong decision-making and strong calling on that attacking side. Yeah. And that's where Nongshim does their best work, because they have all of these players that are so fantastic at anchoring sites and playing well positionally, and they were just able to play to their strengths and win the defensive side fairly cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they in theory, they should have had the tools, right? When you're playing double duelists, as we say, you have that strong burst. You're able to go so fast, and that's what you need to be able to do against Deadlock Viper. If you slow the game down yourselves, the Deadlock, the Viper just get even more comfortable, and I felt like that's what we saw all the way through this game, you know, especially that first half, 9-3. So dominant from Nongshim. I thought Nongshim played great. We see Margaret up there topping the scoreboard, 17-10, including that cheeky little ace he got, so he'll be happy with that one. Envy on the other side there, but once again, it's not enough for Team Secret, and they are now out of playoff contention.
Yeah, it was quite disappointing, especially when you saw that there was a lot of very interesting things, as you guys were saying, with this composition. It's just that, why did it feel like they weren't confident in what they chose? Why did it feel like they weren't confident in their map pick and in the agent comp? You're absolutely right in that it felt as if they were playing with, yes, you are seeing this right. You know, I'm growing my own ecosystem. it felt like, going back to the sad news, guys, sad news. It felt like they weren't confident at all in their choices, which was really, really, you know, not comfortable to watch in any point in that map.
it seemed to me like it was a little bit of a crumble carried over from map 1, right? They started so strong on map 1 and then it fell apart and they stopped playing the kind of Valorant that we know that they're able to do, and I didn't feel like they were ever able to reset at all into this game.
Which has been an issue for them. Even in kickoff, they were winning map 1s, and then things were going downhill. So I think at the end of the day, we have seen some good stuff from Team Secret, but they just haven't got a win on the board. For the most part, it's been underwhelming. They don't really seem to have a strong team identity. They're flexing around different players in different roles and trying different comps, trying to find what works. They need a fundamental rework in towards stage 2, whether it's roster changes or something other, because this has just not been something that's worked for Team Secret. They've tried to keep things consistent. They've tried to maintain the majority of the same roster from the end of last year, where they did almost make it to the big stages right at the end of the year, but 2025 is a very far way away from that, so it's time to see something different from Secret. Over on the side of Nongshim, though, good to see Margaret having a good game yet again. Like I said, they played a slower comp on both maps, really, Nongshim, and once again put the onus on Danby to be the faster element. And I think that that's what they're talking about when you had that interview with Francis, is like leaning back into the style that works for them. This is what I wanted to see from Nongshim. They didn't need to reinvent the wheel. They just needed to tweak Danby's role and put him on more comfortable agents. And when you have Francis at the helm, this man is a monster in the server. He is one of the best IGLs in Pacific, especially for his rookie year. He is really, really good, and he's very comfortable on Teo as well, which is super, super valuable to have.
Yeah, we were talking about this back in the green room. The way he was able to use that Teo was somewhat freeing reminiscent. I kind of felt like, I feel like he really understood the agent. Yeah. And he was able to call so well from it. You know, he played a great game today.
It's a little different to freeing, because for me, freeing, the way that he uses it, he's like a big fragger, right? And Francis does frag with it. The thing is, that makes it interesting about the way that Francis plays Teo is exactly what you said. It's like the way that you control the game with the Teo. You're the IGL, and on defense, like, take Pearl A main, for example. They're trying to take A main control. You can stop them taking A main control and then call the rotations from there, or you can read what the other team is going to do and actually use the Teo utility to kind of direct the flow of the game. So that's what I really like about how Francis plays the Teo.
Yeah, he definitely controlled the tempo the whole way through. He's able to lead so well from there.
Unfortunately, this means, again, that Team Secret is out of playoffs, but we do want to, you know, congratulate them still for being a part of Stage 1. Hopefully, this means to Stage 2, we're seeing a lot more innovation from them. For Nongshim, I feel like, hey, if it ain't broke, you don't need to move anything. You can just keep on putting Danby on Neon. That's totally fine. There's that Filipino representation. We'll put it in there, okay? We'll put it in there. It's okay. But we do have one more series. We have DRX and Boom coming right up. So don't go anywhere. We're off to a short break, and we will be back with 2 undefeated teams here on VCT Pacific Stage 1.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to VCT Pacific. We have DRX versus Boom Esports right now. Two of our undefeated teams. Well, that's not going to last very long. One of these win streaks is going to come to an end by the end of today.
I mean, game of the week could be game of the season, if you're asking me, the way these two teams are playing. Both top of the table at 3-0. I don't think it gets much more exciting than this. I think this is effectively the battle to see who is going to top Group Alpha.
DRX has got the big win streak going on. They haven't lost in Pacific yet. Only when they go internationally have they faltered. So this is going to be an interesting one because, as you can see here, Bane is back in the roster. Bane and Estrella coming in, no flashback here. And that really opens up a whole can of worms. What style will they play? Who's going to be in what roles? Is Termi overcooking or is he a genius? These are all questions that will be answered today. Is DRX just handicapping themselves because they need to find a way to lose? It's too easy?
There's so many angles we can look at this, right? I think the first angle is you can change your style now. You can go back to double initiator to counter the prep that Boom might bring you. There's also another angle. Now you're safe in playoffs. You can give everybody some time. Really settle a roster, a full 6-man roster in before your time in playoffs. Who knows what Termi's cooking, but it smells good to me right now.
What does it smell like? I'm wondering.
It's fragrant. It's lavender.
It's lavender.
It's
the
like
kind of
fruity
dish
notes.
though. It's the kind of dish like risotto or something. If you don't stir it, if you like leave it on the bottom, it's gonna start to burn. It's gonna start to overcook.
Oh no.
It's close.
Yeah. But what's that I smell? I also smell this distinct, nasi rendang or Indomie. It's Boom Esports here. And they are the best performing SCA team so far. And I didn't think I'd be saying that at this stage in VCT Pacific. But with their performance last week, how terrifying were those options?
I mean,
Come on.
I smell heat. I smell spice.
You
I smell
sambal.
fire.
Sambal.
Like, what this team is cooking is hot and spicy. There's no two ways about it. 3-0 when, not many people would have predicted this going in. They've looked unbelievable to say how little amount they've had to play. They dropped out of kickoff so fast compared to DRX, but they've turned this around heading into stage 1. We see big wins on the board there against Genji, Global, and PRX, but now today they face their ultimate test.
Time to make some excuses though. Genji just changed players. Okay, Global Esports had a bad week, and PRX has had a bad season so far in 2025. This is a first real test. If they beat DRX as well, oh, by the way, we're changing players. That doesn't count either. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a Boom hater. Boom have been very good, and I will say they are a spicy team, but they've added a little bit of mildness as well. They've got now Fields coaching them. You got a little bit of British, like, all right, let's calm down, guys. Let's not over peak in the XVX. And that's what's impressing me about Boom. They're showing good structure and some great discipline, and they've worked on a lot of my biggest issues with Boom is trouble closing out games, throwing advantageous situations, and it really feels like they're better organized and they're playing the fundamentals better than they ever have before.
I mean, you might be onto something there because Shiro also did mention that DRX, they look at them as one of the final bosses here in VCT Pacific. And even though they have found their stride, and it looks like they're just walking down the halls being the Boom Reaper here, but DRX, that's a whole other machine that you're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, DRX are an institution here in Korea, especially when it comes to Valorant. Boom are the underdogs, they are the ones that the newcomers on the scene, you would say, coming up from that ascension. But I think they have it all to prove, they have it all to play for, and they don't have any stress, any pressure. They've already made it to playoffs now, so it's about can you top that group? So they just need to try and get over that last hurdle today. But one person we have to talk about is Famous.
Oh yeah, I mean, when I saw what he was doing in last week's performance, it didn't feel real at some point, Just look at these shots here.
Yeah, Famous is an operator force right now. He's always been solid with it. The issue with Famous has always just been his agent pool at times and inconsistency. Sometimes he's gone missing in a lot of bigger games, but particularly this season in Pacific so far, in Stage 1, this man has been an absolutely oppressive force on multiple agents. Even upping on Phoenix on Ascent, he is able to have so much impact, and I'm really wondering if any team is going to shut him down. Is it going to be DRX with this in-it style? I mean, look at that! 31 kills with the op, and if you look at the top of your screen as well, first on the usage and first in win percent when they buy the operator. Boom is operator abusers. Op abusers.
I mean, they really well and truly are. And I mean, I think this is going to be a huge key point for this game today is can DRX shut down Famous? Can they stop this man from getting the op? Can they stop him from destroying you with
I mean, they've added another initiator just to nerf Famous. Let's get Sober Drone, let's get Teo missiles, throw everything at him. Do not let him shoot the op.
That's like all directed at Famous, right? They're like, don't let this man get any shots in. But that's an interesting point, right? You're dealing with a DRX that is going through a little bit of a experimental phase, I guess, in their roster. So I'm wondering, right? You know, is this the DRX that we're seeing for the rest of the season? Are they really going for the 6-man roster, and can they manage it? That's a big question.
I mean, I don't think they fully decided on who they want to play in the playoffs yet, and I think that's partly what this is this is doing some testing to see how Bane is going to play with Estrella. And I also think a big part of it is now you can run double initiator very easily against Famous, who loves that up. But, you know, I have to say, like, in some ways I like it for DRX, in some ways I don't. Rotating with 6 people is a difficult thing to pull off seamlessly.
I mean, so far they just haven't lost, so it's hard to criticize them. But if there was another team that wasn't as successful as DRX, adding extra players into their roster, throwing a player who would never played Duelist before into double Duelist on every map, I would be like, these guys have lost their damn mind. But Termi stay winning. I can't criticize the GOAT right now. They're undefeated in Pacific. So until they start falling off, or maybe they overcook a little bit and lose a series or two that's important, then I'm just going to watch in awe and realize I know nothing about Valorant, and Termi is way smarter than I am.
No, absolutely. That's why he's there in the coach's seat, and that's why you both are now here on the Yapper desk, okay? I just want to point out, by the way, that big time, you have 2 of Boom Esports over here on your team. 4-hour Build a Different by Acer and Intel, and you have 2 on the side of DRX, so just putting that there in case you guys want to favor one side or the other. But that's also a big question for me. Is there an underdog in this match? Because it doesn't seem like there is at this point.
I would still say Boom.
It has to be Boom. Yeah, they're playing fantastic, but like I said, they've played 3 teams that have made changes or performed weakly so far. I will admit they played well in kickoff and they almost did knock T1 in the opening round, but realistically, guys, this is group stage performance against some teams that have had reasons to underperform or have looked shaky. So they still do need to beat DRX relatively convincingly and still have a good placement and win something. And until that point, you got to say, like, it's a good couple of games, guys, but we still have more work to do here.
I think you're huffing the copium. I can't. I think when you watch them play, they've been fantastic. But
They have been good.
We do have the map veto coming in now. We see DRX ban Pearl, which I think is a solid ban for DRX. Boom haven't looked good on that map. And we see Boom continue to ban Split, as we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's their perma ban. Yeah, DRX don't really like Pearl, so that's not surprising. They haven't had a lot of success on it. Icebox going to be the pick here for DRX. Ooh. It's an interesting one, and Boom just going to stick with what's worked for them well, which is the Haven pick. Recently, we've seen the double Duelist from DRX on that map, so that's an interesting one to go towards. And Ascent as the decider. DRX picks attack. They do not pick defense. So on Ascent as the 3rd map decider.
As a Boom believer, I'm a little bit scared in this veto because Boom have not played Icebox in a long time.
Yes, they haven't played it since the Ascension Grand Final, by the way.
Yeah, I think Haven can be good for them, but then we go to Ascent. They looked great against Gen G, but then against PRX, I feel like PRX were able to have the answers, and if PRX were going to find the answers, I think so will DRX. So what are we going to adapt and change? But map 1, as we say, this is a strange pick for me.
Do you think it's really strange, though? Because, again, Boom haven't played this in a while. They have so much time to cook here. And as for DRX, they are dealing, again, with that little bit of a roster identity, which is, you know, I'm not sure if I'm very comfortable with this kind of go-of-the-flow, new spontaneous DRX, because that never really was Termi's style as well.
Yeah, well, this seems like a counter pick, right? They know that Boom haven't played this.
Well, yeah, you're forcing Boom to, you're saying, show me your Icebox, because we just have not seen it at the end of the day. They're also putting Bane in, which is a Sova player, whereas Australia doesn't really play as much Sova. They didn't really have someone who played as much Sova as Bane, and this is a Sova map. They're playing some other maps, which could be Sova maps. Ooh, 50-50 is an interesting
50-50
one.
once again. A stark comparison to predictions from the last time we were here on Pacific.
Whoa, 50-50.
Wow.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a shocker.
I mean, that goes to show how good both of these teams are. This is how close this game is. I think this is the one, you know, phone up your friends, phone up your auntie, your mother, get them all here for this game. This is the one everybody wants to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm like, Mom, It's DRX and it's Boom Esports. You better be watching now. I'm gonna call up my grandma. I'm gonna be like, Lola, it's Boom and DRX. You better be watching right now. Do the same thing because we're gonna send it to the stage right now for our 2 undefeated teams. It's gonna be DRX and Boom Esports.
Rise Pacific. DRX.
Pacific's current kings have found their latest star. With Australia added to the roster, DRX are looking as indomitable as ever. But is the 6-man roster something they can manage as playoffs draws closer and closer?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they're going to be bringing today. Bringing Bane back into the roster. They are in experimentation phase, and I want to see what kind of style they're going to be bringing and what roster they end up going with.
Yeah, it's a big question indeed because DRX, they're not exactly known for being that experimental. So perhaps this is indeed another chapter in this new age of DRX. But their opponents, the hungry beasts of Indonesia in Boom Esports, and they just keep on going and going, win after win after win, even against some of the heaviest hitters of Pacific. That firepower that's long been brewing in the Tier 2 scene is coming into its full power right now. And Boom, they just seem to be getting better as the opponents get even tougher.
Boom have been the ones to watch in Stage 1 for me. I love how they play. They've become more disciplined. They still have insane firepower, and I do think they have some of the best prep we've seen in the league. Part of me wonders is if this change to put Bane back in is to disrupt some of this great prep that we've seen from Boom, because, you know, it's hard to anti-strat if you change players at the last second. That's a huge thing, but this Boom roster have been going from strength to strength, looking atop the group today.
Yeah, and as we see the coaches walk out here, it is very important to touch on that. This is a round-robin format. You have time to prepare for your opponent. You have time to anti-strat, and we've seen plenty of these teams with great approaches and great prep, whether they're successful teams in the league or whether even there's some teams that are not having as much success. Every team has shown the ability to prepare a map really well and have a great approach.
Yeah, and I think historically, DRX have been one of the easier teams to read. Quite notoriously, they don't make huge drastic changes. They follow pretty simple protocols and pretty simple styles, but I think they've thrown a real spanner in the works with this roster change today. So, you know, that's the benefit of that 6-man roster, of you have a lot more flexibility, but how's Bane gonna look after he's had a week out? He has to refine some footing back on the stage.
Easy to read, I would agree, but then there's the protocol that DRX always has, which is, you know, pretty hard for even the best teams to get through, right? But Boom Esports, this chaotic energy that they bring, this instinctive kind of on-the-fly energy is something that C teams are notorious for.
Yeah.
And it's something that DRX actually knows how to manage quite well in Pacific's past and all the way into this stage. So I think they'll know what to expect, but are they prepared for that for those individual pop-offs that can happen, as we've seen?
Yeah, it's one thing to know what's coming, and it's another to be able to deal with it. I mean, Famous has been unstoppable with this operator, so you know he's going to try and pick it up.
Oh, what?
Wait, what is happening?
DRX.
Yo!
Freeing is on Yoru. He's never played Yoru before, and he's on the duelist role now. Bane on Teo, so not just one player on the one-trick Teo. He has never played Teo before, by the way, because Freeing's always been on the Teo. And this is Australia's 3rd game of Killjoy. Wow. They are just flipping the roles on their head.
I'm worried that risotto's burning for Termi now. It's not smelling quite as good. Over on Boom, a very similar style, but running the KO instead of that Yoru. Something a lot more simple, but still prioritizing that KO. But for DRX, what is happening here? This is a huge different look.
They're sticking to the double duelists. No matter what map, no matter what their roster is, they are trusting the same style. So that answers the question. We're not changing the roster to change the style. We're just trying different players.
What is happening in the kitchen? We are gonna find out as we head into the fridge, into Icebox with Quackmoto.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yeah, straight into the fridge and with our food critics, Quack and Komodo. Have you got anything gathered for us, Komodo?
Is there too many cooks in the kitchen right now for DRX? That is one thing that we've got to find out with evidently what we're seeing here with this agent lineup to come on through. But for the Boom guys as well, if you can't beat them, join them. Opting for Nongshim's agent lineup in this one because the last time they actually played this map was in that Ascension Grand Final against the then SPG, now Nongshim. Different look to the comp as well, a slight deviation in a player of that one. But we got change of player over on DRX as well, right? Estrella into this one. Now, you're seeing, you know, Bane coming back on in, Flashback is out, so it changes who's on what roles in this map, which is really, really interesting. It's not like Freeing hasn't played duels before, but yeah, not a Yoru.
Could be a bit of a headache for Boom for sure, but we'll see how it all plays out. It is DRX. It is the return of the Pacific Kings up against Boom, who have made their whole way up Mount Doom. Who's going to come out on top? The match starts now.
Boom, the beasts of Pacific right now. Attacking side, and immediately Estrella ducking down in the server, IRL. Don't want to get headshot like that.
All right, good information at least. We'll see. I mean, Killjoy is a very different agent compared to Vise after all, although they are both Sentinels.
Yeah, you got to remember Flashback was the one that played Killjoy on this map.
Oh, Mako.
There's some timing here on both the chords.
All the way up, but yes, more importantly, Boom on the attacking side have already set themselves up around 410, especially with the flash in as well, so trying to get more space, but cut off by the toxic screen.
Oh, NC Slash up. Able to dispatch of Bane for the first one, and DOS9 aware that Marco has slipped through. That's going to be an open B site ready for the rotate.
Yeah, fantastic pickups, and also quite aware of mid as well. Look at how he's blocking that off with Poison Cloud. So Freeing, you know, not quite able to passage his way through. And you also have Hyunmin already somewhere up towards
And Famous has just shifted into playing this lurk role now because they've already opened the space. They don't need him. Damage delivered, damage set in stone.
Hyunmin, though, still trying to do what he can. Does fine and walk away with another kill. 2 kills now so far, but still, with his HP down that low, NC Slasher will pick up the pistol that quickly.
Yeah, Boom with the pistol on this one. Looking to bring some consistency. If you had told me that Boom were going to be one of the teams to get in our 3-0 bracket, to potentially even go 4-0 over DRX.
Boom? You mean the team that like placed second in an Ascension?
The team that wasn't, by all intents and purposes, supposed to be in Pacific. Yes.
And then they also took down like Gen G, you know, Paper X even.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now they've got the skin bundle in the game as well.
That you've also bought up.
Yep.
Very nice. Lovely support for the Pacific Ascension teams, but right now it is Boom with the pistol pickup and also Boom with the guns. Hyunmin does have a Marshall. And he's positioned all the way towards yellow, though.
Yeah, these are the rounds again. You just do not want to give DRX an inch because they'll take a mile. Kind of curious still to see how these role shifts are going to look for them, how active Freeing is going to be on this Yoru, how supportive Bane is going to be on the Taeho.
Be a really huge test for Boom if they're able to string up more rounds together. Right now, at least doing their due diligence with the stealth drone.
Yeah, just no traps yet being established from DRX. Just stacking up together with numbers. Oh, ready for a bit of a cheeky play.
Okay, Famous steps himself down. It's in with Shiro and the Stinger. Famous pops back up, and they continue to just spray and pray their way into the site.
Yep, and now Hyunmin is on the other side of the map, so maybe you can see if you can do any liquor damage with the Marshall, but Prob's not. Could even see a world in which DOS9 can just take this in towards the next round as well, right? They didn't invest everything into this round. They've left him with all the money needed.
Until it expires, now he's just carefully clearing the angle. Slice the pie. Unfortunately, he's going to get sliced instead. That's a quad for Famous, and he's now 3 away from Blade Storm.
I'd be very interested to see if the strategy of Boom is to get the operator in the hands of him as quick as possible, and this is why DOS9 is holding some of the money. That would be something on the attacking side of Icebox. But now is the test to see what DRX's defenses do look like and how they want to be maneuvering around the map, right? That's going to be one of the affordances for them with this Yoru. You can shift around the map very quickly.
That is very much the intention. So interestingly enough, it's going to be both Freeing as well as Mako to hold out towards green and yellow. Meanwhile, for Boom, they've been having success on towards the A site, so why not do it again?
Yep. 0 point, catching some numbers. Gonna be forcing off Bane and Hyunmin. So you get some information as Boom on where they are currently.
But also for Boom to backtrack themselves in towards middle. DOS9 could pull off something sneaky.
Yeah, just spreading your wings at the moment as Boom. Nobody is extremely far forward except Famous.
Both teams exchanging drones as well.
Yeah, and Famous does have to be a little bit careful here. Of course, DRX don't know if there's any one on top of pipes, for example, to get the full-on trade, but that is a sinister shot to come out from Hyunmin.
He just saw his thigh and then re-peeked. That is pretty insane. So now Boom, with their entry gone, trying to recollect themselves while DOS9 just stays tucked away as a lurk.
Yeah, you're going to have some good initiative from Boom here and how they want to slice and dice this site.
DRX, on the other hand, just happy to stay tucked away, work with the numbers. DOS9, though, still the opportunity is there. He hears the footsteps and goes in for the spam, takes down Freeing.
Plant.
Plant comes in. And DOS9 strikes again! Now DRX are starting to think, I've got to watch for my back, but trying to deny that spike plan with 10 seconds left. They continue to push up. Shiro just quickly dispatches them with that stinger of his.
Oh, the shift
Bane,
in.
though, sliding through, lets him get the plant, but now for the spray. No, where is it? Shiro gets it instead with the Bulldog picked up now, and that's the bonus round picked up by Boom.
That is a bit of broken aim from Bane there, unfortunately. The patience from Boom cannot be underestimated and understated, rather, in that round. They don't try to force the issue, getting the plant down on the site. Look at all the aggressive utility and abusive utility that it's actually coming down on there, right? So much of that damaging util that DRX are trying to throw out to make them a little bit uncomfortable on the site, but they're very patient in it and how they're looking to just reassess the situation, how they're looking to re-get control. The lurk from DOS9 is gorgeous. So the bonus round going Boom's way will push DRX down onto an eco here.
No alarm bot in this round either, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for DRX to control the map.
And just in this eco round, for those that might be joining us,
Oh,
Boom are in the situation where they need to get to champs to stay in Pacific, right? They get towards playoffs. So we're talking about Boom, one of the teams that does need a lot of points. So if they're getting wins, they're getting to playoffs, they're getting opportunities to get more championship points.
What they really want is to just go for that podium finish to make their way through, but in with the flashes, Hyunmin still able to walk away with the frag. DOS9, however, will be able to trade right back. And with all that attention pulled in towards the B site, Boom then transitions back into A, where Berserks is already in place.
And this decision-making from them so far that we've seen is the decisions and the coordination of a really great caliber team, right?
I do want to note, though, Estrella having to swap over onto these different roles. He's been pretty nifty thus far.
Yeah, learning curve for him, of course.
Maybe a little bit, but he's still able to step up to the plate, which is quite lovely. That said, though, it's going to be the guns for Boom that does a lot of the talking right now. However, Estrella snuck through, does find one frag. In with Freeing as well, off towards the other side of screens, but that will be that. Boom, 4-0.
4-0. Now we need to see something to come out from DRX to start to make their endeavors on this defensive side look not as cold as the map. Of course, it is a different look for the team, but also compared to the last time they played on this map against Paper X, right? Paper X still trying to figure out exactly what's working for them, playing on the Waylay with Forsaken, for example, which he actually, he had a pretty decent performance on it. It wasn't the greatest Waylay performance that we've seen, but the team, Paper X, they still won the map at the end. DRX did lose after having that 9-3 half. They had an abysmal defensive side with only the one round. So if we're even seeing that from them here, I mean, you question if this map and picking it is of any value.
They could be trying to work on a map that they're slightly weaker on, but we'll see.
Well, will Famous actually be spotted here?
Wow. Yeah, with the way that drone pops up. Oh, And a player on the other side, but Famous takes the duel instead. He does pop the Blade Storm though, so that's going to be quickly nullified by freeing. And now DRX fully is aware.
DOS9 does have the pit. Shiro one away from the Armageddon, but NC Slasher has just picked up the null command, and that would lock freeing into Marco into yellow.
Still somewhat undetected, but yes, very much so pinned down now. The flash as well, but the timing not quite there for the peek out. And that's going to be Bane who holds down the angle. A bit of a double kill, but also for Berserks and DOS9 to find the trades right back. Time bought in, however.
Buffed KO too, remember? So quick back up on his feet for this player advantage.
And that's going to be now Pit in for the possible spike plan, and the fragment now beginning to tag away at Fring, which kind of reveals his position, but he still finds a frag instead. Pops into the dimensional drift right quick, and that's Hyunmin to provide additional support. Sniper Overwatch coming in, the flashes to push Berserks off of the spike. Hyunmin now quick to launch forward, looking to possibly get a tap onto the spike. They know that Berserks is rather low, and as he tries to slip back and forth around the boxes, freeing will quickly plant him down. Lights out for DRX again, well, for Boom again.
You got to consider how sweaty freeing must have been with that fragment right under his feet. But he still manages to navigate the pit quite nicely, right? Getting rid of DOS9 there as well. Opens up the line of sight for Hyunmin to be able to just snipe him on down. I say a bit of an overheat moment from Famous to try and expect the angle not to be re-held after finding that first on kill. But it's really the quick decision making and the recognition for DRX to get back into it. A little bit of individual brilliance as well from freeing in that round as DRX get on the board.
Just the way that he was able to still keep himself alive. And that's going to be the op still very much so in play. Boom, however, continues to trudge forward in towards A main. Hyunmin in with the op.
Yeah, he's done it again. This time taken down. This is awkward. There's overextensions for DRX.
With these four players now, they can just kind of overwhelm the site, bulldoze their way in.
Yeah, but we've seen Boom be very patient in these scenarios too as well, right?
To regroup and then come in with the utility. The Armageddon to clear out backside, the trades to really ensure that the front is very much secure. So even though a player is lost in the form of NC Slasher, they're still comfortable.
Yeah, and great utility from Shiro there as well. After the Armageddon, special delivery to hold off if there's any bodies to be a little bit sacrificial up through the rafters. In this sort of situation as well, I think DRX just know that they cannot really contend this. As a Killjoy, as a Viper, to try and get back into a site where you're at a two-player deficit, extremely difficult.
Yeah, no sir. It really brings to mind, you know, kind of how the microgame is being played, especially with, you know, wanting to keep Hyunmin posted up, but not quite having the additional support to
yeah,
no
one watching the dirty angles that position is susceptible for, right? So he's just kind of immediately destroyed before there's any value of a forward defending operator to get one, get out, reset Boom. You know, depending on who you take out, right? It looks at a different shift on how Boom would have to tackle the remainder of the rounds. They're going to survive with 4 here, which is good for their economy and their chances to extend out a pretty damaging offensive lead.
Which is beginning to make me worry about the defensive side that Boom could bring up as well.
Yep.
And this was a really quick round, you know, with how they just quickly broke things apart, especially with the Armageddon coming in as well.
Oh, no coach intervention to come in from DRX at this current juncture. So enough maybe trust in the team to try and figure things out.
All missiles away.
Also, of course, the state that DRX are at right now with the 6-man roster that we're feeling it might be a little bit of the rotating variety and already making playoffs, right? It kind of does give you the idea that it is the okay time to experiment a little bit, learn a little bit.
Possibly.
Yeah.
You would imagine they still want to kind of gun for that top seed spot.
Yeah, for sure.
DRX, a team that loves to think ahead of things.
A minute left for Boom to try and establish the spike here as they've pathed up towards pipes and towards the proceedings of the A site. Still, you got to wonder if they do wait too long, what will happen, because DRX have 4 members here.
At least the salvos and the initial artillery strike will go through, but Boom quickly just sidesteps most of it. Now look at their positions as well. One up on top of 410, another one up on the side. Shiro, quick to eliminate more players trying to launch their way through. Estrella instantly downed. Of course, the
Famous
gun's not quite favoring DRX currently, but yes, Famous.
He's hungry. He wants it.
Much so like the hungry beasts themselves, living up to the team name.
He's hungry like the wolf.
Gotta love it. One of these days, he should just get an ace, hop up on stage, howl.
Howl.
No.
Oh my lord. Hyunmin gonna peel away from this round with the Phantom as the trophy, it would seem.
Just a bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, well, another well-navigated round from Boom. Great trades around the site, I think, is important because there's 4 members at the end of the day from DRX that are there, right? So you've got a lot of these crossfires that are there. Shiro with some great utility placement as well from the special delivery, getting on the top of the site too, managing to find another kill. It's pretty good.
And you know, humanity did just bring Direwolves somewhat back, so that could be something for Boom.
Maybe. Here we go, though. The timeout to come on through. You'd expect from DRX, of course, now before the gun rounds to see if they're going to be able to start to make their defenses known in the server. 6-1, a scoreline that Boom, well, if they're able to continue this runaway, would come away with an egregious first map scoreline. The way that they're playing and the way that we haven't really seen an answer even in these rifle rounds so far, you know, they're pretty switched on in how they want to move around the map and what utility they want to do to clear these positions. The pausing in the mid rounds as well, you know, to afford yourself a little bit of time to figure out what is our next plan of attack, you know? How are we moving? What utility we want where? It's great mid-round decisioning and those current moments that I think we're seeing.
Especially with the utility in towards the A side as well. I mean, we've seen the lurks coming out from DOS9. DOS9, who was, you know, maybe having a little bit of a colder performance from last week, definitely stepping up a lot more this week as well, back into his top form. 8 kills, 2 deaths alone. Famous, always so consistent.
Yep. Berserk's up there in the numbers as well, but sometimes he has a couple of maps that he goes away, but you do remember the big ones. Important moment for DRX now. Armageddon online. Estrella's going to be one away from the lockdown, so these can be some big ultimates that you can utilize in a situation like this to get around on the board, because you've got to do something here as DRX. Currently fishing for some information over at the B, with Freeing just playing there by himself, playing the long line. Rotations already from DRX around the middle of the map to shift Marco away, or rather in towards mid, where the turret does get destroyed.
Marco's here to assist Estrella in case DOS9 comes into a lurk position again.
Shiro still has the drone. You'd expect him to be dropping this down to start to clear over towards long at the moment. Unless they want to try and do a dry contact to take Freeing. 0 point, you hear echo through.
It's possible. I mean, if you were Boom, you would be thinking, most times it's Mako alone on towards the B site. This time it's Freeing, so gate crashed away.
An NC Slasher with Berserks close enough to hear that that drone is going to be finding nothing. So calling a bit of an audible situation here as Boom. Your idea is to end at A and let Famous trick you.
And he's done just that. Keeps 3 players, even pulling full rotations over onto the B site.
Everybody's left.
Famous.
Bane is the last person.
He just needs to stay alive, and that's enough time bought away already.
Bane's the last person to get there, and you've got to remember, he's got the Armageddon. He wants to be close to try and deny the spike plant, but he's not going to be able to. Shiro ahead a little bit far there.
So just a bit of damage done, but not too much loss for Boom. The spike's still down, and the lockdown to continue to allow that spike to tick.
Molly's already on the spike.
It's a bit of a check as well, but now DRX beginning to plant their boots onto the ground. Still looking at some of these potential ultimates, but DRX very much so looking to maneuver carefully as a full team, but they just line themselves up for NC Slasher. Hyunmin now pushing outside of 410, but it's a quick trade. And with that, not enough time for the spike to get defused. Estrella just has to make haste and get out of there.
That is an outstanding fake sold by Boom in that round. Famous does exactly what's needed to over at the B site. The fact that he's able to just get away with one kill there is ridiculous. I will be real with you. Freeing down for the count meant that there's no real scope ability back in towards the A site. And then it's just timing being bought, right? You got the mollies that are being refreshed on towards the spike. NC Slasher, the fact that he's able to get away with 2 there is also just absolutely devastating for DRX's chances to get back in. Converting the round for Boom that DRX just invested a timeout for is pretty large.
And now we're back to the same old positions. Once again, it's Fring and Mako off towards B, and they've been spotted out by the 0 point.
Yeah, 2 players tagged up by that one, Mako and Freeing. It'll allow Shiro to really get close. Actually, he'd already used the drone a bit earlier here. It'll allow the rest of the team of Boom, though, to get close, that's for sure.
And even though Mako had the stinger, he was already quickly dismissed away by Famous and that Phantom of his. Estrella, though, up top, will find a target.
Early investment of the lockdown. Buy some time. A gun.
But Boom's reaction is to dig deep. Oh! Famous, unfortunately, detained, and that's Salvos as well.
Unfortunate that he's not able to escape on that one. Hyunmin finds Berserks on the lurk. So this is a little bit better for DRX. It's not the most flashiest of rounds. It's not the most expected.
Might even be a little bit of a slip-up from Boom, but it's one that DRX will happily capitalize on. Now finding DOS9. Just NC Slasher, maybe to get the spike plants or a kill or 2, but not too much.
Yeah, point and click for Australia. Doesn't need to move his crosshair too much there. Just opponent to waltz in towards that one and you click, job's done. Interested to actually see why Famous stuck around a little bit, you know, caught with some utility.
Unfortunately,
couldn't get out.
Because it won't show up on the replay, but
it's fine.
Yeah,
it's all right. More importantly, DRX, second round on the board. Hyunmin back with the operator in play at the right location if you want to try and establish a early advantage.
I've seen them attempt at that before, but hopefully this time with better support. So he elects for the lower position instead, and that's where he does meet his mark.
Yeah, 0 point close. He's either going to be bottom pipes or top pipes.
Boom, though, still moving forward. Shiro up below 410, sends the stun to give himself a bit more space. And that's going to be the Viper wall up. DOS9 this time in the lurk position.
Yeah, but you got to remember that turret from Boiler will still spot him out in the window now that Icebox has in the tube. So he kind of is kept in check by that right now.
So maybe for Boom to find contact in towards green or yellow, then for DOS9 to start making his move.
Yeah, and Freeing is just going to refresh the gate crash to get out if needed. So he doesn't technically need to stay around. There's all the information.
Making all the right moves for now. Double kill found. Trade found by Berserks as well. And that's when DOS9 begins to look for his next target, but unfortunately gets picked off instead. DRX with a recovery on the macro game.
Yeah, there's a couple of these kills that don't get traded out for Boom. Yeah, individual one first for Hyunmin, able to get out. Freeing kind of did his job before eventually being traded. These are the sort of rounds for DRX that you get the first player advantage, right? Then you just kind of don't fumble and give Boom a way back in towards the round. Not too much that Berserks is going to be able to do here. Going to be holding on to the weapon as well. Think about economy. You don't want to get rid of everything. You get another buy, you lose that one, and then you're potentially ecoing, and DRX are, you know, back in towards the half, though there is only 2 more rounds to play.
But also a little bit of talking time for setting up the next round potentially. I mean, they know that there is an op in play now. Where could Hyunmin be? He has attempted at finding the early picks up towards a main now. Could he reposition somewhere else? So that's something that Boom needs to navigate around.
I'm wondering as well right now, you know, something that we're not going to be able to know for sure, but how more comfortable is Bane feeling on this Teo compared to the Omen from last time? You know, for Freeing as well, is he liking the Yoru? You know, individual confidence in the agents that you pick as well has to be quite big. Now, Freeing has sleuthed into a sneaky spot that's completely unexpected, and he's got
I love it. Quick kill found, and even though it wasn't the op in place, so Boom still wondering about that. Unfortunately for Boom, I mean, the double initiator composition, their whole idea was to, really pepper the site full of their utility and everything, but now not able to do that. Screen up once again. DOS9.
He's got, well, he's been spotted. Hyunmin not biting too early at the cherry.
Slipped through.
Oh, is he aware?
Definitely aware.
Oh, no way.
DOS9!
And Berserks.
Now a bit of a chance for Boom to maybe get the spike on over, but
Estrella in mid. He has everything to do here. Timing
warning ping
is of the essence. Are Boom aware?
They have an idea, but will they find the duel?
And look at DOS.
The angle. DOS9 comes back in to provide assistance to his team.
They're crunching on him.
Estrella still tucked away, and here comes, they walk into his crosshairs. Berserks with the trade, 30 seconds left.
And he can get towards the site here. DOS9 just making sure that the main choke point of Orange that you would expect this rotation to maybe even potentially come from is looked after. Dispatching of Marco. Now it's all onto Bane.
Has to be careful with his utility, might reveal his position, so Bane.
Yeah, too late to the party to use the salvos, so now the element of surprise. Where's Bane coming from?
Trying to creep up. Alarm bot as well on the spike. So if he's going to use the salvos, he's going to have to use it to flush them out, but instead tricks onto the utility on the ground. Salvos, there it is. But Boom, they're still tucked away. Holds the angles and has an idea, but needs to land the flicks. Goes for the tap again. But look at Boom, so disciplined.
Shot.
But what a flick! Bane still running low on time, comes back onto the spike to try to stick it to half. Berserks for the jump peaks, but Bane is sticking it all the way through. Berserks, you've got to go now, and there it is! The triple found at the very end of the round. Boom, onto the 8th.
Oh boy, that one gets a little bit close at the end there. You know, I thought that the salvos, they didn't really do anything, right? They did not make Boom question that he was completely, on it or off it. They're just disconnected. They didn't need to overpeak, is what I'm trying to get towards at the end there. And the fact that they're aware that Estrella could have been in mid as well, right? Boom are quite switched on. A valiant attempt for Bane. Gets close. Not gonna lie.
If you're wondering about that risotto that DRX has, Boom has got all the right ingredients. DOS9 has been such a lethal lurk. But now...
Okay, 5v3. The start that you want as DRX. You're even ready for DOS9 to try and find some timing. This is an immediate answer back from the powerhouse team of Korea.
We've got frags of our own for sure. Now on towards Bane, where he's happily perched up on top. A lot of vision. Spots NC Slasher, receives contact.
Yeah, that may have been a little bit risky, though Berserks and NC Slasher are, a little bit low, which is why NC Slasher is just removing himself to get his health back on up. For the people out there that are thinking that he's trolling, that's the plan, get some health.
And the null command continues to pulse as well.
Yep. But now you've got 45 seconds and DRX have rotated.
You have no idea where they are.
Yep.
They're right close by. DRX now will spring the trap. Estrella to take down Berserks. NC Slasher still has full HP though, and quite a bit of time.
But the rafters angles, that's a bit off. And the flank to come through from Marco. A bit too much to deal with there. So would you call that a bit of a recovery on the half? 8-4, where the defensive side, you're getting the lesser? Look, in my mind, probably not. They'd want to be leading the half on this defensive side, but it's all right. Teething issues.
Teething issues. That's one way of putting it.
I mean, I've got some tissues here. No cry.
It's something that DRX, as the coaching staff goes, they're not afraid to shy away from these picks, maps that they're maybe not as strong on. The timeout early on, though, that one I'm a little bit curious about, but they definitely did recover somewhat. The scoreline surely is something, that leaves us wanting a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look, at least it isn't the one defensive round that they managed to find against Paper X, right, who had that just absolutely phenomenal run on their attacking side, whereas, it was 11? No, not 11. How many was it? No. Yeah, it was 11.
Okay. Well, right now, at least, it's going to be Boom. We've seen Hyunmin with his op. Now it's time to see Famous with his.
It was 10. Never mind. I can't count. But yeah, Famous Op, I think that's the name of the game right now. Didn't see it brought out on the attacker side. They didn't need it. Defensive side, Hyunmin, bit hit or miss, right? When he was trying to sneak up on towards Rafters, it didn't really work out. You switch that over in your game plan to have Freeing just slot in there underneath, and that worked out a couple of times, right? So you got these elements that DRX are adapting around here, little by little.
Something that is really interesting as well is, Estrella with his DRX debut from last week, he's been topping the map statistics, but that's because of the sample size. If we're talking about a proper sample size, we're looking at Famous.
Yep.
He's high up on the stats, and he's leading in op kills right now as well, so very much interested to keep my eyes onto him. Currently positioned around yellow, while DRX is making more noise around A.
Yeah, trying to turn up the heat at the moment on this alpha side of things, where they start to get a little bit of this info from the drone.
With that info, trying to go for a sneaky peek, Estrella unfortunately punished.
Yeah, but look at the rotations that this has brought from Boom, right? 3 players, nearly 4. DOS9 thinks better of it. You've got a bit of a sneaky shift up the side of B from Marco. Not going to be picked out by the alarm bot. Eventually will. Okay, so he's a bit stuck. He's been having a shaky game, by the way. 2 kills so far, now down to 58 HP. Has to try and call for something big for the team to get some assistance here. Because they're biting on this one. They're rotating over, Freeing to try and keep some numbers of Boom at the A site.
Not the easiest feat. Freeing needs to pretty much stay alive as well. Will gate crash to rendezvous with his team.
Yeah.
Here comes Mako and gang.
Looking for the plant though, but you got to do something as DRX. You got to try and win favor with a fight.
Can we burn the salvos to use it, to save it for, when it refreshes onto the post plant. Boom. Now recollecting it. Mako, there it is. Holds the angle and finds Famous up towards middle.
4 versus 4. Salvos eventually will come online for Bane.
Which means Boom has to get going. But this is when Hyunmin has the tailwind and fires off a couple of pot shots. Boom beginning to make their move, but Poison Cloud in their way against DRX. They find it against Boom with the one-way through. And there are those pistols as they swarm and fan out from yellow.
Both pistols for Boom. That is certainly the way that you want to have things happen on your opponent's map pick, by the way. You always got to remember as well, the fact that it's Freeing, right? Over at that A site there, he's playing a Yoru. He can still rotate quickly back to the rest of the team if the fake is there. So I do like the idea that it isn't just the immediate disconnection from the Boom guys. They're still confident in the players that are surrounding the B side if it does go there. And again, very patient, very thought out in how they're looking to do this retake. You've got a force up from DRX now, with a couple of the kills collected, with the plant that goes down. They want to keep this one in a contest, right? They need to get this map.
Hence the Stingers all fully bought up. DRX trying to create a bit of a death ball into the A site. Boom has a 3-stack here, though.
Yep. Drone.
Doesn't spot Famous.
No, but he doesn't spot vertically below what's happening, and it doesn't matter here, does it, Quack? Look at what's going on. It's just
finding the triple.
Absolute shutdown.
Just by Bane as well. Try to collect as much as possible, trying to salvage it. But still the damage quickly dealt and done by Boom.
Yeah, that is not the way that you want a Stinger Force to go whatsoever. Only 1 kill that you collect upon Shiro when his damage was already delivered at you. You know, you're trying to bully your way through a toxic screen, you're just going to eat the decay.
So the Haymaker, unfortunately,
and the scan
very
as
well received by Boom.
Really well placed.
They're forcing.
Yep, recognize that they're forcing. So now you got this little situation where it's going to be the haphazard buy going into this, still making sure you've got enough economy for your next round buy up. By all means, this should be Boom finding 11, unless they make a big mistake and DRX dig deep.
Discipline from Boom again, though. Fully aware of the buy as they are happy to receive contact. NC Slasher now for the double Bulldog kill. Famous in with the Outlaw. Bane, quick swing, but you still got so many more targets, and that's just way too much to handle.
Yep. Now, I know a lot of people out there are probably thinking to themselves in this situation, 11 is all they get. But the way the Boom have been playing this map so far, and even their rotations on this defensive side, is it going to just be 11? I don't know, man. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I'm not shy to admit that I might be one of those people out there, but given how Boom have been playing so far throughout this entire stage 1,
yeah,
You've got to cheer, you got to root for him.
Yeah, and the elephant in the room, I feel like right now is Marco, right? He was a pivotal component in towards what DRX were able to do on the attacking side against Paper X, right? Just the sheer brutality of his numbers and his trading game and his clutches as well, right? Marco is one of the clutch players of our tournament, and he's getting kind of isolated here. Right? It kind of feels like the name of the game for the whole DRX team right now is they're all getting a little bit isolated, caught off guard, not being able to trade properly. It's rough.
Both timeouts spent.
Yep. When was the last time in a map like this that a team has made DRX
sweat?
No, just look like this, right? Like, yeah, we've got the whole Paper X started 8-0 on Haven in that series, right? But it's also, you know, DRX managed to kind of come back on that one. Maybe this is the time that DRX comes back. They've got the better weaponry, right, in this really delayed bonus round.
Potentially.
Double Duelist, you want to try and get them to potentially dive on in if NC Slasher's 0 point or Shiro's Recon. Stealth Drone doesn't get you. Famous, going to take a page out of Hyunmin's book.
In with the Phantom though, but with the flash out, unfortunately not quite able to react. Shiro still in place. Shoots down the drone, gets away safely.
Yeah, so the player advantage is going to be solidified for DRX as Marco, I was speaking about him, sneaking through middle. Quickly
Eliminates the first player that he spots. Makes quick work of the second. And okay, not quite spotting on Berserks yet, but that is the spike and the site very much controlled by DRX.
Yeah, these sort of situations, DOS9 Berserks, if you find any sort of damage, you know, it could be all right, but it depends on how much damage you find. If you save your weapons, of course, the team has another pretty good buy in the next round for Boom too. So it's not a bad idea to just call this one and really look to protect these guns. You give this to DRX, as I said, delayed bonus round.
It will be one of these rounds where attempting to throw a wrench into DRX's plans by having players further up on towards belt might force DRX to think twice about the next round as well.
Yeah, maybe. You know, there's enough breathing room that Boom have afforded themselves with the scoreline in the first half and then picking up the pistol in the second round and albeit even the third round, right? Because of that forced stinger that didn't go DRX's way. There's a couple of mistakes that Boom can afford to make here. And if the rounds are won by DRX, you know, displaying some really good strength in it, well, there's some adjustments to come out after that.
Let's see.
So the onus really is on DRX here to make sure that they're kind of dotting I's, crossing T's.
Ah, there it is. So we've seen Mako on the lurk now. Now we're seeing Famous in with an op as well.
Yeah, and this is the scary component of the map for me. It's how DRX are going to try and isolate him or alienate him in the map.
Okay, so we're seeing some pings all across belt. We've got that 0 point coming out from Boom as well, so some information already found.
Yeah. Bane's going to be one away from this Armageddon if they look to go towards the A site. He's currently holding the spike, so, you know, kill plant or orb.
Mako playing it safe as well. Drone out from Boom at the minute 20-second mark.
Yeah, they need to start to get some information, they feel like, at the moment. And what an absolute shot.
Fully anticipated.
Good pre-fire.
Even just a check, that was nutty.
Yeah, and now you've got all of mid-control, essentially, from Marco. No Sentinel utility to come out from Boom. They're going to have to either cut a corner or look for some information that the 0 point doesn't hit anyone.
And that also intercepts, you know, potential rotate lines, especially Famous on that op. Now they would launch their assault, and Hyunmin finds the entry. NC Slasher has to get out.
Yep.
He only has DOS9 nearby. Famous, he's got to find Mako somehow, some way. Meanwhile, the rest of DRX still holding down the line, anchoring down the site. Famous will eliminate Mako, but at this point, it's just kills. Oh!
That's a high sensitivity.
And the crowd gasps with it as well.
The hunt is on, though. They know.
They're trying to get it out of his hands, and Hyunmin with the angle from mid will take and rob that op away.
And these are the sort of situations in a map as well, when you've not played it for so long, can start to pick you apart, right? And start to showcase that you might not have the great understanding on how you want to play this map with this agent lineup and how your opponents are going to be.
Absolutely right, Komodo. the wallbang spam straight into rafters as well.
Yeah, the full clip there.
All right, magazine.
Jump them.
Not clip. Gun nerding. Jokes aside, it's Boom with a bit of an eco now.
Will DOS9 be cleared? Gun barrel poke from Freeing if he's not ready for this one, but he's aware. He is so aware. So another opening play from DRX, another 4 versus 5. It's not got as much depth in it because of the equipment that Boom do have here, right? It's not the full kit and caboodle. But it is the protocols that DRX needed to fall back onto. Clearing corners, going together as a team, leave no stone unturned. And coming out with a game plan after the first pick or losing the first pick. How do we close? How do we get back in?
Very clear DRX fashion. They've already done quite a bit of work with that one single kill, especially given Boom's economy. But as I say that, without much information on the A site, they actually regroup up towards green.
Who's next?
There's a weird opportunity that Boom have enough to do something silly here. But DRX, the info on the back of the Dimensional Drift.
Okay. It begins with a flash from NC Slasher, then the fragment to deny any potential spike plants. Shiro finds a kill as well and has the Armageddon still in his pocket. NC Slasher goes with the null command, and it keeps DRX at bay. Famous up from the back though, and that kind of keeps Boom pinched in. Oh, DRX, they're trying to avoid it, but Famous finds a shot off of that one kill. Now dashes in, and Hillman takes a frag right back. Looks for the spike plant now. 4 seconds left. Berserks, he's managed to buy enough time that DRX will walk away without a round found. Boom, they've reached map point in time.
What did I say, Quack? What did I say? That Boom could do something silly. And silliness is the name of the game there. Time to be bought, shots to be found. DRX did not give themselves enough time. That's a 4 versus 5 conversion on what is essentially an eco thrifty to come through from Boom. Famous's position on the flank, not expected that he gets one. Time to be bought. You've got a great Armageddon that's thrown in there. Great timing to be bought from the null command, by the way. Absolutely sensational on that one. And you're just stopping the plant from going down. 6 map points now for Boom Esports.
DRX, you silly billies.
Oh.
They're gonna do what they do with the op, instantly taking down Famous. We have a new challenger.
We have a returning challenger.
Oh yeah. So now all fully in position across pipes. Some towards belt as well.
Oh,
Shiro looks to retrieve more information.
Yeah, couldn't go too far forward with that one, unfortunately. This is hard for Boom.
Armageddon as well towards backside, and that really keeps Boom stuck in place, but NC Slasher finding a couple of frags. Unfortunately gets traded down.
Yeah.
DOS9 is way too far.
Way too many balloons to try and throw that dart out to pop there.
At this point, you're happy with a couple kills, but DRX has everything.
Well, do they? They don't have the rounds, Quack.
That is true.
They have to 100% this one to push us into overtime.
I was thinking in terms of the round, Komodo.
Yeah,
yes.
Look, they've got the rounds, don't get me wrong, but if I'm thinking overtime so far and on our fun sample size numbers that we like to highlight here with no real relevance, Boom are 100% in overtimes in their one occurrence.
100%?
Yeah, oh my god, oh my god. No, DRX spot on that round, freeing with another opener, but this time they are actually able to convert it when they had the 5 versus 4.
And I see what you're saying, you know, it still is 5 full rounds that DRX needs to pick up just to push things into overtime.
And you're going to have a round where there's going to be some ultimates back again for Boom, and all it takes is one, right? All it takes is one big round from Boom or one slip up from DRX, and that could be the map.
Certainly a tall mountain to climb, but I wouldn't discount DRX. Mako sitting on the Viper's pit. Op still in play.
Yep. Blades to be brought out. See how the opening duel is going to go for the beginning of this one, of course. Be ridiculous if Boom are able to find it.
Oh, Mako.
Yeah, trying to lurk up a little bit more information from NC Slasher, though, around at this A site. And a lot of the rifles that DRX are shooting, you know that there's some presence in numbers.
Then in with the execute. They fired up a couple of hot shots, haven't found Boom quite yet, but they continue marching forward. It's Hyunmin in with a couple of kills, but with the stun as well, Shiro walks away with one. Estrella now in sight.
Drone in, get information for Famous to potentially get a clean one.
With the Blade Storm, this could be huge, but unfortunately a frag not found. He's hopping over, but it doesn't quite connect. Now onto the Classic.
You've got no smokes.
But Estrella's just buying time, toying with him, playing with him, off to Bane, and that's when the frag goes down. DRX continue forward.
Yeah, unfortunately there, you've got no Cloudburst that you're able to drop at your feet to assist you when your blades do miss. You took the hard fight there with the dice on the site, unfortunately. Looks a little bit awkward with a couple of those duels and how they're being fought, but DRX, they will hold on. Quack, they will have some more depth in this map.
So we're keeping track of things. It's 4 more rounds.
Yeah, and a timeout to be brought out from Boom Esports now, getting a rifle round to come back on towards us. These are the scenarios where, as I was mentioning, all it takes is one. All it takes is one.
Wondering about the ults as well for Boom. But at least DRX, you know, keeping things light and jovial.
Yep.
That's kind of why, you know, both teams are at the top. You know, they're still rather comfortable. And this is just map 1, despite it being DRX's map pick.
Yeah, and I mean, when you consider, you know, that Icebox hasn't been played from Boom for quite some time and DRX are experimenting, you might, like what Pilsky said, right? You want to bring a new map out from your opponents, see what they've got on it a little bit. It kind of helps Boom to a small degree, where they're going to have some tape of their own to review on this map now as well. But if they win it in their first showing after quite some time, I mean, that also speaks a couple of volumes towards their prep and practice on this one.
I do want to note, though, Estrella and Bane, especially Bane, not too bad in terms of utility usage.
Yep. Some shifts on towards agents for them too. So let's see, after the timeout is called for Boom, how they're going to look to defend this one. Killjoy set over towards the A site. Spot from DOS9 down long. A little bit more mid-emphasis. Of course, Marco's been able to find some good openers there.
Which does bring more attention for Boom in towards the middle.
And there's a good trap play, actually. A good play from Boom to flash in and get Famous on the line. And now they can turn that into a bit of a flank play if they want, because DRX have waltzed in towards this A site, breaking down the door. And, well, they've seen that no one's home.
Berserk's one away from the lockdown as well, so even a lucky wallbang could mean quite a bit. So you do have that flank play coming in, Komodo, but it's quickly dealt with. I thought Hyunmin was watching it and would be able to do something, but yeah. That is quick on the draw by NC Slasher. Now playing for the head angle. Famous still dancing with death though. Estrella actually picks the kill up. Off to the next one, and that's just going to be Shiro and NC Slasher applying pressure on both sides. This is where it gets dicey. NC Slasher for the triple. DOS9 dispatching off the Viper's pit. Berserk collects onto the final kill, and that's going to be the map.
And look at the round count that the difference is going to be. 13-8. Let me hear you gave me 5 big booms.
Boom, 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 boom.
They don't end the series, of course. It's only the first map of this one, but Boom Esports have come out with a pretty damn good showing on this map of Icebox. And yes, so there's still some credit to DRX, right? They're learning, they're rotating players, they're rotating, you know, roles and everything like this, but it just feels like they were a bit outclassed in this map when you consider how the first map of the first few rounds of this one started, right? 4 big clean ones for Boom. You got 1 back, and then you got to stretch out like it was 7-1 at one point in time.
And that's just a huge scoreline to get. I mean, DOS9 is back online. Famous still as lethal and brutal as ever. The entire team just working their way in the first half, just in a really delightful manner.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have to kind of see what DRX's adjustments are going to be going in towards the next map that will be Haven. They do actually opt to start on the attack as well. So whether or not that'll give them good favor and good breathing room, we'll have to wait and see. But it definitely feels like Boom are comfortably in the driver's seat in this series.
I will be noting, though, it is really interesting to see Freeing onto the Yoru, and he has pulled out some interesting rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Hyunmin on the Jet as well, but it didn't feel like that there was a lot of well-placed coordination, right? A couple of angles not really checked at the beginning that they did look to adjust and cater for going on a little bit, but it's just the early stages that were rough.
So it still is going to be a risotto that is slightly overcooked, but as we toss it back over to our desk, I got to ask them, how do you like double chocolate chip cookies?
I absolutely love double chocolate chip cookies. Are you getting me some? Are you getting me some, Quack? You better. No! What? What kind of hope is this? I already ran through the first series, Quack. Why would you do this to me? But you know what?
I don't know if that would be healthy for a person of your size, Mika. Like, that amount of sugar is just you're gonna be like pinging off the walls
what if
from
it's
one
like,
cookie.
What if it's like really... Anyway, going back to Icebox, by the way, it is a good day to, I think, have a few new bundles in the store because you have Nongshim earlier, now you have Boom with this showing on Icebox here. My big question, though, what on earth happened in the kitchen there?
Not good things.
What? Okay.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
We have to ask this question. Why is Freeing on Yoru? If you want to play, you have the best Teo player in the world in your team, and he's not on my sweet baby boy.
What have they done to
What
my
have they done
boy?
to him? I mean, look, he was fine on the Yoru, but he is the best Teo. I don't like this double duelist look if you're going to chop and change. Boom exploited that massively. I was impressed by everybody on that Boom side.
Has anyone ever played Jet Yoru on this map before? Like, I don't understand what's going on. DRX, I mean, you go back to their last game on Icebox, which was against PRX, and they played Bane on Omen and Freeing on Teo, and they didn't have Australia in the team yet. And now they've gone and put a whole new player in the team. They're playing double duelist on Icebox, and they're throwing multiple players onto agents they've never played before in an official, as well as changing a player in the team. Whereas you contrast that against Boom, they played this same comp bar just a Gecko for a Teo in September last year.
Yeah.
You know, like, they literally be playing the same comp on Icebox, although it's gone out of the map pool since then, and they've changed absolutely nothing. And DRX are like, we got to change a player in the team, we got to throw this guy on 2 different agents, we got to play double duelist with Jet Yoru. You've never seen it on this map, trust me, bro, it's going to be amazing. Like, what's going on?
I mean, this is it all. Bane's first game on Teo, Freeing's first game on Yoru, Estrella's third ever game on Killjoy. This is entirely new for these players on DRX, and it looked new. I mean,
Could you, okay, go back to coaching global. Could you ever convince your players to just play like agents that they've never played before and just throwing everybody on everything different?
I feel like the only way that you can get away with that is going, we're already in the playoffs, guys, we can chill. But that's what it felt like to me. Where was the fire to win in that game from DRX? Boom looked a class above DRX in that game, in my mind. In individual duels, in calling, in desire to win, I felt like Boom were there. I didn't feel like DRX were there. And they need to turn this round on map 2. I'm worried for them.
Which is actually a good point, right? Perhaps they're experimenting now, especially since they have Australia in. We were wondering how it was going to work, right? Maybe they're doing this little switcheroo so that once playoffs arrives, they know pretty much how they're going to start doling out the roles.
I think it definitely could be that, right? You know, in some ways, that's the smart move. But equally, it's like, you got to fight for every game. You don't get many. But I mean, it's hard to fight when man like Famous is on the other side. He's not slowing down.
Yeah, he isn't. I mean, he has just been a force to be reckoned with, and he's on the Jet. He's on the Jet on Icebox. I mean, this is a classic for him. I even remember in the Ascension games when they were playing against Nongshim and they were having a tougher time, Famous would, even when they were losing, always turn up to those games and have some highlights, have some individual rounds, and he has just been such an oppressive force. This matchup, Hyunmin, the best duelist and a rookie, in towards kickoff here, but here in stage 2, Famous is the best duelist player in this competition. Look at so many different stats.
I mean, this is a round I really want to highlight. I feel like the calling was so good. We see Boom stack this B site because DOS died on that push down B. So he knows that DRX want to end towards B to cover that gun. So they stack there, delay the plant. That's such good calling from them. But Famous here, how can we not highlight this guy? I feel like he's going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. First in so many stats, kills kills around, damage around, ACS, first kills as well. Like, this dude is just dominating the statistics in stage 2 right now.
Yeah, what I love about Boom at this point in time is, you know how so many teams feel like, oh, you know, we just gotta play our own game, which is like the favorite like sentence of all teams. And a lot of pros say how like, oh, we just have to play, you know, we have to have fun, we have to play the way we do in scrims, we have to play the way we do in ranked. Boom feels like they're doing this exactly.
Yeah.
Their players are playing confidently. Their players are playing that, you know, to the level that they know they can be spontaneous as well, which is the X factor against teams like DRX.
Well, they have that comfort because they're playing the same comp that they played for ages, for months and months. They're very comfortable with this comp. You see in this highlight here, like this next replay that we're going to pull out, like they are able to call circles around DRX. You see the tac timeout for DRX. Tactical timeouts are a double-edged sword. You're 6-1 as Boom. You are front-running on the attacking side, and you have conditioned DRX so much. You see the info denial here. You force the TP off of yellow. You get false information from the Teo drone. So DRX are info-starved here on the defensive side. And look at how Boom calls circles around them. You see the dash from Famous on towards yellow. DRX completely over-rotates here. Look at the A players immediately leaving the site and leaving an open site for Boom to play the post plant in. They're able to get the plant top site. Famous even gets one here. His job is done once he just gets the yellow and pulls the rotation. He doesn't even need to do anything extra on top of that. And then Boom, you see the top site plant. You see the nanos get down onto the site. Perfect positioning for NC Slasher, and they play the timing perfection. I mean, DRX, they took a tac timeout, and immediately after it, they're just getting run around in circles, and that's got to be frustrating. And when you look at the end of that game, the scoreline overall, right? Like, looking at that start that they had on the attacking side is really the difference between when DRX is actually able to start playing the game and not.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they understood this map. Like you say, I honestly credit to Shiro. He was calling rings around DRX. NC Slasher does take the MVP for the map. Felt like he played great on that KO as well. But honestly, it would be hard to pick an MVP for me from this Boom team. I feel like everybody stepped up, did their job. We saw DOS do big lurks through mid. Great calls from Shiro. Famous stepping up. I mean, I can't fault anybody on this Boom squad.
I'm pretty sure the 9 in DOS 9 count, like, is the number of times he pushed tube that game. Dude just walked up tube every round without fail.
Is he picking that with a kind of like theme?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like DOS 9, I gotta do this 9 times. Every single time.
Lucky number.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Mako trying to do the same thing on the other half. You know, it's how you play the Viper in this map. Mako found some timings too. Felt like Mako did have a bit of a slower game there.
Yeah, and I feel like DRX maybe got into their own heads. There were a lot of pressure. They knew they were trying out something new. There was this, that pressure to kind of make sure that this was going to work.
Yeah.
Because they can't, you know, break their streak right here and right now. Surely not, right? But this Boom is thinking the same thing.
And this is where I question the roster substitution. I assumed that they were changing their roster to change their style, play in it heavy, but they just went ahead and played double duelist and just kind of tried to shove different people on roles that they hadn't really done as much or agents that they hadn't really done as much. So that begs the question, what is DRX going to play on Haven? Are we going to see a standard kind of meta comp where we play Breach Teo, we put Estrella on the Breach, we put Freeing on the Teo, we play single duelist? Because to me, looking at the roster and the personnel that they have in the roster, that is the natural choice for DRX when they're playing with these players. But that's not what they did on Icebox, and it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to know which way Tomi's going to want to take this. I mean, Boom have had a lot of success on this map as well. This has been a very strong map for Boom across this stage. It's easy to see why they would pick it. So I am concerned if I'm DRX right now. They have a big mountain to climb, and it's how do they want to approach this? You know, is Freeing going to stay on this duelist, so they want to keep running double duelist? But I have to agree with you. I'm not happy if that's what they're going to do.
That's Freeing's first game on duelist. Not just Yoro, on duelist. In an official.
This spontaneous DRX makes me a little uncomfortable, a little uneasy. And we're going to Haven right now. Boom is notorious on this map in the best way possible. But I'm so sorry to break it to you, gentlemen.
I'll go quickly for DRX. I mean, Freeing is on the Yoru, and they have not changed their comp. They're just going to stick different players on different roles, and we'll see how it works out for them.
Across to Boom, big changes here, swapping across to that Yoro ISO double duelist that we see a lot with DOS9 on the ISO.
You know something about that.
I know all about it.
DOS9 on the duelist.
Yeah, we ran this comp with DOS9 in Ascension, and you know, he's a great player. He has great mechanical skills, so he's unleashed on this ISO. I'm excited for Boom heading into this map. Nice to see them change, so the prep DRX will have fallen apart.
Yeah, well, it looks like both teams are cooking now. Both teams are up to something on this map. We're gonna find out exactly what it is as we toss it back to Quack and Komodo to take us through Haven.
Thank you very much, Mika, Big Time, and Pilski. Yes, we're back onto Haven and DOS9 on ISO.
Yeah, I mean, Mika's saying that both teams are cooking here, but are they cooking with gas or are they cooking with like flint and steel and stuff? Like, how far back are we going? I don't know about this one, Chief. But no, DOS9 back on the ISO and the Fnatic comp. I don't think DRX would have expected this one to come out from Boom. Bit of a different look for them. I'm excited for it, don't get me wrong. Am I excited for this makeup of DRX agents after what we've just seen on Icebox? I think I'm a little bit more on the side of not really.
I'm a little bit concerned as well. It makes me wonder if, is this a result of having Bane in? I don't know. They've had Bane and Flashback in before, but that said, they are going to be happy to push up front into C, given the way that Boom have positioned themselves. No trips found, though.
NC Slasher with the one paranoia, just able to stop it. He's also actually just checked the whole back of sight to make sure that there was no gate crash from freeing that was going to be there. Shiro, by the way, starting off the affairs by dispatching of Marco. That's your smokes down for the count.
The rest of them have to pick up the pieces. Oh, that's a second shot.
More?
Yes, please.
1, 2, give me more.
3 into the... Oh, no.
3 and 4, you're on the floor. Come on, Quack. You should know this.
I do not. What is that?
I don't know. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a sneaky spot from freeing in towards the C site of things here. But can he do anything? It would be a mistake from a Boom member here that could give DRX a way back in. They're not checking the corner. At least it's a trade.
So thankfully found numbers still in the hands of Boom. DRX, however, will have the C site. Spike planted pretty soon, and Salvo's still in play.
Good jump spot from NC Slasher. Trying to piece together some information here, waiting for the team to come in for the big old flank.
Oh, that's something that DRX might not expect. They will be cautious of it, though, and with the heads-up duel picked up, there's a very good chance for DRX to convert the round, but Famous denies those salvos. Back into it, it's just freeing.
Yeah, looking for the 1v1s.
Will he fly high as a free bird? Nope, not quite.
That's DRX not able to find a pistol yet again. They are currently 0 for 3 in this series. Boom. Once again, very methodical on the retake. It's a bit of a good look for them, especially on the back of Shiro's Sheriff shots. Just working a treat, right? How often do you see Sova players go for a Sheriff buyout, not utilizing anything for shock darts, anything for drones on those rounds, and it just completely crumbling, right? So the fact that that's able to really just come through with those shots is quite nice.
Yeah, especially with the duelists in play.
Yeah.
Still thinking about DOS9 and how he's able to...
Yeah, I mean, you're a Sova player when you're running a double duelist. It's like, let them frag.
And let Shiro hold. Famous this time holding down C-Long with the Outlaw. DOS9 with a judge!
Yeah. It's just the classics to come out from DRX. Estrella with the Sheriff. See if there's going to be anything sneaky here.
At least with the recon broken, Shiro fully aware. NC Slasher to come in and relay to receive, but Gunman! Classic kills found!
My classic don't do that, and he hasn't even been touched!
Is your classic the DRX classic? I don't know. I don't think so.
It was the Boom one last night.
With that, it's the spike plant and a weapon picked up by Hyunmin. The duelist at DRX looking to launch an assault onto his opponents. Sprays found, but with the double tap shield from DOS9 now, it's been quickly broken, smashed open, and DRX answers back with a round of their own.
That is absolutely crazy that Hyunmin is able to find 3 with that classic. 2 of the headshots coming on through as well. That is just, yeah, we need to re-see how this Thrifty actually turns on out, because... Here we go. Right click.
Ridiculous!
Like how, man? Just how?
Just incredible mouse control. And a very appropriate pop-off.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get something started really early here for DRX, and dropping the pistol, then resetting your opponents on the second round. It's definitely not how you wanted to see things start off for Boom.
I kind of want to see what the player cams for Boom then looks like for the round. But that said, it is famous now with a Bucky towards Sewer.
Yeah, no gate crash to get out. Well, there is currently, but it will eventually expire, and not another one to refresh, so it'd be locked in. It's Classics and a Sheriff or two for the rest of the squad.
Oh, Shiro tucked away from the drone. So trying to come in for a cheeky angle outside of the smoke. Swaps on towards Hyunmin, and he answers back. Shock Dart as well for a bit of chip damage, but unfortunately not too much. Bane will be able to rack up a couple of kills. Estrella in with the Outlaw now, out from mid. Flashes out, Bucky's still in play, but the range not quite until he closes in the distance.
Yeah, speaking of range, you're not going to be able to do too much there as Famous. Oh.
Berserks will attempt at something at the very least. Does have a Sheriff at his feet, but more cautious as to where his opponents could be.
Bane's low, but there's
Opts
about
for the Phantom.
5 seconds until the salvos come back online, so you know Bane's not going to take a fight.
Which means Berserks does have to apply a little bit more pressure. So baits out the salvos first, and now is cautious as to where the next opponent could be. Does bite a bit of damage as well. It's down to half HP. Just looking to do as much damage as possible now.
Not halved. No time. Up with the ship.
Bane will get away with it.
Yeah. A lot of great damage, though, to be collected from Boom in that one. Only one playout surviving on the side of DRX makes things a little bit more awkward going into the next round, and you consider the round after that. You're looking to reset them. A lot of crossfires and aren't able to be established when going in towards that B side. It's just going to be the individual mid-rounding and recognition in a round such as that.
Still a cheeky little hit coming out from Shiro, though.
Yeah, for sure.
So something that DRX might want to keep track of with.
Yeah, and it's good awareness on what utility you're spotted out by, right? It's the stealth drone not finding him.
Well, at least
positioning close. This time, though, 3 players towards the C site for Boom. A bit of a different look.
Okay, especially with Das9 stacked up with his teammates as well. Back into Garage now.
Yeah, you got the dimensional drift for freeing. So you pick that one up if you want to shift your force towards the A site. You can start to see that the Cypher utility is there if you do use freeing to get in.
There's a potential ult or pickup for DRX as well if they go for it. That could be a second ult online. Freeing goes in to clear the space. Looks for trips as well. Maybe not quite able to break it, but still, that is going to be space on the A site for DRX.
Yeah, no kill trips hit, but Shock Dart good on for Bane. You've still got a recon as well for Shiro.
Here comes the incoming hit from Famous now. Hyunmin, though, trying to hold down the line both around the site plant. Salvos quickly deployed, but then for Shiro to dance around the corners. His teammates falling all around him.
Oh my gosh.
Hyunmin in for the double and the missed! A quad picked up almost the ace, but Berserk shuts it down. Hops back on over, and Estrella to recover.
Oh, why are you pulling out your knife there, Berserks? Estrella's already in the site. You got to get ready for that one. What are those shots to come out from Hyunmin? That is absolutely ridiculous.
On from the Thrifty down to this one. The man is unstoppable.
Yeah, the fact that Shiro even jumps out of the heavens and is able to find that kill, but look at this from Hyunmin. Like, that is just egregious, man. Quick on the dot crosshair.
And much to Berserk's chagrin, a little bit unfortunate on the final movement play, but that will be something that Boom has to pay for.
Yeah, and now Boom are paying in the eco territory down to the pistols.
Oh, quite literally. But yes, DRX, well, looking a lot more confident now. Can abuse their weaponry.
Yep, as long as you're not leaving the corners unchecked, Marco. Marco!
Surely not. And that's going to be a free kill for Famous. Shiro trying to relay forward, but yeah, still going to bite the dust for that one. NC Slasher back in.
Boom are not a team to be trifled with today, it seems. The shots are still sharp. DRX, some sharpness of their own.
They're looking to close out this, or at least push us into a third map. DRX has got to stay on top.
Yep, the trap wires from Berserk's looking after C and Garage at the moment, so you've got a little bit of a crossfire you might think may be workable into this B site. See if Berserks wants to try and spot out some information with the body first. Now that Bane will meet with Estrella, might get a little bit more difficult for the likes of DOS9 and Berserks here.
DOS9 as well, playing the one and done, so no time to pop out the utility.
He's on the front,
just
man.
as the cyber cage gets sent over. Bane, you're absolutely right, Komodo. And at this point, it just is going to be the angles being held, I thought, until this pot shots went through.
Yep. Superior weaponry for DRX, getting the job done there.
Famous did get one rifle picked up, though.
Yeah, but he has to get through into the site, and that's going to have to break the trap wire. So
Does
know
have
where
a
he is.
flash to try to find a couple more duels, but nah.
Estrella getting the job done there. Nicely collected upon DRX, though. This is the time that they have to weather another gun round where there's going to be an operator available on the side. And you know how the side of Boom plays the operator. It's going to be for Famous. So this will be a bit interesting. And the smoke blooming. Yep, Shroud stepped into it. That's what happened there. Good start for DRX, though. 4 on the trot after dropping that pistol.
And appropriately called. Famous now positioning himself towards A long alongside Shiro. But DRX elect to go somewhere else.
Yeah, they look to go a little bit quicker in this one. Look at the trips as well. They're going to kind of provide you a little bit of a way in towards the site. An early Hunter's Fury, though, not going to get too much established, or maybe it will. Shiro Berserks in for one.
Still into it, looking for the sprays against Freeing. Does find it. Additional support from NC Slasher as well, and there it is. The round quickly picked up. A great reaction coming out from Boom.
Yeah. Just not able to see DRX really get into the C side, unfortunately. Sometimes that happens when you go in towards a site where you've got your opponent's Sentinel playing, right? It does happen in this game. You got Hunter's Fury, ult invested from Shiro there, and then just dancing around the site. I feel like Freeing on the Duelist at the moment. Big learning, of course, from that map number 1, but also utility timing, right? Pulls out the blind side as soon as the cage goes down, so a bit unfortunate there for him.
This goes here.
And then our desk is going to be pulling their hair out about, but for now at least, Boom happy to pick up on another round. The op still in play, Famous, same spot as before. DRX, though, still avoiding it.
Yeah, Bane has an Armageddon here, by the way. Could clear a lot, or it could be used in a post. Berserks! Berserks! Shut down.
In position, Hyunmin now. Fortunately, it's going to be Shiro who finds a shot through the A-Link position and
quickly
pulls off the drone.
Quickly at 2 versus 2 as well, but remember, Famous is on this operator.
Exactly where
Yeah, but I don't know how useful it's going to be in a position like this. Hyunmin closes in the distance with the Blade Storm, and it's just Shiro to find the duels. The drift on forwards, but Shiro in with the burst, in with the Red Bull clutch to pick the round up for Boom.
Oh, the right click. It is sometimes not safe to go for that one. Untrustworthy, it would seem there. The 1 versus 2 Rebel clutch to come on through. And again, these rounds, they look just a little bit backwards and forwards, don't they? The fact that Shiro is also able to find Marco to just bring us into that 2-on-2 situation. A neural theft out, right? It makes it quite difficult for Famous to be able to do something with the operator if he's missing a shot. There's a situation here where we're going to have a bit of a bond moment too, by the way, for DOS9 if he's not able to find a kill. Not having too much luck on this ISO, on these duels at the moment.
Still maybe close to the kill contract. That could help him out. That said, it's going to be Famous currently trying to do what he can with the Outlaw.
Yeah. Some timing, though, for Shiro to see what he can get off this drone. Meanwhile, Garage starts to get scoped out a little bit for the DRX lads. Almost given free of charge. In fact, definitely given free of charge. You got to be a little bit heads up, though, which is why it is being looked after from NC Slasher and now DOS9.
Potential Armageddon as well if they find a little bit more.
Oh, DOS9.
Oh. Shield broken, body human shield as well. And Famous uses that chance to find a kill of his own around A short. Now off to Shiro, spotting out Hyunmin, but oh, look at the updraft. Now Famous getting fully blinded. Will eat a face full of bullets with the stinger from Mako. NC Slasher inside of the smoke. And DRX kind of aware, playing safer around it. Cyber Cage goes up around him. Hyunmin now eliminating his final teammate. And NC Slasher not able to move, but does spin around to take down Estrella. Looks for the next targets, but close range again. That's when a Stinger will pepper him full of holes.
Yeah, some really big shots to come out from a couple of the DRX members in that one to bring that one back from what should have been not really a round of theirs, right? Like, the fact that Bane's able to find DOS9 with a ghost, you're getting in, you're dancing around the smoke there as Hyunmin, and you're just still going around the site with the team, setting yourself up to just fight the good fight. Not going to see a tied scoreline here on the 4-4 mark. It'll be DRX still holding the lead. And into the fresh round, boom, not going to be too well equipped either. So there's a chance here for DRX to try and at least equalize up at the half, establish a great economy for buys upon buys.
But look at this, Komodo. Boom, now beginning to push out of mid. Looking for an opportunity. Looking for DOS9 to pick up his first kill. It's going to be Berserks instead, outside a garage. DRX looking to reassess the situation with a stealth drone. But at the same time, the smoke's appearing upwards, and then a pot shot through it. What?
Yeah, and these are the sort of situations as well that you just don't want to see them overstep. Famous traded DOS9, I will highlight here, has the kill contract if time starts to be a bit of a problem, but also would just be used to help the team remove a player of DRX for them to fight.
He's looking for the frag, though. All in 4 positions, pops a double tap, and there's the kill contract. Straight into it, Guardian versus Mako. Plays around the angles while his teammates find more on the site. And that's DOS9 picking up the first one. Bane now left alone and cold. Desperate measures, and it's going to be Shiro who picks the round up for Boom.
Thrifty to answer that one back for the Boom Esports side. I was talking about trying to, you know, establish your own economy, not having to worry about that going on forwards a little bit. That is ridiculous, by the way. That is illegal. We've had a lot of illegal plays in this series today. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Time out.
Indescribable. I just have no idea.
Yeah. What's the tell? It's just the sixth sense.
Sixth sense. Okay.
Yep, it's just that. 5-4. Timeout out for DRX. Use it for the first half. Try and establish an 8-4 lead as well before switching on over to, for them, what might be a little bit more of a disconnected side, given by players rotating out, new agents coming on forward as well. How Adept is freeing on this Yoru when we switch it over, for example, right? Mako as well, you know, trying to get some confidence in for him. Feels like he's been shut out on a lot of the duels so far.
Definitely a point worth making. But at the same time, yeah, Yoru is an agent that's, you know, pretty difficult to operate, but onto an official match, needing to pull out whatever you've got, at least a scoreline relatively close between both sides.
Oh, look at the different look, though, this time for Berserks. Completely changing it up with the front B trap, the A short trap.
Okay.
You know, you're looking at a dimensional drift from freeing. If that goes into the C side of things, well, you're not going to really have too much there by a camera. Oh, look at all the info, though. Okay, Garage, lots of bodies.
So a lot collected upon by Famous, but at the same time, DRX with a dimensional drift of their own, looking to get a pinch up against Berserks, and they do find it, but Boom, with the information at first hand, will be able to deal with the incoming onslaught, especially inside a garage.
I want to throw like 3 question marks on that,
see most of it.
on that freeing exit of the dimensional drift. Yeah, I don't really know about that one, but the fact that that's a good flash to come out from Famous and he gets a second one, the rest of the team picking up where they need to, that's a good look to come out from Famous. Still 5-5. Stingers down for DRX, which means they'll have a buy into the next round, but what are they going to be able to back that one up with? Is it going to be 7-5, 6-6? No ultimates that are really achievable, you might assume, for DRX bar the one the Mark already has. Straight into B though here, Quack.
Sudden quick hit, double tap shield instantly propped, but missing its mark. Bane will be happy to pick that up. Berserk's though finding one through the smokes, now trying to see if he can get lucky with a little bit more.
Yeah, and Famous has just walked into the trap wire over at the C long position, by the way, so the flank should be known by DRX now.
Especially with Estrella in towards middle window. So he does spot out the drone, but keeps himself undetected. Meanwhile, NC Slasher beginning to initiate the fights with the paranoia, but Hyunmin quick to receive. Berserks now will be able to look for the trade, especially holding the ankles. But look at Mako, somewhat shieldless, but he just crouches underneath. Shiro off towards the races from A-Link. He goes in and guns down a couple more, and it's just Estrella who does get spotted out by Famous at the very end of it all. Boom! Will be able to pick up the lead against DRX.
Yeah, Famous was very focused in on making sure that that later flank, if you want to even call it a flank, for Estrella there was just being catered for, right? Has the idea, kind of cemented that he's playing around the window, but where is he going to peek up? When is he going to peek up? The rest of the team having to try and win these duels on the B side, but it goes a little bit backwards and forwards, right? On the eventual exchanges of the play. Shiro able to do what was needed there, and then the team in the 2 versus 1 getting the defuse. So 6-5, you know, are we going to tie it up where now that DRX have the bye, or is it going to be 7-5 for Boom's lead? A couple more ults swayed on the favor for Boom's side, but you are one away from Hyunmin's blades. Don't know if that's the one that you want to do. Maybe for this, I wouldn't mind seeing Estrella pick up an orb to get the neural theft off a plant or off another kill. Bane, you could contend with an Armageddon as well. That'd be pretty powerful in this sort of situation.
Needing 3 more points for that one, though.
Yeah, and you know what else is powerful? If Boom give you 2 duels towards this A site and you're able to win them. So, if proceedings here as DRX, see if they can win the opening fights.
Good position for NC Slasher, though, and that's when they spring Hunter's Fury as well, and Hyunmin attempting to dodge, but NC Slasher happy to assault them down.
What a great trap play to come out from Boom.
Estrella snuck inside of B with a quick timing on things, takes down Shiro.
And he's one away from the neural theft as well, right? If he's able to achieve it through the cage, the gun barrel spotted, and it's Berserks to throw his hat in.
Absolutely unfortunate. 1v3 for freeing now.
Yep, just get out of there. Don't give him the 1v1s. Play together as a team, reposition.
But he knows he's very much so surrounded. Looking for the spike plant as well, but
he's just been toyed with.
Mako. Shot it, stepped away, freeing beginning to sweat. He's swiping his mouse across the mouse pad so violently, but to no avail.
I mean,
it is 7-5.
That's very laughable from Boom. They're not completely committing to the duel. They're toying with him to make him really just uncomfortable. As I said, I love the play in the beginning from them. NC Slasher and Famous drawing all the attention. A Hunter's Fury to assist. Yes, there's a gap when Shiro gets off that one, but the rest of the team is still at the right angles, at the right positions, at the right times. That's, you know, 4 rounds in a row for Boom Esports to close the half, right? There was a moment in time that the timeout came out from DRX. If they're able to convert that one, they might have been able to stretch out a lead to their own, but they're not able to. And Boom kind of collected on what they needed to do to finish off the half.
Very well balanced and structured. Yes, it's a bit of a...
Are you talking about Teo?
No, not at all. No, but who knows? But, you know, into the first half at the very least, it might be a bit of a lopsided performance for DOS9. Yes, we do have to say that. But because the team is able to, you know, work off of each other that well, you know, playing the macro game, working off of each other.
And I think that's the nail on the head, right? It's the fact that DOS9 is having a bit of an abysmal performance on this ISO, but the rest of the team are still looking pretty coordinated in how they're wanting to make sure that they're just contributing, right?
Yes.
Lots of trades, lots of good information, lots of good takes and space control, but was that just on the defensive side? Now they're going to switch over onto attack, right?
And that's where you would want to see DOS9 pick up the slack quite a bit.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all continues to shake up, because this is still a Boom that is looking to be very structured. And if they do pick this win up, it would mean, you know, still currently a flawless run and also taking down the giants of DRX.
Yep. The kickoff winners.
Yes.
Still cursed with the 5 to 6 placements. Pistol round. Mid, the name of the game for Boom. And you got a bit of forward positions from the DRX lads over at A. Gonna send Bane away. Just leave it there for freeing, as there's a trap wire that you got to contend with at the front side of this site. But once you get through that, if you get through that.
I thought the clone tripped it, but guys, it's gonna be Famous, and they haven't quite dealt with it just yet. So a free kill for Mako, but still NC Slasher to trade. Now Hyunmin chiming in as well, and that's where the numbers begin to become overwhelming. Just NC Slasher alone.
Shadows traveling.
Removes one angle with a smoke,
but has to contend with the others. Close range, looking for the right click, but Hyunmin quick on the draw.
First pistol round of the series for DRX found there. I'm saying, you know, if we're going to break the trap wire, because that got that trap wire got a hell of a lot of work done, I'll be real. A couple of tags up, some pings up as well. And Hyunmin, again, kind of having a bit of a sensational series with the shots that he's able to achieve here and the multi-frags that he's being able to find regardless of scoreline. Trying to drag the team through the mud, it feels like, at times in this one. No force up for Boom, no plant, no real damage. Just going to take this one for what it is, have a chat, see what damage we can deliver with the pistols.
So just looking to storm a garage, throw bodies into it, but pretty soon looking to become a bit of a drowning pool. DRX, happy to flood the whole site full of bullets. Stingers at hand through the smoke. Mako looking to reposition around that recon. But as the spike looks to get planted, Mako will continue to spray. The spike still at least getting planted down.
Yeah, it's a little bit cheeky that the fact that they're able to do that as well. It doesn't matter that they all lose their lives because we know that the guns are going to be present in the next round anyways. Maybe we'll see some sort of adjustment from DRX now that they are going to be on the bonus round, right? If Australia wants to do standard Cypher things and put the utility maybe more towards the C site. You know, one of these fatal things for the composition that Boom are running. You know, you like to do a sort of C split take, especially when a Teo doesn't have, you know, an Armageddon and can't just lock you in long. We'll see what sort of proceedings Boom are going to look for if they want to eventually go for this C take.
Still rather early, but so far we've been seeing how, you know, the Cypher trips have been a really big point for DRX.
Yeah, there's a lot of options that Australia has to be available to do on this C site, to give himself options rather. Already taken a lot of damage.
But the trips survive.
Yeah, and the regen shields as well. Now it'll come down to DRX's slight adjustments, another gate crash to come out from Freeing, as he did get over to the C site to assist.
Hyunmin inside of Cubby as well.
Yeah, he might be able to find something good here. I mean, does have a Vandal in play. Information starting to be accumulated by Bane, but an immediate destruction of that drone. You're calling for some assistance. A bit of a shift from Australia over there. And Freeing as well. Complete removal of DRX's forces. I mean,
hovering over.
You understand it, right? They are on the bonus rounds. You want to get some cheeky shots on out, which Bane is not going to be able to do.
Quick with the salvos though, and it does stall them somewhat, especially with the stun now, taking down Famous. Still though, Boom not slowing down outside of the smokes, but quickly hit by the Stingers. Now Mako with a Spectre. Spike on the ground.
Unfortunately for that one, no one was able to assist Famous when he got in towards the site, and there was the stun. A lot of the time not afforded for Boom to really slow that one down. Bit one-dimensional, having all your numbers try and get up there together as well.
10 seconds left.
So this means it's going to be the bonus round, going the way of DRX, going to grab some upgrades of weapons as well.
Which is very lovely if you're on the side of DRX, but for Boom, off to the save. Not fantastic on the economy. And still looking to really connect the dots onto this attacking side. We have yet to see DOS9 on the board, and also for the entire team to really recollect into a full game plan.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very different look on how the attack has to be played for Boom as well, right? When you compare to the previous agent set that they were running, right? Famous on the Neon and getting set up by NC Slasher and Shiro in certain different points.
The round begins with salvos, but also a couple of Boom players snuck right past by.
Yeah, I'm not too worried for Bane and for Freeing here. You know, they should be able to stave off any full aggressions. Still got stun available.
Drone receiving info.
And Boom as well with the lesser equipped buy. They're not a team that is just going to send that one straight at you. They are playing on the more
understandable, but
side of patience.
Boom looking to close in the distance, so A-Short would be a choice, but still taking that hit now calls for them to rotate somewhere else.
Yeah. And DRX don't have anyone down C long either here, so they're just playing towards the strengths and numbers. If Boom want to take the fight towards C, well, let's just go in for a bit of a retake.
Or to have Mako somewhere nearby to thin those numbers down even further.
Yeah, we'll have to see with 40 seconds to go what Boom want to do. That was really risky from Berserks and ill-advised.
But also good reactions coming out from Estrella, who, again, newly slotted into the team. But as we say that, thinking about Mako and Hyunmin, somehow they fall. That's going to be the sight and the spike planted down. Famous with the weapon picked up, looking to convert the whole round. Triple kill, what?
Crazy, that is crazy. How have they been able to pull that one back? Famous individual shots coming on up into the dark cover. The risk to even plant at the back of sight. Yeah, you got the idea. They didn't clear over the long. It's a dirty position, but that's an opening kill and a second opening kill. That's a 3 versus 5 conversion from Boom Esports on a half buy. Gets them the first round on the board for their attacking side.
You're not supposed to do that, man.
No, you're not. Now there might actually be a bit of an early challenge towards the C side of things with Hyunmin and with Estrella, but Famous to immediately dimensional drift on in, get the information, and look at that, the trap has been spotted.
And Estrella not quite able to put down the second trip either, so Famous just keeping them under pressure. Flashes out as well, but sprayed through by Estrella. Now for DOS9 to meet his mark, does find one, and then pulls off the kill contract. Mako, though, still undetected, finds a couple! Into the kill contract, but at this point, it's just to no avail. Berserks!
Berserks has just done everything! He's around the site when the team is getting destroyed by Mako. The dimensional drift pulling one in from DOS9 that he loses it. The only situation that Boom win that round is if Berserks finds every single kill when the team dies, and he does. This guy has bad maps, but it's the maps that he does great things on that you always remember. Just look at him around the site, individual duels upon individual duels, and then the immediate onto Bane when he's out of the gulag.
Unbelievable.
How have they come away with that? 2 individual rounds, first from Famous, now from Berserks.
And it was just full contact into C as well, beginning with the dimensional drift, which did do quite a bit, so next round coming up.
And it doesn't look too stellar for DRX, does it? Estrella with a Vandal, some Stingers, Sheriff, a Shorty for freeing.
Holding on to his trips as well in case there are any shock darts coming through, so still looking for Boom now, who have been switching up the pace a little bit. We're looking at Garage.
See if you can overwhelm Estrella. You do hear the Vandal, so there might be a bit of a trap that you got to play off and be careful of. Though Hyunmin, don't tell me we're going to have another situation where someone's not clearing the corner, because no one's looking for it at the moment. It's eyes on the choke point of the front of B.
They're hearing the cam as well, so trying to be careful of it.
Oh, it's all the bait. It's all the bait.
Yeah, bait and switch play, freeing out to scout everything.
And legitimately, the wisest idea would have been for them to get
out with a stinger, and now the salvo's coming through. And C Slasher trying to fend them off, hide into a safer position.
But there's no other jewels that are coming on the back of that one, unfortunately. The only way that works is if you got the jewels close. And unfortunately, it was the spike held by Shiro that is in an almost unobtainable position if you didn't have a From the Shadows to go and pick it up as NC Slasher. So you get in towards the site, you look to bring it into a 1-player deficit, but the retake's here now.
The Outlaw kill. He gets ahead of the Armageddon as well, but Mako finds him instead. NC Slasher now with the weapon, looking to play around the smoke, maybe a bit of an anti-flash, and it makes it work! He finds a triple at the end of the round, and that's Boom up to 10!
Oh boy, I thought that NC Slasher's Nikes were heard there, Quack. I thought that they'd heard him stomp back up towards the dark cover and that was not going to work. If anybody walked into him at that spot, they would have been able to just get him, and the round may well have not gone their way. That's an unfortunate team block, by the way, but Famous sticking it to him, getting 2 with the Outlaw back, and then just a little crossfire at the end there. DOS9 not even really needed. That is huge. How are we getting these insane rounds from Boom Esports to bring this back, to make it look doable in 2?
Absolutely ridiculous. They're doing the unthinkable. Just down to these little individual plays, hiding around the smokes, playing anti-flash.
That's another conversion, by the way, from Boom, where they're down a 3 versus 5. Like, it's a 3 versus 5, man. That shouldn't happen.
Not at all. Looking at them, you wouldn't have thought that this was a team coming up from Ascension. Not just an Ascended team, they play second. They've come into Pacific here, and they look like they just belong.
Now they do in this stage, yeah. Kickoff, I mean,
sure,
a little bit of a different story.
They challenged T1.
They challenged T1. A lot of people would say they should have won that game. But now it's, you know, kind of undeniable, right? You've got the win against Gen G, the win against GE, the win against Paper X. You've qualified for playoffs, and now you're playing a DRX who, I mean, I'll throw an asterisk on them, right? It's not like this is a series that is a playoff qualification game or something like that that would really showcase Boom's strengths, but it is still DRX. These players are still cracked.
It still is that story.
Yep. And now into a C site where there's nobody home. It's a stray out playing back. The kill trips. He's hoping someone waltzes in towards it, but a Honey's Fury out from Shiro.
Slow convergent shield as well.
Famous
Fury does make it a little bit safer, and Fame is happy to greed for one. Do have Berserks watching for any potential flanks as well.
Yep.
This is going to be a tough retake for DRX.
Yeah, for sure. No dimensional drift for freeing either, remember? Because he used that in the previous one to get them that advantage that was lost.
So all of them just looking to explode out of C-Link, possibly in with the flashes, but lo and behold, Shiro right inside. He springs like a snake, and with the headshot, stunned up as well! Finds the triple, Famous for the last, Boom up to 11!
On the back of the timeout to a quick one into the C site where Hyunmin doesn't get a chance to even fight because he's just sprayed through the smoke by Famous, who once again is having a great performance. It's NC Slasher up there with him as well. It's not always, you know, individuals, but with Boom it feels like at moments it's Famous.
At moments, it's NC Slasher. This moment, it was Shiro.
Yeah.
Inside of the smoke.
Everybody getting a piece of a pie, but it's a full house between the two. That's on the back of a timeout, by the way, and you're starting to really feel for DRX now. Unless the buy. If they don't convert this one, it's 12 for Boom, and it's 4 map points.
Hyunmin with the blades.
Gotta go big.
What are you looking for?
Oh, info.
Outlaw found, but you've got to find your targets, and despite being fully blinded, he actually takes Famous down.
Gets the refresh.
Paranoia sent out as well.
Do they expect Marco behind this double stack?
Straight in behind. Maybe not quite just yet, but still the damage will be done. Hyunmin going big with the blades. A triple found in the round, and the spike scattered to the wind.
As I said, didn't get a chance in the last round to have a fight. This time, when he's given one, and he has vision on the opponent, able to destroy.
Even without vision, he took down Famous. Yeah. Ridiculous. Now just Berserks with 50 seconds to go.
And spotted.
Cage trigger.
Cage is up. I mean, do you look for the save? You try.
Your money as a team is okay.
Okay. So,
yeah,
not quite.
Drifted. So, DRX hold on. It's 2 rounds the difference as well. You know, these are the sort of situations where if you're not balancing your economy, it could end the map as well. Great little ducking and diving around the site from Marco, from Hyunmin to get all the shots. Just put yourself in a situation where your Boom can't really shoot at you. And you do hold on. So the 4 in a row that Boom found to put them in a situation where they were looking pretty good to close this one will be held off. Now though, directional drift for Famous can pivot for a lot of information on this A side if they want to use it early.
DRX trying to play it round to round as well, recognizing this. So with the current player's position now, freeing.
Yeah, this is cheeky, but spotted.
Breaks the
to get
camera. Drone out from Bane.
I wonder, Quack, do they expect Famous to already have gone up through long? When you hear a drone going through garage,
take flight.
I'd imagine, at the very least with the players there, maybe looking to put a roadblock, barring Famous, who might be able to slip past.
Oh, there's still the camera. Oh. Bit of a difference though. Traces through the wall. Not going to do too much at that point in time.
Berserks is...
This is where
exchange a little bit.
This is where you would expect Famous to dimensional drift into the A site and start to get all the information for the team to go get it together. Berserks, remember, happy to play Lurk in this sort of scenario.
This is where he's got to do something. He does have the utility. Kind of sends it through and will find and collect on towards Famous.
Wow.
Hyunmin and Estrella all arriving at the right time, right place.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. And now the flank from Estrella up close and personal to Shiro.
Okay.
seconds left.
slightly whizzed right past by.
Yep, but I don't know of the universe that we live in where Shiro found a 1 versus 5. So
not the most likely, but if he does find 1 kill, that's going to be Hunter's Fury. Well, it still is a 1vx. At least begins with a shock dart and tries to position himself for more opportunities. Holds the angle, does find the first, backs off into the next, and it came close.
If he found freeing there somehow and had a 1 versus 1 against Marco, and the Hunter's Fury is there, Marco would have had to come out with the big clutch, and that
it would have been his 20th.
Oh, why does it sometimes make it workable? Famous, though, unfortunately not able to get that opener, and the rest of the team falling like flies, red and quickly rotated by DRX.
You know, Big Time did say that this might be the game of the season, or well, for the group stage, but
Big call,
I would say it is absolutely delivering currently. Timeouts being forced out from both sides, but this is just the first one being called out from Boom.
Yeah, 11 to 10. Deep in the map where a decisive blow, you know, can kind of end it, right? If Boom are able to at least get 12, they give themselves a breath to have the overtime as a saving grace if it's needed, if DRX come back, because they're starting to also figure out a rhythm on their own, right? These rotations on this defensive side, the crossfires that they're able to get. When Boom are kind of red, when DRX know where it's ending, they've had a little bit more success, of course, on rotating early enough to make it a good contest and more often than not win them. But if it's the early explosions from Boom that are a little bit more unexpected, DRX haven't really been able to weather it. So this is a sort of situation where we have seen on the back of timeouts for Boom a lot that they do just kind of have a discussion, have a decision, and really explode quickly.
This goes here.
The weaponry, though, doesn't really permit for that, does it? So might actually look to be a little bit quieter, where if you're quietly going into an angle, and it's going to be the C site judging by the positions of Boom, you're going to hear that dragon roar.
Or the wolf. But still, they've got some ultimates, and they could do...
I see the dragon.
Possibly anything.
It roared. Now they know Hunman's got the operator over at C, and they're trying to Hunter's Fury him out when it's a jet player.
So not quite able to find him just yet, but still deploying it nonetheless. Armageddon being baited out by DRX as well, so that could aid Boom in some of the future rounds, but at least for now, DRX happy to slay all of them in full until DOS9 and Shiro find a couple for themselves. Shiro up for the triple. Just Mako left all of a sudden with a switch. Mako eliminates Shiro for now.
And it's
just
DOS9.
DOS9 has to come up huge. 1v1, he swings out, finds the burst. Thrifty round picked up by Boom to reach map and series points.
What did I say? When they turn it up a little bit, they somehow make it work, but not like that, man. Not like that. That's ridiculous that they're even able to get into the site. I mean, you've got the rotations here, you've got Bane finding stuff, you've got Freeing finding stuff. It's a 3 versus 5 again that goes the way of Boom! And DOS9, a player who has really not been here in this map to close that 1v1 clutch against Marco, one of our leaders in Pacific on the clutches.
What's going on?
It's now series point for Boom.
It's 20-25, that's what it is. Boom, kicking things off with a lot of C presence.
Yeah, and rotations.
Altorp's picked up, then that's DOS9 with kill contract.
Don't know how trusting you are of that one though, Quack,
Fair enough,
but
it
going
does
in.
remove a player away. So kill contract pushed through, and it does capture on towards Estrella. Paranoia sent out as well, which buys a little bit of time. DOS9 will crack and fall. A little bit of a stumble, and that could be a chance for DRX to climb back.
Freeing for some information, down on low HP right now. Scattered to the wind is NC Slasher.
Really low, but it's Bane. He hops on over, swaps it to Shorty. Bucky in hand, tries to Shroud and step away. Salvo's even thought about.
Oh, what is happening? NC Slasher's still here. Bane
holding the off ankle, and he will slay him down. Hopping midair, and with this position found, that could very well be Spike, but the rest of DRX look to prevent it from happening up towards A link until the flash comes out. Famous, what are you? This flames up in lights, and it's just down Estrella alongside Mako, who comes in from the back.
Yeah, the dark cover. He's got one available. to try and assist, to try and help Australia.
Taking him down, 2-on-1 now. NC Slasher, he's done so much before. Can he do it again at half HP? Spotted up towards the top, but still working around the edge of this smoke.
It'll fade soon.
It's Mako that he has to look out for. The wallbang punches through!
Oh man, those trades that come on through. I mean, that duel in heaven felt like it lasted centuries, I almost feel like, but the fact that the gate crash out from Famous is just not expecting Mako to be that quick on the flank. That one looks a little bit rough there, not gonna lie, and DOS9 in the kill contract's not really working. Maybe needs to pull a page out of Meteor's book and shift to the right side instead of the left side that he's been favoring. So we go the distance here on map number 2 of Haven in this series. 12-11 and still in favor of Boom, but DRX are knocking hard on that door to push us into overtime.
The final round, though, where Arsenal not quite there.
Big stack of 3 towards the C site. Trips in towards the front of B that you can hope to spam through if Boom go there. And some information to be accumulated that Long is currently free of Boom presence. Cheeky.
Spans through. Just in with Clone and quick for the response from Estrella.
Yeah, a little bit red in there, unfortunately. When you've cleared every other angle, that's kind of where you expect Boom to be.
Forming to the next angles. Right there, Mako fully flashed in towards Shiro, but NC Slasher will find the trade. Hyunmin now up top, though. And in with a Neural Threat, which does reveal his position, but he has the tailwind ready. DOS9 now coming up online. Does find the first. And looks for the next. He gets it. 2-on-2.
Again, another 2 versus 2 situation. DOS9 still has a contingency wall.
And the double tap online.
They're going to play together.
Retake for DRX. Salvos and flashes ready.
There goes contingency. Aggression.
A bit more space. DOS9 looks to get sneaky. Looks for the flicks, but not quite there. Freeing, pushes into overtime, and the Korean crowd erupts.
Oh boy, that one was cheeky. Freeing's able to get the 2 down there. You'd expect a quick shots out from the Outlaw, because DOS9, he wanted to get close with that one on the back of the contingency. Would it have been better for them to play a little bit more passive?
Switching sides. Oh.
Maybe.
Would have been. Definitely feeling DOS9 hungry for a lot more, though.
Yeah, he was
not satisfied with his performance.
He was getting the shots in that round, just, you know, not able to find that last one at the end there, a bit too aggressive. And we go into overtime.
It's one of these scenarios where you find yourself in that spot, but as a player, you want to do so much more.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Got to work with the team. So we will kick things off with the first OT.
You'd feel like as well for Boom, how they've really made this last half look now that it's gone in towards overtime.
It is a situation that Boom are not unfamiliar with, though. They did contend against Genji in overtime, where they did win out as well. So starting things off on the defense, you've got Famous marching all the way down mid.
Yeah. But will it have been expected or not? DOS9's trying to assist it on out.
Oh, with the undercut as well. It's going to do a little bit of assistance, but down to it at the end. DOS9 not able to stand tall. Full support from the crowd here at Coex Stadium. I mean, it's Icebox, but still off to the next. Hyunmin will be able to deliver.
And DRX set themselves up for the map victory. You'd be reeling if you're Boom here after what you thought should be your map. And you get into the third. I mean, these shots to come on out, not really tradable properly for the Boom guys. DRX really quick with it. And DOS9 caught out on the ISO, you know, pulling out util.
I'm absolutely losing my mind as well, thinking about DRX. Yes, we are here in Splex, and DRX definitely looking to push us into a third map.
Can Boom answer back, though, on this attacking side? Bit of long aggression. Oh, an awkward spray, but Freeing is still able to escape. Look at the cavalry, though. DRX are already marching back towards the A site.
Gate Crash contended with as well. Bit of HP losses on both sides. Full force is going through past the smokes, in with the stun and the flash out from Boom. A lot of exchange and utility, but Boom, undeterred, continues to push forward. DOS9 taken down. Bit of a trade coming out from Mako, and he continues to hold the off angle. Double found Hyunmin there, and that's gonna be 14-12. We are going to map number 3.
Yeah, Hyunmin has really had a performance in that map. It just feels like these multi-frags upon multi-frags are really what has delivered the goods for DRX time and time again. And for Boom, I mean, that's a bit of a heartbreaker. You thought that they might be able to end it, but there's a couple of these rounds, right, where we're seeing huge individuals from the Boom members, right? How many individual rounds did we see from Famous to be able to bring it back? From NC Slasher coming out, from Shira, from Berserks, and unfortunately not really from DOS9 there, because sometimes when those individuals are on an individual streak and no one is stepping up, you just falter.
Yeah, it starts to fizzle out, and this is also a scenario which might be somewhat unfamiliar to Boom, being on the opposite end of the home crowd right now. Back in Ascension, they had the entire Indonesian crowd cheering for them against SPG, now Nox and Red Force. But against DRX, it's a whole different beast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you really got to think for Boom as well. They were getting a rhythm on for the second half, figuring out exactly which way to turn it on around and stuff. But DRX, they were always giving what felt like a really good challenge in a lot of those rounds. It was going, 1 for 1, all of the trades getting really close down to the wire. But I just keep seeing, in my memory, all of those rounds that were coming on through, who was getting activated on the side for DRX? Hyunmin. Always Hyunmin.
Without a doubt, top fragger for the team currently. We're seeing some assistance from the likes of Estrella and possibly maybe a little bit from Freeing as well, but without a doubt, a lot of it comes down to Hyunmin.
Yeah, Mako as well, a little bit there too.
That said, though, Boom are definitely being tested right now. We will see what happens on the very final map as we toss it back over to our desk to break this down.
We are going to a map 3. We very nearly thought this was going to end. This was going to be the final map and it was going to go Boom's way. But those final rounds for DRX just really goes to show that they have that experience. They have that mentality as well to be able to reset, especially in very, very crucial rounds. And this is unfortunately where Boom tends to falter.
Yeah, I mean, what an electric game. I mean, that was as close as it could get. And this is, in a way, sort of vintage Boom. I feel like they should have closed out that map and then they didn't manage to do it. And now we're going to go to a map 3, which is scary for me if I'm Boom. So I'm a little bit worried, but what a game from DRX. What a game from Hyunmin. I mean, that was a joy to watch.
Hyunmin just put the team on his back. Some absolutely ridiculous rounds in that game. Boom definitely missed a trick there. Famous, pretty decent performance on the Yoru, but they've done both of the GOATs dirty. Both teams in this game. You've thrown Freeing on a Yoru again. It's not gone well. You've thrown DOS9 on the ISO. There was a couple of rounds at the end of the game where he started fragging, and I was like, okay, he's had a bad game, but he's just going to win them the game here. And then it didn't happen. I was like, oh man, that's just egregious. Like, unfortunate.
I mean, if you look at the bottom half of those kind of, leaderboards, right? You look at the bottom half there, you see some parts that just don't really mix.
Can we just stop for a second? Have you added one for every map today?
Yes. If you ask me how many maps have we played today, just the answer is right in front of you.
Oh my god.
5 maps. This means that I have to add another one, though. Oh, no?
Yeah.
I'm sure. I mean, no, because it's like 5. No, it's 5 maps and then it's the post show. So.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Let's see. I think there's some room over here, but we'll get to that later. First things first, though, we are going into Ascent.
Yeah.
We are going into the ultimate reset for both of these teams. And right now, it seems like DRX, they are on a high because I saw in those final rounds, Bane being that vibe merchant, really just cheering the whole team. He was standing up, he was pumping his fist up in the air, going over to Mako, smiling and yelling something at him, and then Mako just smiling and agreeing.
Yeah.
That's when I knew actually there was like, oh, DRX is going to take this, because you saw the energy on that side of the stage versus Boom, who were very reserved.
The crowd was getting really pumped up as well. They were really cheering on DRX, but those vibes would never have come to fruition if it wasn't for Hyunmin in this game. Some absolutely ridiculous rounds, some of which we'll replay here. It starts with this classic.
He should never win this.
You should never get away with that. If that is not a reason to buy the DRX Classic, then I do not know what is. And he just continued on a tear. This was a disgusting round as well. This man's individual skill and mechanics are so good. And you see that really set the tone for such a tight game that went to 12-12 and went to OT.
Yeah.
It would never have even been the case if Hyunmin wasn't putting this entire team on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he played such an unbelievable game. 32 kills, I think it was. This is Hyunmin from kickoff. This is prime kickoff Hyunmin, where he was the top of all the statistics.
Well, won it in his rookie season. I mean, ridiculous stuff from him. Right from his first game, you could tell that DRX were onto something. I remember him whipping out the Rays on Lotus, and he just continued on a bit of a tear. If Jenkin didn't exist, he might have been the best duelist inside of kickoff. And in terms of if you're one of those people that factors your placement in the overall tournament into how good you were, then he's probably the best duelist from kickoff.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say, and this very much felt like we were watching kickoff level Hyunmin in this match. You say he put the whole team on his back. If he doesn't come up with those big hero rounds, this game doesn't go to OT and DRX lose 2-0. An obvious map MVP.
I mean, he was amazing. There were so many rounds, as you guys mentioned, that he was the only one performing on many of those rounds. But I do want to ask, though, how do we feel about the experimentation on both sides, on both DRX and for Boom? How are we feeling about this as we go into map 3? Do we want more of this?
I mean, so I'll address that in two parts.
You're like,
I don't love the experimentation here because their Haven was so successful before. But now do I want to see experimentation on Ascent? A little bit, yes, because it got countered by PRX. What they were doing was a little gimmicky with the Phoenix in a way. I like it a lot, but it doesn't have too many layers to it. So if PRX were able to counter it, I feel like DRX might have the answer. So I would like to see some more innovation on Ascent, but it has to look better than it did in this map.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about experimentation. Famous, again, we've been talking about players playing agents for the first time in this series. This is Famous's first game on Yoru. He's a player that in the past has been criticized for a small agent pool. In the Neon meta, he wasn't playing much Neon until the end of Ascension when he finally did whip it out in the finals against SVG, and he's been playing a little bit of Neon. In fact, I think in the last 90 days, he's played 7 out of the 9 games of Neon in his entire career. So this year has been finally where Famous is starting to be a little bit more flexible in terms of his agent pool. And for a first game on Yoru, that was actually very, very solid with them whipping out the Yoru ISO. It was actually kind of DOS who struggled on the ISO, but you said you'd probably prefer to see him on the Yoru, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he can play Yoru to a high standard. I would have liked to see that and then have Famous just open up, be able to frag a little bit more freely on that ISO, but, you know, it didn't manage to click in that game for DOS. We definitely saw him getting a slow start. I think he was like, you know, 3-12 or something at one point.
ISO's that snowball agent. If you have a bad start, it's going to be rough for you. I mean, you're not even pointing just to him. Like, I picked Freeing as my flex, and it's not gone much better. I thought, here's what I thought. I picked Freeing because I've gone, surely DRX are putting Bane in, so that we're going to play double Initiator today. Freeing's going to be on Teo every game. He's going to dominate the entire league. He's going to be the best player in the world. Never mind, he's playing Yoru every game, and I'm getting no points.
I support you there because, hey, I also have Freeing in my team. So, yeah, this was unexpected. And, yeah, lots of experimentation, but, I mean, he was giving you fair warning a while ago, I feel. He was like drifting down. He was like, hey, Morgan, maybe not today.
That was a bad omen. That was a very bad omen.
I was like, maybe not today, Morgan. But you're like, no.
I believed. It's fine. We got one more map where we can turn it around. But we talk about that double duelist, the Ascent, you know, what both these teams have played in the past. Do you expect DRX to pull out double duelist here?
Well, yeah, this is the interesting thing, right? We've seen 2 different looks from them. We've seen the single duelist with the double E on the Sova and the Teo, and I believe that was Freeing Bane before Estrella comes into the lineup. The second one is flashback on the Yoru with the Hyunmin on the other duelist, which is what we've seen most of the time for DRX throughout this tournament. And then you get Estrella actually coming in and playing the Sentinel role, which was what we've seen throughout. So I think DRX, I definitely prefer them to play singular duelist. I've seen enough Freeing on Yoru to make me sick at this point. For Boom, I really think it is concerning. I don't know if they can run the Phoenix again. It has its limitations. It's one of those things where this is the special thing about Valorant. You load into the agent select screen and you can see something completely new from your opponent. And if you are not adaptable and you can't figure out how to play against that, on the fly, you will lose the game. But then that power fades away when you go into the next week or you go into the next opponent, the next competition, where you've seen what the comp does very well and you can pick apart what it does badly. And that's exactly what PRX did against Boom the last time they played this map.
Yeah, that's what makes me concerned. Like, all the answers to this composition are out there from PRX now. So if you run this again, I need to see what's changed for Boom. How have you plugged those holes that PRX were able to exploit? So you're okay to run the same comp, but innovate within that. Fix your own mistakes within that. That will be very important. But I also think they could just swap back to something a little bit more standard. We could just see Famous go back to Jet, where he's been so strong, where he can use the op a little bit more freely. I would be very down for that, but honestly, I have no idea what to expect from him right now.
I mean, I think, you know, something like that is, it can only work once. And then once you do it, it's not going to happen again. But looking at where both of these teams are at this point in the stage, I feel like going into Ascent, they're going to experiment a bit more. They're not going to be like, oh, it didn't work, let's just double back. I feel like they're going to do it even more because this is the prime time for them to be able to experiment.
Alrighty, we'll see in terms of agents what these teams are going to be bringing out. DRX are sticking to their guns yet again, freeing on the Yoru for the third map in a row. Hyunmin on the primary duelist, and they're keeping the majority of the rest the same. Bane on Teo yet again.
Boom are playing the sort of what we would call the updated meta comp. So we have Sova, but Teo as the other initiator, Vice swapping out for the Killjoy, the most meta, and of course, Yoru instead of the Jet for Famous.
It's one of my favorite comps at the moment. The way RRQ play it is fantastic. They also get to start defense here. Keep in mind, guys, DRX has chosen to start attack here on Ascent, so they have got to have a good game plan and get off to the races here.
Well, I think that is exactly what they're going to do, but let's see if Boom can manage to make a comeback as we head into Ascent, our final map of the day. We're going to toss it on over to your casters, Whack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika. Big time. And Pilski, yes, this is going to be down to Ascent, where Boom will definitely get tested. A map which DRX has been known to innovate things. They played this last week against Global, and it looked darn near great.
Yeah, I mean, for Boom, right, like, this is a different look, though, right?
Very different.
Like, Famous, is he going to be able to play the Yoru the same way? They're ultimately getting up to choke points and then popping on out. Not really, you know, it's a single duelist on this look where you're not actually getting any camera information as well from a Sentinel, for example, like Berserks is moving on towards his Vice. And DRX already starting off with a Straya solo, essentially, towards this B site.
Yeah, striding in. He might find himself pinned down somewhat, though, and the salvos will flush him out of position. So kill quickly found back from Famous.
NC Slash Up does have to think better of just sticking out in the open for this duel. Wants to spot out what he can with the drone. And this is where it comes down to a bit of this mid-round decision-making.
Famous stuck down now, especially with the flash at hand. Berserk's trying to bail him out, but unfortunately smoked off. And quick to the smokes from Mako as well. Now you've got CT blocked off.
Are you going to keep your 100% Ascent pistol rate for DRX so far? Or is it going to falter here and you lose this 4 versus 3 advantage that you have, sniffing out the rest of the site, that no one is there? Now it's going to shift into post-plan.
No more util, at least until the salvos come back up. The Boom looking to gather a little bit more space, starting off with DOS9, who he knows he's been having a rough game. Trying to step up now. Flash out, trying to push on forward. Re-smoked stairs, though, and that makes things a little bit more tricky. DOS9, additional support, smokes off Boathouse, but that's when they double peek together. Bane in for the trades, Hyunmin for the next. DOS9 now out from stairs, 1-on-2. Plays up around Dice. Wait, self-salvo just to bait him out. He had no idea. Bane, what was that?
Cheeky. Not gonna lie, cheeky. You want to try and contend and dance the do-dance around the dice? Yeah, you're not going to be able to do that. The floor is lava.
It's gamer IQ.
Opening one, though. Shiro caught with some utility in hand, and Famous caught in a reload, I believe it was, in that one. Regardless, DRX picking up the pistol here. A good idea in how they want to navigate that one. And they will look to extend things out. I mean, you got to... I'm hoping that, you know, Boom were able to shrug off the tail end of of Haven, rather.
Certainly have to. Spot that, well, they should be familiar with playing against Vapor X just before. They did suffer a bit of a loss in between the first and third map, but now got freeing with just the Ghost to make a bit more noise. Tries to walk on forward, get crashes away.
Yep, using himself as a human drone.
Boom are thinking twice now about fully rotating on over. They will still hover around the A site though. And DRX not making a single peep.
It's not a bad idea. You've just got the lesser pistols. You do it in numbers. You try to, you know, steal around like that one. Try and maybe not get everybody spot out by the stealth drone that goes in towards the site. One player in hell. DOS9 might have been spotted, Jenny.
Okay.
Nope, never mind.
Wow, he actually managed to get away from it.
Can they get both guns though? That is the question right now. One towards the generator, the other one towards short when they go for the rotation back towards B.
I believe they should be able to, yeah, pick one up at the very least. DOS9 aim with the Vandal, but as soon as Berserk tries to peek on forward, it's going to be Bane that takes him down. Now Estrella marking down the further rotations. A little bit whiffed over on the Thorns, but still, nonetheless, smoked off. And that allows for DRX to get the spike down somewhat safely until DOS9 attempts at something up his zone.
It's got to be DOS, doesn't it?
Has to. Additional support from NC Slasher on that very lovely delivery, well, specially delivered.
Yeah, and the salvos to buy enough time to try and start to get this plant down as well.
Yikes. Okay. Dicey situation, but DOS9 for the wide swing. Does suffer a bit of a tag, but in with the support. Unfortunately falls. That's the rifle gun, but Famous still picking things up. Close range now, pistol for pistol. Wait until Famous picks up the Guardian. Estrella looking for the timing onto it. Will find it at the end. And once again, the Korean faithful support their favorite team.
Yep, the crowd is certainly elevated today in this series. They're happy that we've got a pretty good one, I would say, in the comeback on the last map from DRX. I'll call it a comeback because I thought that Boom probably were looking to close it out. A couple of good shots and allocations into this round for the DRX guys as well. My early one on Berserk's pushing short to try and get some other timing or retrieve weaponry, and a little bit awkward there that he gives himself up. Because you think about that, if that was a proper 5 versus 3 on the retake, it probably could have gone Boom's way.
Very close to it, at least.
Yeah, now it's going to be the buyout for Boom. It's going to be the bonus for DRX. Estrella going to be dealt with accordingly quick.
For the punish. Hyunmin, though, trying to get ahead as well, but now with the shear wall tripped up, this gives Boom a bit of a chance. Berserk's to hold the off angle, shear with the additional support. Even with the blind side, it doesn't phase them.
Yeah.
Just Bane left, and only a Ghost.
Only needed for the one, though. That's the thing there. Good aggression from Boom that time. Not scared away from any of those duels. Getting in front of a little bit of that utility that DRX are trying to throw their way. But all in all, these are the sort of rounds that we do wait for, right? The ebb and flow of map like Ascent, especially just any game of VALORANT, the big rifle rounds. And for me as well, when the ultimates aren't really there yet, because it's going to be some good ideas, some good coordination and adjustments.
Well, the odds are going to come up soon enough.
Yeah,
especially
I mean,
keeping our eyes on Bane and Estrella.
Yeah, Bane one away from the Armageddon. Though this time a challenge in towards A main for the Boom squad.
Bane and Estrella repeatedly creating pressure around B main, trying to keep Boom honest. But yes, A main in contention, in with the salvos. NC Slasher for the peak.
And now you've got numbers, so you don't necessarily need to sacrifice anything as Boom.
Successful trade. The shear wall tripped up as well?
Yep, just baited out.
Fantastic. Famous TP'd on over to provide additional support.
Oh, he's hungry.
Goes in for the check. But
yeah, he stepped out before the flash had really bloomed. Unfortunate.
not quite the situation you want to find yourself in if you are to pick up these full rifle rounds.
Yeah.
DRX on the other hand.
You already knew that NC Slasher was here too.
Yes. Happy to capitalize on the situation, knowing that NC Slasher is somewhat alone, but Shiro has arrived. Unfortunately though, the Tejo utility will not allow him to come onto the lines. So this is a Boom that has been knocked off balance. Can they recover?
Good shock dart.
30 seconds left.
Can you get anything more here though as Boom?
Armageddon as well, just to secure the round.
Don't mind it. You're going to have to force Berserks into a save here. Just a couple of moments in that round. I mean, Boom, they looked like they were going to be able to hold down A and really, you know, stick it in the challenge, but call it, I don't know, a need, a desire to close around, to get hungry, to still challenge in this one. Famous goes a little bit too early and gives a bit of stability for DRX in the 3 versus 3.
Certainly. But nonetheless, it is DRX. Having played this map just from last week, looking a little bit warmed up. I would imagine, though, Boom, leaving this intentionally open from the map veto, that they have something prepared, especially given the composition as well.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
said,
Boom got to pick between this and Lotus, right? So they'd be feeling a little bit more comfortable in their preparations on this map as opposed to that one.
I want to see them, you know, coming with more set plans to dismantle more of like the utility that DRX is providing, especially towards B main, because that was something that Global struggled with. Estrella once again with the sheer wall and those salvos.
Drone down mid. Going to be a cheeky peek if you want to try and go for this one.
Not quite, not this time.
Yeah, no, think better of it. You don't want to see situations where Boom are giving into DRX, like giving DRX favorable duels, right?
So trying to keep control over the map. One-way smoke up again. And C Slasher.
Just real patient for DRX. Working the map, baiting out the utility, making it a little bit easier for an eventual hit. And trying to expose a gap as well, up the guts.
Yeah, refreshing those smokes, and it does, you know, it's a little bit costly for DOS9 to keep doing that. Meanwhile, down into Pizza.
Dimensional drift out for Famous. Timing to start to figure out if it's going to be A or if it's going to be B. Sees the bodies in through market. You're incentivized to kind of help the team here, and you can't really get out.
Needing to
Famous.
scout. He does get out of it. The sheer wall somewhat helps him stay alive, but that leaves Berserks alone on the site. Shiro now coming in out from spawn. Famous finding a frag of his own, and it keeps DRX at bay. 3-on-3, just like we saw from before, but in a different site.
No util, really. Just DOS9.
Okay, he hears the spike tap, now goes in for the peek off the flash.
Comps.
So in for Famous, he finds the swing. Double spray found, and Shiro for the final trade.
Not able to communicate that one quickly over towards Marco to try and get the trade, unfortunately. But that one going the way of the Boom guys. Some good timing on a bit of that utility as well. Getting all the information on the back of the Dimensional Drift. This one, a little bit narrow focus, was Berserk's up to the laneway, but when the plant, starts to be established, there's no immediate trade to get out on towards the Famers there, and then it's a good double up from Boom. So, backwards and forwards are fair if you want to continue to go that way. I'm still looking to see, for freeing how this Yoru works. I think that's the big question, is how is freeing's Yoru going to work? Because you've pulled him off the Teo, and in this round, he's going on a solo mission to find all the info for the team, and they'll collect back at B.
Hyunmin now comes in with the blades! Scouting found by freeing. Hyunmin to knock and strike all of it down.
That's probably the round.
Quick reaction from Boom, though. Famous might be nearby with an Outlaw, but is that going to be enough? It still is a 3-on-5 where Boom have the better weaponry. They're trying to at least find some numbers here.
Yeah, but it's a 3-on-5, man.
Oh, not even the head. Hyunmin slices and cuts him up instead. And C Slasher now possibly just to hold for the exits. But even then, you gotta be careful. Boom look somewhat rocked. It is rather early, but considering the fact that they are playing in front of the opponent's home crowd, you gotta imagine there's some effect there.
Got them.
Well, I mean, this sort of round shaken up a little bit by freeing on the Dimensional Drift and just DRX getting in towards the site. You're not looking at the right spot.
Ooh. Okay, and C Slasher to stabilize. Came close to it.
4 versus 2. These are the sort of rounds where if you are, as DRX on a lesser equipped buy, like having something to catch your opponents off guard is gorgeous, right? Hyunmin gets in, gets all the shots, really just locks down the site, and then the round's done. Like, it's 2 versus 5, you're looking to peel away, save your guns, do some more damage. It kind of is what it is, but you're setting yourself up for a good attacking side as DRX here. If you can draw out some utility early in this sort of round, if you draw out those ultimates, I mean, you'd be laughing as DRX in this round, because Boom, they're not fully equipped. If Berserks is somehow able to bring them down a size by getting the Steel Garden, then maybe.
DRX, on the other hand, though, has been running with the same default for the past several rounds now. Same sheer wall. It's beginning to keep Boom invested onto the B site now. Off of this, DRX then can look for a rotation somewhere else.
Yeah, but Boom haven't really pushed up too far in the weaker side of the map, right? You're playing the 3. I'll call it 1-1, 1 up 3 to watch over mid and 1A main. You don't want to be caught out on a little lurk like that. 50 seconds. As DRX are still surrounding this B site. How much do they think they need to invest remaining in this round?
Boom. They're thinking, they're scratching their heads. DRX keep jabbing at them with these utilities down into B.
The problem is it's just Berserks here.
That's right. That's exactly what it is. But Berserks alone still could do some damage. Shiro in with some ult as well.
Yeah, this is a heavy investment with 20 seconds still to go. Berserks has Thorns.
Trying to play around the time. NC Slasher in with the Armageddon as well. Thorns might aid him. Berserk still trying to stay hidden. But the blind works out great! Takes down Mako, and all of a sudden, Boom find themselves at a worthy head of a potential Thrifty, down to a low HP Bane, and Famous will be the decider.
Yeah, I think the question that I was posing to the teams is how much do you want to invest in that round, right? DRX with the heavy equipment, the more powerful guns, they've got an ult of their own, but it's Boom, right? Lesser equipped, a lot more ultimates to invest in. If the round doesn't go their way and they do invest it, it would be really unfortunate. But the fact that the timing feels right, that they need to, the fact that Berserks even finds the first shot from the ledge, and the rest of the team, you know, it works a treat, right? You've got what? Steel Garden, Hunter's Fury, and Armageddon to come away with that round there. You do like to see that for Boom to keep this one in a good contest state, and now there's an operator out for Famous.
Now beginning to peek out to foil DRX's plans of working around B main.
We have
a lot of information now.
We have seen Wine be played with a little bit here from DOS.
Yes.
And if he's by himself with no bailout strategy, it'll be awkward. So I would say a little bit lucky that he isn't targeted there. But
No,
the fact that you're overlooking Famous' operator line where you already had the shear wall popped earlier, that's a little bit
I mean,
of a no-no.
Yeah, DRX had no idea it was an op, and they were thinking that possibly, you know, it might have been the over-rotation onto the A site. So now they're being kept honest instead, especially with the Dimensional Drift now, spotting out that there is nobody except Estrella on towards tiles. Boom should be prepared for this A hit. DOS9, however, unfortunately finding minimal success. And C-Slasher and Berserks will be able to chime in.
And they already knew where Estrella was, right? He was just spotted out by the ult over at B.
Famous.
And with 30 seconds to go, you know what this
30
is.
seconds left.
It's podcast time. 30 seconds to just do whatever.
For DRX to truly start an episode where they kind of talk things over with Mako.
You get into this sort of territory for DRX where you can have a pretty impactful round too, right? Like, you've got the Steel Garden still, you've got the Armageddon. These are some components that you can just get into the B site real rapid.
Seen them do it before.
Yeah, the only thing for me is now that Boom have this operator in play, you're going to have to off-put Famous on the line first.
One thing DRX did last week was salvos in the B main, and instead of the sheer wall that he often puts down, it's the arc rows to flash anyone who might be, you know, Famous maybe.
Yeah. Going for any little look in towards.
And that could be that quick hit to B.
Could be, potentially, but of course we don't exactly have the Armageddon just yet. If you want to get on the line though, you can certainly do that to then pick it up off the orb.
Berserks has got to set up on his own.
Yeah, this one will be interesting. See how DRX want to try and bring this Lighter Buy into a possibility.
Famous looking to re-peek. Blind sides of his own. Oh, he couldn't get out! He gate crashes into his own. And that's going to be now onto the Frenzy. He still gets a two kill. So that's 2 for 1 now. Bane looking to recover. Steel Garden at hand as well. So
but they can't
DRX
get in.
Feels like they have to keep going in. But yes, they can't. Been blocked off. Especially with that shear at hand, so Mako looking to take things into his own hands, but the Thorns will burn Estrella. Mako in with a Stinger, tries to go in for the CQP, but it's not quite meant to be.
Gun barrel spotted, by the way.
Bane now up, swaps the angles on over onto CT where he knows the next threat would be, but the numbers not quite favoring him. Boom will find the lead.
Good patience at the back of sight there as well, not to overextend and potentially give it up. And then the call for the double swing, nicely done. as Boom will take the lead. Famous, a little bit unlucky that he wasn't able to gate crash out of there, but it feels like to me, audibly, they've heard it, and then it was kind of cancelled, right, by the stealth drone. So maybe they like expected him to have gotten out of there. Regardless, he navigated it well to be able to escape from 2 and do the damage for the team to be able to, you know, be in the contest to win the round. Now, a timeout from DRX. Couple more rounds left in this first half, and going into a proper bye round could be a good one for them to keep things equal.
It really is such an incredible storyline, though, for Boom to come all the way up from Ascension, now challenging DRX on a map which they, you know, kind of stake their claim to this entire scene.
The big difference, though, in how Gen G have been playing and Boom's idea against them.
Okay.
It was quite targeted, right, in that
Phoenix?
Gen G game. Against Suggest. I'll say it real.
Okay.
I'll say it.
Go for it.
And in this one, when it flips over, I don't think you're going to be able to do the same, right? And it's a completely different agent comp for Boom. So they do have to tackle it a little bit differently.
Agent comp, different opponents.
Yep. A different day in the office. So...
Big day in the office.
Yeah, for sure. One of these teams will continue a flawless run in the group.
Only one.
For now, though, on the back of that timeout, folks, see what DRX are going to look to come out with. Some mid-control from the drone, answered in spades by NC Slashes up through short, spotting out 2. They're quite close as well. Feel like you need to fall back just a little bit.
Yeah, trying to make their way out of these dangerous spots, but still, Hyunmin has to pin down. Now into the side, especially the Armageddon at play. It's going to be trades for days. DRX, though, finding themselves in a favorable position now with the numbers at hand. Berserks might have arrived on the crime scene, but he's finding corpses scattered everywhere. Maybe with a peek off from heaven, but you've got to be careful with how you're isolating these angles, especially thinking around Hell. Well, Generator was cleared. Now checks into Hell. Spots out Freeing, but a little bit too close.
All the trades. Freeing had an option there as well. If the shots started to go haywire, you can get out of dodge and play with his teammate. They could, you know, call to swing together, for example. Tied up on the back of that timeout. Great shots to come on in. I think just being aware of all of the trades as DRX there, making sure you're all watching the angles and being in a situation where you can go for the trades as well, right? If you kind of bait your team and you don't immediately look to get that trade, it probably goes a little bit differently there.
The quick round picked up now. Nearing the end of the first half, DRX will continue to buy back up, freeing onto the Stinger and a quick scouting mission down A short.
Yeah, and what can he find right now as well? Because some Vice utility is around this site. That's going to lock out Famous from going for a challenge as he's salvoed away.
Still got the Arc Rose on the site, though. And they've heard exactly where Mako is. In with the Arc Rose flash, but trapped down inside. And Berserks manages to, well, get away with the door broken. Spike planted.
And no ults really for Boom to be able to get on in here.
Also for DRX to have some utility ready to let rip. Mako looking for the right opportunity to send that flash, and there it is.
Salvos now for NC Slasher.
Trying to flush them out of position. DOS9 with a flash of his own. Kind of wallbang through, and Shiro looking to take more space down in. Hell has been cleared now, watching out for door. Hyunmin still able to cause some havoc. Off towards the next spots, though. It's up towards A main with Freeing on that Stinger. Boom should be able to body block most of the shots and get the spike into at least half. Found him, and that's going to be Estrella now coming through. He's got the short, and he's got the fights. Wait, a triple kill down at the end, but the spikes?
It was denied.
Not defused.
It was denied. That had to be the legitimate millisecond of millisecond by my eyes.
Unbelievable.
That is absolutely crazy trying to trace that last one. I mean, the reveal on towards Bane to get that one and a reload caught out there for Hyunmin. How has he managed to win that one, Estrella?
It's criminal. Just slotted into the team, and he's able to put up incredible performances, clearing out all the angles.
It wasn't the millisecond of the millisecond. It looked like there was a little bit more of a sliver of a chunk there, but it still was absolutely close.
And now, not letting go of the button, it's going to be DRX once again back into B with this same default. Boom, though, having dealt with it, now looking to trip the sheer wall.
Oh, Famous wants to go for this B main play.
Not the best equipment so far, though.
Yeah, it has a bit of a different flavor on it. No operator.
DOS9 looking to get a little bit cheeky. Might have heard a hop.
We'll see.
Marco the one way
has liked playing up here.
Yeah, with the flash as well. So that's a fully blinded near side of DOS9 now, still finding the torso of Mako.
But on the
Flashes
side,
off his own as well, and he's hungry for more. DOS9 looking famished, but unfortunately punished for it. NC Slasher now has to hold down the site, sends out the Armageddon, and that's going to be DRX looking to get the spike down soon enough. Pop flash out from Freeing, but it's dimensional drift from Famous to counter.
if the plant goes down, Australia will have the ult, by the way.
Gate crash noted. Shiro looking to sneak through.
Oh,
but Free!
what?
What a flick! Takes down his opponent. Steel guarded now from Estrella, just to keep his opponents honest. Freeing then swings out, finds the other frag. The final player left, Berserks. Shotgun challenge. DRX collected the first half.
Oh, a couple of these rounds are getting so close, man. It leads in for some entertaining Valorant, doesn't it? But the judge, you know, gets it started. NC Slasher is really feeling the trouble on the site there as well. I was thinking to myself, you know, an Armageddon can be really powerful. It's got that wind-up time. You can get traded if you're trying to bring that one out. And at the end for Berserks, I mean, unfortunately, into the player that has the shorty when all of the guns are removed from both teams' Steel Gardens invested. A bit unfortunate there, but 7-5. Pretty close, not exact. Now on the flip-up as well, right? Gonna have a bit of a different look. For DRX, how is this defense going to look?
Well, if last week is any indication where they had well, I don't want to say flawless because they only played like
4 rounds.
4 rounds, yeah.
4 rounds.
So not too much revealed, but it still is a really good indicator for how DRX might be able to play out this entire map. Boom, they had the lead at some point, but now kind of letting slip again.
Well, I think for me as well, in the one duelist approach for Boom, is how are you going to be utilizing Famous on this Yoru to clear a lot of the space, to dive in towards it? You know, are you more going to be relying on Shiro and NC Slasher trying to just set you up and have Berserks to be able to do something as well on the Vice, right? When the Thorns and the Flash is going to be available? Or is he really just still going to be playing on towards this lurk role, the likes of what Estrella was kind of doing a bit? There's options for sure on this agent composition. But this is the first time that Boom have deployed it. How confident are they now?
That remains to be seen. We're seeing the difference between, you know, the double duelist and Shiro onto the Sova. Hyunmin still putting up some good numbers up for DRX. Meanwhile for Boom needing to do quite a bit as well. Shiro will kick things off with a Sheriff shot down mid.
Yep, Shiro with the Sheriff on the Sova. Don't want no util.
Then to recollect themselves all towards A main. Salvos to clear out wine and everything else.
Slow and steady. Good dark cover actually from Marco. Means that someone can sneak back in towards wine if they did want to allot for some sort of trap like that.
And at the same time for Freeing to go for a cheeky little jump peek just in case.
Yeah,
doesn't spot anyone out.
It's all about finding out where these players are at the moment. Boom have a player advantage.
Exchanging information with the Stealth Drone going out as well. So now trying to get the pinch on towards Freeing. They will find it. Boom. Finding numbers advantage in the early parts of the round.
Marco and Bane at this A site. See if the pistols are going to be able to do something in a potential crossfire or not.
Or they're going to find themselves in a bit of a hairy situation. Maybe able to flash themselves out, but unfortunately the angles all fully covered by the Indonesian Fire Squad.
And I do believe, unless Australia comes out with a 1 versus 5, this will be DRX's first descent drop for a while. In the pistol rounds, they'd make it 5-1.
No, you're going to mar that perfect pistol round record? Australia, you got to do it. Keep it a perfect 100%.
The time's on, though.
Yeah. Oh, God. And Famous is slowly creeping up from behind as well.
Just don't try and go for a knife and whiff it. if you're going to do that.
Uh-oh. He's going for it. He's going for it, and he does! Fully backstabbed.
Into the side. Pistol round, though, for Boom. Hey, could have come out with it flawlessly, but I think in the entertainment value, that'll give you a little bit of a chuckle. Good little plan from them to go strength in numbers at the top of mid, and good patience throughout the round as well. You know, just making sure that they're all having the time to discuss how they want to adjust around the site.
I love to see him in high spirits, but yes. Guns purchased up now. Boom with the slight 2-3 split. Similar protocols on both ends, but it's going to be the counter salvos for DRX.
Immediate trip of that shear as well, and there's not going to be any Yoru play in front of it. You're going to fall on back, make sure that there's no overextensions here. These are the sort of rounds, again, you know, you just want to see Boom kind of 100% them as a round like this should go. Wouldn't mind Shiro picking up the orb as well, and maybe even be going for a plant, get closer to a Hunter's Fury real early on in the piece.
Talent exchange and Boom find themselves in a position towards B main. Estrella taken down.
Oh, and Hunmin actually tagged up by the stealth drone.
Repositioned somewhat, looking for a potential right click.
Big rotation, everybody from DRX here.
Fully noted right now as well. Boom, what a mid-round call.
Yeah, just get out of there.
Famous, happy to stay his welcome, find a couple more kills if possible. Swaps over onto the Sheriff, which unfortunately has a longer draw animation. And then they mid-round back in from Market through back to B.
Player standing.
Well, denying Hyunmin any opportunity.
Yep, and now freeing just with the classic and a door closed to see what he can potentially do.
Knock on the door. Kick the door down.
Spike planted.
Sit here, look pretty, go up with the spike.
That's the more likely scenario that's going to play out, yes. Look pretty and talk things over.
Yeah, you got your rifle round coming in the next one. So how are you going to look to do that on the defensive side? Do you want to go for a little bit of aggression together as a team? Or do you really just want to play it more on the default side, right?
To play a long game, you would imagine trying to go off something more default. But we have seen, yes, we have seen the aggression coming through. Counter salvos, stripping the shear wall, and they have a double duelist.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to probably see freeing. Just look to rotate between the sides where required.
That's the current situation right now. DRX, not too bad, but Boom showing off a lot of crazy mid-rounds as well. And while they might not be here, certainly feeling the support of the Indonesian home crowd back at the watch party.
And I was interested to see what this rifle round was going to be presenting for us on Estrella's setup with the Vice as well. Going to go over to the A site with a deep wall that you actually need to kind of, you know, push a body out towards if they don't see it early, and Famous uses the clone just for it. And more of a default for Boom. See if any challenges are given to them.
None so far.
This is cheeky though. DOS9 spots the information onto Hyunmin's position. Meanwhile, a bit of a push up in towards B main, freeing to bait the shear. And likewise, on the A side of things, I just mentioned the shear that Estrella's put down. Well, he's seen a bit of utility. So there's an idea that it was a bit of a default, but Berserks, again for an opener, this time on a freeing.
Not too shabby, now more options found. They will trip that deep shear wall as well and manage to get away with it, but Mako finds an angle onto Famous.
Yeah, he's just saved Estrella there, to be honest.
Okay. Berserks, however, right now trying to catch up to his team. Spotted out by Mako.
Oh, the
team,
flash.
however, will be able to flash themselves into the site.
How has Shiro found that, by the way, with a Spectre at that distance?
A couple of taps, perhaps, but nonetheless, you gotta deal and fend off even more because incoming players are going to be Mako and Hyunmin until Mako's been quickly dispatched of. And Z-Slasher now and the rest of the team position themselves towards A main as well as Hell.
Just don't give that that option in the corner of that dark cover. You want to jump up there potentially as DOS, but nope, nope, you think better of it. You play the numbers, 4 versus 2, and now by the timing, we can see that DRX are opting for the save, which means that the bonus round is going Boom Esports' way. And if the last map is anything to consider here, Quack, this one might go the distance.
Certainly hoping for it as well.
So you want to
entertaining Valorant all throughout.
So you want to see as many gun rounds as possible for DRX to put themselves in a good favor to keep it challenging. So saving those 2 guns there, not the worst of ideas.
Certainly looking assist for the
He's literally just spected him at the tail end whilst blinded halfway across the map. I know he saw him before the arc rays popped, but still.
It's skill. But yes. So Boom now with the bonus round picked up. They find themselves an outlaw at hand.
Yep. Hyunmin. Ooh. Let's see what he can do with B main. Of course, there is a buy up behind those 2 saved guns.
Okay. A safer shear wall on towards the B site.
Oh, this is risky, but a straight up SMG close proximity.
You can't die either, or the shear wall will be gone. So it's a couple of sprays, backpedals into safety. Of course, feeling the looming threat of the entire Boom Fire team now.
Yeah.
Salvos to delay, allowing for Hyunmin to find some peaks, but unfortunately sniped out.
And now you get an idea as Boom that there's a big rotation here as well, right?
So,
oh, what? No! What is the timing on that?
Cutting through. Freeing.
That's gross.
Just reacting in kind. Meanwhile, Mako will continue to peak, so nothing too much found.
Because the flash is dodged. Freen gets out of there.
And will be able to come back in through to support Estrella, who is spraying for dear life with a stinger right now. Flashed out, Bring finds one more, but it is individual trades. Boom find themselves a bit of a numbers advantage, although Berserk's is low HP. DOS9 hunkers down, finds the frag, and it's now a 3v1.
And they don't know where Marco is, they don't know where he's going to be coming from. But Berserk is on the right line with the right gun, if you think about it. The Outlaw to get the job done, and that is Boom continuing this flawless run on the attacking side so far with 4 in a row. That's another, you know, I don't want to really call it a gun round, but there was kind of enough there from DRX to really make that that one, you know, maybe workable. A couple of vandals and stuff.
I see what you're saying. But it also is, you know, a huge contrast to how DRX was playing against Global Esports last week, where now you've got this 4 glowing red win streaks coming out from Boom. DRX needing this timeout somewhat.
Yeah.
Termi intervening.
Termi intervening. Definitely needs to come out with something big here, because this is the last one that DRX have, right? Boom still holding onto both of theirs, not needing to, you know, drop them. And if they start to continue to have a bit of a wriggle on as well, you know, and they're getting some rounds here or there, and DRX are still behind, do you even then consider to use one of your own to give DRX enough time to have a talk as well, right? Like, if you win this next round as Boom, and you convert after your opponent's bonus rounds, you're probably not needing to see yourself time out until, you know, it really gets to the later stages of the map, right? Unless you're tied up 10 apiece, or you're up 11-9, and then, you know, you don't want to see them get to 10 before you get to 12 or something like that. I don't know. It's an important round, though, regardless here, Quack.
It's timeouts, yes. That can be very valuable when things get dire.
Yep, and with the guns being present again for DRX, you know what a counter for that is? Well, it's Berserks with the Steel Garden. If Boom have an idea on where they want to try and navigate around this map and try to potentially end things, that can make things quite nice for them.
Without a doubt. Still, though, we'll start things off with Salvos once again. A little bit more down middle, trying to disguise some of Boom's other intentions.
Yeah, Famous putting the pressure on mid, trying to draw some attention here. Hyunmin to rate the clone, and Bane to get in towards market.
2 players, though. Thankfully, the smoke comes up, but the spams will still go through.
Famous a bit too far ahead of the team there, unfortunately. So now you're at a deficit as Boom. Maybe even a secondary one as Berserks keeps going here.
He will opt for the wide swing, but Free just quickly dismisses of him.
Yeah, and if you want to try and go to this A side, I mean, with all this Vice utility, it should be unachievable.
Hey. 50 seconds, it's a lot left on round timer.
Yeah, and Bane, I mean, if he sees the pressure here, he's got his teammate and Freeing around him, he's still got special delivery and salvos. They can just call and play for the 3 versus 5 here. They don't necessarily need to take a fight. You even just drop the door, rather, so...
It's a rather risky round to go for.
Oh, it just makes it so hard for Boom to try and get something back in towards this round. I wouldn't even be surprised if they just save.
Yeah.
I know they've got a lot of money, but there's just nothing you can really do. Bully your way into A, where a door has also just been shut on you.
Yeah, 15 seconds now. Unless you can kill these two players on the site with a snap of your fingers, this is a really tough.
Okay, hang on a
spike
second.
to get
Hang on a
planted
second.
Until Shiro sneaks up from behind, finds a double, traded off by Hyunmin. Spike still looking to get planted, and now Frenzy Slice to hold the angle. Unfortunately falls, and now DOS9. He has to once again step up to bat. Freeing flushes him away with the dimensional drift. DOS9 ignores it. Tries to dodge the flashes as well. Manages to deal with Bane.
No way!
Comes back into it and quickly eliminates freeing DOS9, everybody.
If ever there was a moment for stuns to not be cosmetic in this game, that is the moment right there.
A Red Bull clutch from the Sun from Kazakhstan.
Oh man, it's a 2 versus 1. The dimensional drift, I was gonna say before they immediately kind of called to go for it, would they use the dimensional drift to try and find him and block him and make it awkward for him? DOS9, I mean, this guy he had a shocker. Like, he's not been having the greatest time in the server today, I will admit. Currently one of the, the worst performances of him, but to come out with that one, the moments are still there for him when they really do need, hey.
Love it. Next round up now, though, and Boom playing it a little bit safer. You've got the Outlaw on Berserks and the Sheer Wall instantly tripped. That's something that DRX has been doing, not allowing for Boom to create any form of pressure with that wall.
And that was after DRX's timeout, by the way.
True that.
So now it's all down to what the team can think for themselves in this, unless Boom give them the timeout to have some revitalization, though Hyunmin has to think better of going for another duel there. But he wants it.
Yeah, he's got Mako.
They can get a lot of space here.
To him.
Who's next?
I mean, Hyunmin's looking for the potential Blade Storm, I believe.
He's just looking for something for the team, I think, at this point. Junk shot.
Information as well, though, and now it's going to be Armageddon from Boom to try to create a little bit more space, especially the dimensional drift from Famous as well. Finds the entry, continues with another blind. Freeing will be happy to pick up that rifle. Berserk's now arriving from lane, though. The rest of the team looking to waterfall down on towards Estrella. Estrella dancing back and forth with the Stinger, looking for the opportunity, but unfortunately not quite. Spike will still be planted right next to him, and Berserks eliminates Hyunmin.
They don't care. They do not care that he's at the back of the site. They know there's 20 seconds. They've got numbers. They have to get a plant.
Good.
He's got a Stinger. You don't want to give him a favorable duel.
Uh-oh.
And now it's 7-11. But look at all of those rounds in a row from Boom. They still are holding the Sheer Garden too, right? The one ability that can just kind of stop DRX from being able to shoot back when you're going for a hit. You remove their guns, right? You make them play in towards choke angles. You make them play a little bit different. Have to even contend if you want to bring out a pistol, because in this sort of scenario, you might come to expect that Boom would set up together to go for a hit into the site using the Sheer Garden, right?
Yeah, thinking about it. You got to watch for these positions.
Well, if they
does have the Blade Storm.
If they drone into the site right now, they could drop the the Garden and kind of fashion a good one.
Almost. Yeah, the options are still there, even with the fake out quickly dealt with. Hyunmin now trying to get out of dodge.
Staved off.
Guard, and there it is.
Staved off by the salvos. And the Blade Storm, you got to remember, is still available here
Boom
as well.
Plays. Mako still jiggling. At some point, you got to rotate on over. Boom are not slowing down, but a bit of a team kill coming through. Nonetheless, Boom still trudge forward. Hyunmin hopping over, looking for the blade. He's got 4 left. Bane off to the other end, though, trying to prevent Boom from creating any further space. DOS9 somewhat trapped until he can slip through into Market. Spike not quite planted yet because you've got these 2 anchors on the site.
You don't exactly know where Bane went either, to be honest with you. He's gone on towards the A site in case there's a rotation call.
Oh, Mako. He's got the Phantom. Close range could help him out, but somewhat double peeked out. And the Crosshair not just able to drag over.
Hyunmin
hopping out of the smoke now. Hyunmin alongside Estrella. Arcros popped, but nothing much found. The shot's not quite connecting. Estrella will only be able to find the first. DOS9 now on to the double kill.
And Bane was way too far away as well. He's got salvos, but it's a 1 versus 2 here, Quack. If Boom play the crossfire right, they could find the series point.
Bane. Like you mentioned, salvos, but Where do you place them? Surely into Boathouse for one, but pops it off. No one's giving him the peek. He does find the first flick though. Continues to push on forward, hops down, and dives onto DOS9.
No crossfire! No crossfire to come out from Boom. I said if they played that one right, they could potentially get it out. No slipping into the stairs. Trying to stand and deliver. But Bane will hold on for DRX here. 8-11. The first attacking round dropped for Boom Esports. By the way, Berserk's found some damage towards his body at the choke point by the salvos, if I am remembering correctly, and that's why he was within an inch of his life and was able to be finished off by the Hunter's Fury.
Cool. Tough, but for a guy who was the sixth man to come back into the squad, just being able to pull off a performance like that
11
extends DRX's life, yes.
Is all they get? Isn't that what we said last map?
I'm shaking my head and I'm really wondering about this, but you know, certainly want to keep your hopes up for Boom. They've been putting up quite the performance thus far.
Yeah, need some good decision making here.
Okay, mid. Salvos as well, and it forces bringing the gate crash away.
Oh, there's some timing here for Australia.
All right.
How far forward does he want to push, though? That's the question.
Yeah, Berserk has kept that sheer wall a little bit further back now.
Yeah, numbers as well. Look at this one. Hyunmin, is he any clue?
Can't really get away either. All frags or nothing, especially once those flashes go through. A little bit more support coming up with Freeing close by. But here come those kills. Oh, they have actually managed to find two. DOS9 trying to equalize, but not quite. Famous caught inside of the smoke. Armageddon launched by Bane as well. Famous takes down Hyunmin and now looks to recollect with his fallen teammates, but Estrella up by stairs, denies entry. Berserks to trade right back. 1 on 2.
And how do you play this one if you are DRX as well?
Oh, he's thinking about a weapon, but it's not quite safe enough, so still sticking on to the Outlaw.
The thing is, they're both at 125 HP here.
Yeah.
So the Outlaw's not the worst gun.
But you have to think about the reload, so positioning very crucial.
One shot each, Quack.
That's all you got to go for.
Timing.
One shot, one kill. Berserk's peeks, doesn't see him. Where could they be? Goes back around lane, spots out the first, that's the first kill. Punch in your second ticket, Berserks, because it's right there. Swaps to the shorty, hops in, and finds Mako! No clutch for the guy, and it's Berserks who picks it up instead!
Red Bull clutch to come through from Berserks, and it's series point for Boom Esports. And they got 4 of them. You look at the crossfire that was attempted in the middle there from Freeing to push through that dark cover as well. Hyunmin trying to do what he could. And it's not happening, but it's Berserks. I told you what, the Outlaw, it only needs 1 shot to finish off an opponent on 125. But the shorty as well, the sidearm, salvages the situation.
Oh, and with the win against the home crowd, all of a sudden, a little bit more silent now.
I have a feeling the big time might have to be buying the bundle soon.
Certainly got an itch for it. Boom. Looking to send themselves forward, possibly getting the lock into playoffs. Well, I mean, they already have that, but top seed.
Boom, top seed. Could you imagine?
Oh, DRX, do you have it in you? Playing around the smokes, not the best guns. Sheriff spams. And it's the Owl Drone that clears out Wine. Boom, looking to set things up towards the A site.
For Marco, he wasn't spotted for the moment. Now he is. Berserk's on towards Freeing. This is where a crunch opportunity happens on the A site.
Right, still got those thorns, but Mako trying to play around the smokes, repositions, but unfortunately pitched down. The full swarm from Boom. 2 players left. Now Hyunmin and Estrella running off the tracks on towards Heaven. They gotta wait for that recon. The spike gets planted. Thankfully, they will shoot out Thorn, so a little bit more space, but can they dive down to hell safely enough? No smokes. Goes in for the hop. Hyunmin, Stinger has the first kill, but the shorty and the phantom kill out from A main. Boom, have done it!
The Indonesian squad are indomitable here in the server today. I thought it was going to end in map number 2, Haven, but my oh my, did DRX give him a rocker there. It doesn't matter, folks. That was an entertaining map of Ascent. Moments from both teams, but it's the attacking side from Boom Esports that they just had a clear vision, 2020 vision in 2025.
2025. It is incredible. Unfortunate commiserations to DRX. They're still very much in play, but this was not quite a performance that we would have expected from them. Meanwhile, for Boom to be able to climb this far, this successfully, for Dust9 to step up on the final map as well, it's just unbelievable, especially given how some of these rounds played out.
I mean, if there was ever a day to ship the new Ascension bundle, both of our Ascension teams getting the dubs today in the server, that is the buff.
It is just lovely, especially with the coaching staff as well. Six Fingers and Fields. We'll toss it down over onto the stage with Jen to take in the winning interview.
Boom Esports coming out on top, continuing their winning ways. I'm gonna give this one more try now, Famous. Congratulations. There you go. Why'd you run away from me last time?
Sorry?
I'm kidding. Now we have Famous on stage with us to talk about today's win. 네, 붐 e스포츠의 페이머스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. DRX를 꺾고 오늘 연승을 이어나가게 됐는데요. 먼저 오늘 경기 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다. You guys extend your undefeated run with this win against DRX. Was it easier or tougher than you expected?
I think for this one kind of tough. I keep overthinking like maybe they're doing this, maybe stack here, maybe they stack B, stack A. And I got through smoke 2 times, like unlucky.
사실 예상했던 것보다 훨씬 힘들었고 그리고 계속 DRX가 좀 이쪽에 스택을 할까 아니면 저쪽에 스택을 할까 알아내고 이해하기 좀 상대를 읽어내기 힘들었고 또 스모크샷을 한 2번이나 맞아서 힘든 경기였지만 그래도 이겨서 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이번 경기에 여운이 채 가시지 않았지만 그래도 아이스박스를 얘기를 해보고 싶은데 마지막으로 아이스박스를 했던 게 오늘 제외하고 작년 9월이었거든요. 이 조합을 전혀 바꾸지 않고도 승리를 가져갔는데 많은 팀들이 변화를 시도하는 와중에 이 조합을 그대로 쓰기로 결정하게 된 이유는 무엇인지도 물어보고 싶네요. I know we're still very excited and very energetic about this win, especially that match against DRX on Ascent. But let's go back to Icebox because I feel like the last time you guys played this map was September last year. And while a lot of teams they choose to switch things up when it comes to comps, you guys decided to stick with your old comp. Was there a specific reason why?
Actually, we kind of changed the plan. Like, I'm not playing Jet actually, Icebox map. But I'm not gonna tell the previous agent I use.
사실 제트를 안 쓰는 거 빼고는 바뀌지 않았는데 그래도 좀 그냥 전략 같은 것만 수정을 하고 그리고 이제 다른 맵에서 뭘 쓸지 그리고 앞으로는 뭘 쓸지는 비밀이라고 얘기를 합니다. 말씀해주신 것처럼 또 페이머스 선수 대회에서 처음으로 요루를 보여준 건데요. 사실 최근 한 3개월 전부터 좀 요원폭을 늘리는 모습을 많이 보여주고 있습니다. 이 부분에 대해서도 더 물어보도록 할게요. Now, speaking of the 요루, right? First time you've ever played on stage in the officials, and I see you picking up the neon a lot more in the past 3 months. So can you talk to me about your grinding when it comes to expanding your agent pool?
For the Euro, I think it's the first time, and I'm kinda thinking like overthink like how I use properly the util, how I can manage properly the TP and flash. Kinda tough for me.
All right, not very natural, but you've still done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
아직 스킬을 정확히 어떤 타이밍에 어떻게 써야 될지 100% 아는 건 아니라서 좀 아직까지 헷갈리기도 하고 쉬운 건 아니지만 그래도 열심히 요원폭을 늘리려고 좀 요루도 연습을 했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 마지막으로 이렇게 그룹 1위로 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐는데 이 정도로 잘할 거라는 자신감이 있었는지 그리고 이 결과에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지도 들어보도록 할게요. Now with this win, you guys have made it to playoffs already, but you guys are number 1 in the group to qualify for the playoffs. I mean, Did you guys ever see yourselves pulling this off in the beginning of stage 1?
Actually, no.
Alright, so what does it mean to you?
Feels great. Just feels great.
Feels good, that's it? Alright, the ultimate goal, lifting the trophy? For stage 1? Winning the whole thing?
No.
Oh, okay. Just doing well, see how far
Yeah.
you can go. Alright. 사실 예상을 못할 정도로 굉장히 팀이 잘하고 있어서 너무 기쁜 결과지만 그래도 약간은 우승까지 노리기보다는 우리가 할 수 있는 만큼 최선의 경기를 펼치면서 끝까지 올라가 보자라는 마음이 강하다고 얘기를 합니다. 이렇게 해서 페이머스 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 돌아오도록 할게요. Thank you so much, Famous.
Thank you.
And that's it from us on stage. Good night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Can I just say, Famous is so real for that. Did you expect this? No. You want to lift the trophy? Nah. I mean, that's the first time ever I've heard a pro player say, hey, stage 1 trophy, anyone?
It's the classic pro player mentality.
Yeah,
It's
I respect it.
He's like, lifting a trophy, I don't know, that's overwhelming. Using my TPs, my flashes, too much. I just want to play Chet and I just want to shoot people in the head and I don't want to think about anything else.
He only sees that far.
It's too much.
It's just like, let's just take it round per round. What trophy? No, we're just winning Valorant.
One game at
all.
a time, round by round. That's how you should approach it. He's got that mentality and locked into his brain. Guess he doesn't know what a trophy is. He can't even picture that mentally.
He's just playing, okay? He's just playing. But hey, that mentality seems to be working for him. If it's getting him all of these skills, if it's getting him these plays, okay, sure. Don't think about a trophy just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fantastic that Boom have put themselves in this position in the groups. It's been great, even going back to kickoff, even though they didn't win those series, they did look very nice in their opening game in kickoff as well. Maybe didn't play as many games as they would have wanted, but this is a huge win for Boom. They played fantastic in this group stage, and I think it's just a beautiful full circle moment at the end of the day. They didn't win in Ascension, but they were good enough. They were ahead in rounds where they could have won that competition, so they were good enough to win on that day as far as I'm concerned. And now they've been promoted up into the big league and they've surpassed a lot of people's expectations. A lot of people had them dead last in the league multiple times, but they have proved a lot of people wrong. They've had this long-standing core and you can tell the chemistry is definitely there, but they're still very humble. I think, this is not going to be enough for them to really kind of get too big for their boots or anything like that, because there's still that sentiment out there that even for me, I'm like, okay, it's a group stage now, but then you've got to go on to the next thing, got to go into the playoffs and get that next big win. So, and I think they realize that as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it's only the group stage. So the job of the group stage is to get out. And, they've done that now. They're definitely out of the group. They're out in first place. So the group stage can't have gone any better for them. But the playoffs is where the competition will ramp up, where you can't afford to make any mistakes. But, I think that they've shown that they're an incredibly strong team. It's going to be hard for whoever has to play against Boom to be able to take them down. And I mean, they'll be on, even if he doesn't sound like it, they'll be on cloud 9 with the fact that they're through here.
What a beautifully well-rounded performance from the entirety of Boom. Berserk's in particular, 6 first kills on the Vice.
Yeah, played great.
That's very, very nice from him. And I think this is the thing about this current Boom esports roster. They are up and down individually in terms of performance, but you get this ridiculous pop-off potential. Famous is very consistent. He plays very good every game. But this is the thing about Boom. Shiro on Ascent was popping off and having big rounds. Berserk's this game was popping off and having big rounds, or on that Lotus game against Global, I think it was. Like, this is a team full of people who can just randomly turn it on for a game and absolutely dominate. And although that brings a lot of inconsistency to your game, it also is a hidden kind of superpower where the other team might have prepped for something in particular, but then when somebody's just having a phenomenal game, it's something that you can't be ready for.
Yeah, you can't prep for pop-off, right? You can have all the fancy strats in the world, and you can see it oftentimes. They might have all the people in the right position, but someone can go crazy, get that 4K, and everybody on that Boom roster has that power. So full credit to them. They look unstoppable right now.
Exactly. It's those moments that make it unpredictable, and it's also those moments that make Valorant so fun to watch. Famous obviously has so many of those moments, even though he might not know it, might not recognize it. He has so many of those moments. We saw it in the series. We've been seeing it throughout the past week. And you're absolutely right. How do you predict for something like it's a 1v4 And for some reason, if that's Famous on the line, you can't count him out just yet. Maybe even a 1v5. You can't count him out.
It's such a well-deserved match MVP. He was so rock solid all the way through this series, all through maps. You know, this is a player in the past where we've spoke a lot about his consistency in the past. You know, in previous years, everyone's known that Famous can be that next level player, but it's just like, oh, he can't find a way to keep it consistent. But now I feel like he's found it.
Yeah, and I think that he is playing agents that he's not comfortable with, or situations that he's admitted in the interview there that he's not particularly comfortable. But his performance in a level of discomfort is still 20+ kills, is still doing his job within the structure, and that's the level that they're bringing right now.
Yeah, he might be a little bit behind in, say, like catching up to the Neon meta and now catching up to the Euro meta, but hey, it's still Famous. Famous is still Famous, and he's still frightening when he's on that role.
Yeah.
You guys must be very, very happy, by the way, with the teams that you've picked so far. We have the scores at the end of today. Once again, there is a laptop at stake.
That's what I expected to see. Victoria with the Francis pick, low-key, absolutely
Yeah.
cooked all of us.
And Hyunmin, I think, as well.
And
she had,
Hyunmin,
so.
yep.
Okay, I'm going back to the drawing board for this because there were several. Yeah, I'm going back to the drawing board for that. We were talking about this behind the scenes. There were like some things, but this one I'm taking this seriously. I might be memeing on my predictions, or I might be with like the Filipino bias. But when that's gone, my predictions are actually great. So like this one, I'm like, okay, all right. Eyes on the
I want prize.
prize.
to put a special shout out to Termi for putting free on Yoru every game.
There we go.
Thank you. I really love you, mate. Good job.
He does not want to give you a laptop.
He was like, laptop? All right, okay. Maybe he was doing this for us. Or against us. Can you imagine?
I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, the DRX, though, they have maybe overcooked a little bit. They can't win in every circumstance, so maybe tone it down just a little bit. The experimentation was interesting, but let's see what they bring
Are you
out.
sending the risotto back to the kitchen?
Yeah, it was a little burnt on the bottom.
Let's 86 it. Let's cancel it. Stop doing this.
We're not eating it here again?
No.
Are we not? No. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, let's take a look at the standings as they are at the end of today. We have seen it, Boom, have locked in first place here for Group Alpha.
So well deserved to see. I mean, I'm so happy for these guys to see them top the group after their whole story of they didn't even win Ascension. They shouldn't be here, but here they are at the very, very top. You can't fault them for that. DRX also through. We still have T1 at the top of the other group, but plenty more games left to play this weekend to mix up the match and these standings.
Yeah. Commiserations to Team Secret. They will be out of the playoffs contention, and Nongshim keeping themselves well and truly alive, but they did lose that head-to-head against Talon. So that is going to be quite concerning for their match against Zeta coming up. If Zeta goes and digs deep coming in their upcoming match here against Talon, then that's going to be a very sticky situation in the middle of that group.
Yeah.
We also have a big game in T1 RRQ tomorrow to find out who's going to move to the top of Group Omega. So you definitely don't want to be missing that one. I can't wait for that.
There's still a lot of moving parts here for our standings. There's still a lot of moving parts before we actually get into playoffs. So you don't want to miss these, especially since we've seen that DRX has been experimenting a little bit. I mean, our teams, they might not even be in their final form. Who knows what surprises we're going to see tomorrow?
Yeah. I mean, you never know what to expect from Pacific. This is an impossible region to predict, an impossible region to choose players for. We have the best job in the world, but the hardest job.
Yeah, I mean,
you're so right.
I do not know what's going to go on in that T1 RRQ game tomorrow. Like, T1 sometimes loses maps inexplicably, RRQ sometimes loses series inexplicably. Yeah. That is a derby of two teams that show an incredible level at their ceiling. I mean, World Championship level for T1, but then sometimes just conceding maps and games. So.
Not to mention RRQ's notorious reputation for loving the longest games in Pacific in the league so far. How many overtimes do you think?
I'm not sure, but that means that I should pick their players because they'll get more kills because the game goes longer. I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Strategies. Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? You got me thinking though. So I think we have to close this show right now so we can get back to our perspective notes and everything and see what we have for tomorrow. So you wanna make sure you tune in for that and see how our teams fare for another day here at VCT Pacific. We'll see you then. Bye.
has not been allowed to come online because of how well flashes, gets himself, we're trying to bait out the utility from Nongshim. Jeremy into it, and that's Envy finding the frag towards the top. Away 1v1, Francis, he's banned! He finds the quad, and that's Nongshim coming back up. Might give them a clue, so rotation's moving forward. Does find one. Back in towards Robeson. They hop on over.
Don't tell me you're going to find the fourth one.
Oh, there it is!
Ace.
Swap on over to Heaven. He finds the ace! Every single head racked up in kills! The back though, and that kind of keeps Boom pitched in. Oh, DRX looks for the spike plant now. 4 seconds left for Cirques. He's managed to buy enough time that DRX will walk away.
Absolutely sensational on that one, and you're just stopping the plant from going down.
Hit from Famous now. Salvos quickly dance around the corners. His teammates falling all around him.
Oh my god.
Hyunbin in for the double and the missed. But pump back on over, and Estrella to recover.
Shots to come out from Hyunmin, that is ridiculous.
15 seconds now. This is a really tough.
Okay, hang on a
Spike
second,
gets
hang on a
planted.
second.
That Spike still looking to get planted. And now Frenzy decides to hold the angle. Tries to dodge the flashes as well. Manages to deal with speed.
No way!
Comes back into it and quickly eliminates freeing. Just 9, everybody.
If ever there was a moment for stuns to not be cosmetic in this game,
Let's fly.